Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's video, we're going to be doing the first episode of our brand new series for Left 4 Dead, which is going to end up being Left 4 Dead What If. This is taking inspiration from the Marvel idea of What If, which, for those of you guys that don't know what it is, I will explain. Basically, if you were a fan of Marvel, you would know that the What If series is a series that is the kind of the concept of the idea of taking something that already exists within the Marvel Universe and then putting an alternate outcome on it. So, for example, just something fictional, I'm not necessarily sure if this was already done, but you could say, what would happen if Iron Man or Tony Stark didn't do the snap at the end of Endgame? Or what if it was somebody else? That's kind of like what we're going with here. We're just going to be asking the question of just, what if? What if there was a different outcome to something that already has happened? So that's what I want to do here for today's series. I also wanted to mention that I am going to be combining a little bit of elements from a other series that I have done before in the past, which basically was the same concept as this, and also the Marvel What If. It was called If It Were Different. It only ever had 3 episodes, and it was kind of the exact same logic that I had, but however, though, it was for movies, TV shows, and video games, and pretty much anything pop culture, so it was way too broad. But now I want to just narrow it down to Left 4 Dead. So we're going to be doing Left 4 Dead What If, and we're going to be taking storyline elements, gameplay elements, and just fun stuff about the Left 4 Dead series, and we're just going to be asking ourselves the question of what if. So if you guys end up enjoying this new series idea, and you guys do want to see more of it, I will definitely make more. If you guys want to have a particular topic covered in a future episode, please let me know in the comment section down below. But since this is the very first episode, I decided to pick the topic myself, and that is going to be the question about what if Bill did not sacrifice himself at the end of the Sacrifice campaign. Now this is, in my opinion, probably the biggest way we can start this off, season premiere if you will, because this is a big question and it's a big deal. What if Bill didn't sacrifice himself? Well, we could get into so many different things, but let's narrow it down just so that way, just like my previous series, it's not too broad. So let's talk about this and give ourselves some ground rules, alright? So we're going to assume that you're already in the Sacrifice campaign. We're going to assume that Bill, Zoe, Francis, and Lewis, they're not at Blood Harvest, they're not in any of the prior campaigns. Let's just assume that for the sake of clarity and continuity, that they're at the Sacrifice campaign, and they are at the very end, but instead of having to sacrifice, what they do is they have 2 options. You could either have one outcome where no one sacrifices themselves, and they just simply all escape, and then we can talk about what would happen onward from there. Or what we could do is we could do another outcome where there still is a sacrifice, but instead of it being Bill, it's either Lewis, Francis, or Zoe instead. So we're going to be talking about both of those because I feel like both of those can be a very drastic difference, and I think it'd be cool to cover both. So let's talk about both. Let's talk about the first one about if no one had to sacrifice themselves at all. Let's just say that everything went according to plan and that Bill, Lewis, Francis, and Zoe all ended up escaping. There could be a variety of different things that could have happened. You could have ended up having it be literal. You could have had them just escape on the boat that they wanted to get, their sailboat, and they could have ended up going to an abandoned island. Or another outcome would have been that just like every other situation when it comes to rescue in Left 4 Dead, they end up proceeding to end up having it go wrong, and then they end up having to go to another campaign, or in this case, another location to attempt to find a safe haven. So, what is the most realistic of all these possibilities? Well, let's just say the outcome that they end up getting the sailboat and then they go to the island. Let's just say that is the very first option. Realistically, with the way that the zombie apocalypse is treated in Left 4 Dead, it would honestly not surprise me if there was zombies on any given island. Because if you really think about it, no island is ever completely abandoned, and they never really specify what island they truly want to get. They never say a certain island in a certain state or country or anything like that, but we can assume that they want a giant island, a very, very big, plentiful amount of land, and somewhere very far away. Somewhere that's not too far away, though, where they can't get supplies, but decently far away where there's basically no chance of zombies or even people, for that matter. So we're trying to narrow it down as best as we can. So let's talk about some of these island ideas. So we're thinking about something about relatively medium to large size, something that's pretty decently far away, and something that would have at least enough resources to keep the crew alive for the foreseeable future. Now, in my humble opinion, this would be tough to do. because the way that the zombies work in Left 4 Dead, they do die in water. In fact, you can test this out yourselves. If you go into versus, you will know that if you play as even something such as the tank, if they fall into water, they will just instantly collapse and die. Now, I don't know if there's ever been something addressed about this with the storyline of Left 4 Dead, but if we're just going to say that it does correlate with the storyline, which we can, at least for the sake for now, let's just say that they can't swim. The zombies cannot run through water whatsoever, which means they would need some other means of transportation. They can't fly, obviously, so that would mean that they would either need to be transported or become zombies at that location already. So, the only way you could avoid this is either A, have the zombies never show up there, which means you would have to completely rely on the fact that no one would ever try to sabotage you and have no enemies, which is good because, in my humble opinion, I feel like that would be slim to none, because in the Left 4 Dead universe, basically, you can get infected unless you're immune by, like, literally anything, breathing, drinking it, having a cross-contaminated in your food, being bitten, scratched, everything. The mutations are crazy, and it's always ever-changing. We know this through the Sacrifice comic, where it changes daily. The green flu is always adapting, and it's never consistent. So let's just say that the characters are immune, but the chances of everyone else being immune is like basically slim to none. And as long as Bill and Zoe and Lewis and Francis never make any enemies, as long as Bill and Francis, which I feel like are the two that were most likely ever going to make any enemies, as long as they are careful about how they go about things with people that they may ever cross, I hope that they would end up doing well, because, you know, Zoe, Lewis, and Francis, when they met Ellis, Coach, Nick, and Rochelle, even though there was instances like, let's say, Nick was being a smartass, and that was like the closest that you ever had to confrontation between the groups, they really didn't have a problem with each other, and they weren't really trying to go at each other's throats. In fact, they tried to help each other. So, I think that the chances of them being on an island and not having people attack them is pretty high. I don't think that the chances of someone attacking them at all is going to be guaranteed. It could be either way. It could have been, you know, a 50-50, you know, them getting attacked, and a 50-50 of them not getting attacked. But I would say that the chances are more like rather 20-80. I really am pretty confident that they'll never get attacked if they go to this exact location that they intend to go, which is just this far-ass deserted island. Now, however, though, the other outcome is that zombies are already there, or people are already there and later become zombies. Because the way that the green flu works in the Left 4 Dead universe is that the virus itself spreads extremely fast. I believe that if you were to get a zombie on an island, especially if it wasn't taken care of right away, the whole entire island, regardless of how large it may be, it would just completely get infected and overrun. And you were surrounded by gulfs of water. So, depending on the way that they go about things, they would be completely screwed if they had a zombie apocalypse on the island. Because you would have to make sure that if shit hit the fan and things went wrong, you would have to have a means of escape, the supplies to end up surviving if you escaped, and know where you're going to go from there. Because if Zoe, Francis, and Lewis and Bill, like, let's say, get to the island and there's people there, but they're fine for now, and they become zombies later, or let's just say they get to this exact island that they want, there already is zombies there, but they don't know until like later on once they've set up camp, they need to have a means to escape. I severely doubt that they would be able to clear the island and make it their own, because you could have any type of special infected on that island, not just commons. It could be, for whatever reason, infested with witches and tanks, and be completely unable to be survivable. You would just be screwed. It would be the luck of the draw. So the worst case scenario, they would have to evacuate the island and then move over to another island. Now, if they were to move over to another island, what are the chances that the exact same thing is going to happen? Well, it depends on where they're going. If they're going somewhere where there's a lot of islands right next to each other, you're going to probably have a fair chance of the islands all being infected, if one is. However, though, if you end up getting a situation where, let's say, you go to some random island, not a touristy spot, it has no historical value, it's just a random piece of floating land, and it's by itself. If it's at least survivable enough, and you know, maybe have to go out to get supplies, but not necessarily be where it's like too inconvenient, I can see that being more realistic. If you were to go to, like, let's say somewhere like Hawaii and have all those popular destinations for tourism, you're probably going to have zombies everywhere up the ass. But if you go somewhere like, let's say, some foreign country because, you know, there's no problem with going to a different country. I don't necessarily know how bad the green flu would be in other countries because they never addressed it in the Left 4 Dead universe as far as I'm aware. But let's say that Bill, Lewis, Francis, and Zoe say, screw it, we're going to leave the United States, we're just going to go somewhere else. If they had the time and they had enough resources to do so and they could get to some other countries in the world, depending on how bad it was, they could go somewhere like such as Fiji if they want to. Fiji has some very small islands, and not all of them are popular tourist spots because some of them are either A, extremely expensive, 2 as well, the weather can sometimes be very poor, and also 3 as well is just the location in general is just super far out there. Now, yes, this kind of does contradict my tourist idea, but however, though, these are the types of islands that are usually privately owned and cost several millions of dollars, versus rather Hawaii, where you can end up taking a week-long vacation roughly for maybe like a couple $1,000s and not live there permanently. And because of that, more people are going to be likely to be there by the time that the apocalypse happens. Fiji, as far as I'm aware, and this is just an example of just a couple of other islands, but that's not really a place where people live truly. It's more rather a destination spot to be there for tourism. Hawaii has just as much people living in Hawaii as just as much as there's people trying to be there for a vacation. So that's just an example. So in my humble opinion, what are their chances of survival? Well, if they all escape the sacrifice and they go to, let's say, the island, and the island is overrun by zombies, I would say that their chances of survival, if they stay, are slim to none. Because depending on the luck of the draw, they can either get all commons, or they can get all tanks, all witches, all smokers. Basically, if there was a whole bunch of special infected, they would pretty much be screwed. If it plays like the way it does in the mutation, like such as special delivery, where there's just infected everywhere, it's unrealistic to assume that they'll survive. They could. They very well could. They've done worse. But I'm not going to put bets on it. So let's talk about the other scenario then. Like, let's say they end up escaping. And let's say they decide to move over to another island or just start to continue to survive some other means. That's more realistic in my opinion. And I've seen them do it before. I can definitely see them doing it again. And if, like I said, they go somewhere to Fiji, where it's so crazy to end up having the chances of people being there and unrealistic. In fact, I even think during the zombie apocalypse would be unrealistic, because even though Fiji some people might have the exact same idea as me. They might be like, hey, screw it, we're going to go to Fiji. The chances of people doing that are much more slim to none than it would be to do anything else. I would feel that the survival on the island idea is a lot more uncommon than people may realize. I try to promote the idea to a certain degree because I think it's a much better idea. But I feel like realistically, more people are going to be like, we're just going to survive in the United States or a given country we happen to be in. Let's just say it's the United States for clarity's sake. And they'll stay probably within their, the state, maybe there are a couple really close states, maybe like a state or two over, and they'll just probably just survive mostly like that. I doubt they're going to do, most people, the Walking Dead route of things where they just travel all over the country. I don't think that's likely. So that's one alternative. Now let's talk about the other outcome. So for the other outcome, it is someone else sacrifices themselves instead of Bill. Now we could talk about each individual one, so let's talk about them one by one. So let's talk about Lewis first. I feel like other than Zoe and Francis, Lewis is probably going to be the most likely right after Bill. Because Lewis is the type of person that I feel like would be the most courageous, even though he would probably hate it. He would probably hate to die. Lewis doesn't want to die, and even though he is a wuss in some ways, he's also very brave in other ways. In fact, I know that a lot of you guys say that maybe you've been too harsh on Lewis in the past, and he's actually quite badass. Which I do agree. It's just that he does have, kind of this yin-yang to him, where sometimes he can be one or the other. You catch his dialogue where he's talking to himself about being positive when he's in a bad state. So that's a good thing for Lewis. The reason why I would say Lewis would be the next likely candidate out of our 4 survivors to do it is because it's also kind of like a chain of command thing. Because if you really think about it, out of everyone else, Lewis is most likely to do it, and it's also probably the most fair for him to do it right after Bill. Is because, let's just say that Lewis, without thinking, just decides to go sacrifice himself. It really wouldn't be the biggest loss to the group that way, because if you really think about it, Lewis, if he were to jump, he would be the most likely, other than Bill, to pull it off, in my opinion. Like, you know, because you could have a situation, there's another outcome you can think of, is that you could have a situation where someone goes to sacrifice themselves, and they die trying to do it, but they don't succeed. That's also another thing you gotta think of, is that I think that Lewis would be the one to be able to pull it off. They all could theoretically pull it off. There's so many different things you could do. This is like the, it's like the Detroit Become Human thing where there's all the different outcomes and the branch expands. You know what I'm talking about? Like all the different linear outcomes. I feel like that there's an outcome where everyone could try this and yet some of them would fail. Like they just go to sacrifice themselves, but yet they can't start the generator again. That could be a possibility, but we're not primarily going to be discussing that in this video because it would be way too broad. But let's just say that we go back to Lewis. If we go back to Lewis, I feel like he's not only the most likely to do it right after Bill, but he's also most likely to succeed. Because knowing Lewis, his charisma, his personality, he would be the most inclined to do it, and he would probably be the most likely to follow through. If you were to have it where, like, let's say Lewis did fully sacrifice himself and he did succeed in starting up the generator, that would remain now Lewis being dead, but now the main crew would be Bill, Francis, and Zoe. If Bill, Francis, and Zoe were the last remaining survivors, they probably would still stick with the sailboat idea, I feel, but only within a certain degree. Because here's the reason why. Bill, I believe, would still be absolutely hard set on getting the island. He would be, you know, completely heartbroken that Lewis would die, but he would still, for the sake of Francis and Zoe, want to end up getting to this island. He would want the rest of his now made-up family to survive. However, though, this wouldn't be without difficulty, because I can guarantee you that Zoe would give him massive shit for this. He would absolutely get the worst shit ever. He would get completely and utterly, verbally just destroyed by Zoe. And the reason why I say this is because right before the events of the sacrifice, Zoe and Bill are having disagreements. They're talking about what happens in the comic book. You can see this in the sacrifice comic, about how that Bill is being way too way too selfish, it seems, to Zoe, and Bill's just trying to say, hey, you know, in Zoe's perspective at least, hey, let's forget everybody and just all be on our own. Whereas Zoe wants to be able to help people by stopping the zombie apocalypse, whether it be by trying to find a cure or trying to kill the zombies, or basically just not leaving everyone behind. So Zoe would give Bill absolutely massive shit for this. In fact, she would give it massive shit regardless if it was Francis or Lewis, because, you know, Zoe does care about all of them, regardless of how she may feel in the moment. The reason why it just ended up being the way it was just because initially the canon ending was Bill. But let's just continue on. So if Lewis did sacrifice himself, Zoe would give him massive shit for this. And there is a likely chance that they may not go to the sailboat idea, because Zoe might be so absolutely resistant that she would just not budge. I don't think that's a guarantee, and I do feel like it is still more likely to have the island transition idea. I feel like that the island idea would work with the idea of Lewis dying, Francis dying, and then also all of them escaping. I feel like the island idea only would not work if Zoe were to die, which we'll get into later. But yes, I believe that if Lewis were to die, he would most likely succeed, but however though, it would end up having a situation where Zoe and Bill's relationship would probably be strained for the rest of their existence. I can't imagine them getting through that. The only reason why Zoe might have been able to get closure is because of the fact that Bill did die. But if it was anybody else, especially if it was Lewis and Francis, I feel like the circumstances would have been much more different. Now let's talk about a slight difference with it being Francis. I don't think that Francis would be the one to do it. I feel like it would be Zoe, honestly, next down the line. But Francis could do it. You could be shocked, but you know, you might be able to see a possibility where Francis might be the one to sacrifice himself. I'm not saying he wouldn't. I'm just saying is that out of everybody, I feel like that's the least likely one to happen, just be given Francis's personality. Francis would probably try to end up doing the thing where he tries to, like, tough it out and tries to slay all the tanks, and probably tries to do this grit me manly thing where it's just like, hey, you know, I'm just gonna stand toe-to-toe with these 3 tanks that are coming at us right as the bridge is trying to get up. I think that he would probably do something like that. But if he had to last second, yes, he would jump and he would try to sacrifice himself. But because of that cockiness, I feel like he'd be more likely to fail. And that leads me into my other outcome, which I was talking about earlier, where let's say that someone were to fail trying to sacrifice themselves. I feel like because of Francis's, like, I guess you could say ego to try to survive, he would probably try to do a thing where he would probably wait to the last second where it was too late, and when he would go to sacrifice himself, either the tanks would reach everybody, and, you know, everyone would end up being a situation where he could either be killed, or he would end up having a situation arise where he just simply cannot make it to the generator to activate it again, which would then lead to the other survivors being 100% screwed, and one more person would have to try to jump in hopes of the sacrifice actually working this time, therefore leaving 2. And this were to happen, who would do it from there? Because let's say that Francis dies and he just fails. Out of Lewis, Bill, and Zoe, who would then be next? At this point, it would once again be Bill, in my opinion, because like I said, Bill and Lewis are the most likely to. So, out of chain of, you know, command, once again, it would be Bill, because Bill is still alive in this scenario, which would then therefore leave Lewis alone with Zoe. And they are, I feel like, would get along well enough, because Lewis and Zoe are good friends. And I'm not trying to say that there is the, you know, 100% possibility of it, but there could be a situation where, let's say, that they could, at this point in time, hook up with the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, because I feel like that if it was just Lewis and Zoe, they probably would not do the island thing. And they would just stay. And then when the Left 4 Dead 2 crew would come around, they would probably end up going with them, because they would be alone. They would have too many people die, and they would want to be with people again. Because even though they would be theoretically going with the military, there's just strength in numbers. And in Left 4 Dead, having 4 people can sometimes be tough to kill a whole entire army of special infected. Try doing it with 2. You know what I mean? So now let's go down one last chain of command, which is going to end up being Zoe. What if Zoe were to sacrifice herself out of everybody? Well, if Zoe would have done this, this would have absolutely heartbroke Bill. He would have been completely and utterly destroyed. This would be the one thing that would break Bill. Because Bill loves everyone, but he has a very special connection to Zoe. The way I look at this is that Zoe looks at Bill as a father figure, and Bill looks at Zoe as a daughter figure. They have a really father-daughter relationship with each other. And that's why they're so passionate in their love and also their anger towards each other, especially towards the end of the sacrifice. They're just trying to convince the other one of their own opinion. So, what would happen is that I feel like that if Zoe were to die, Bill would feel awful. Because Bill would be like, oh crap, I just really got to the point where I drove Zoe so far away from me that she thought she was better off dead. Now, yes, this could be out of a thing out of love, but if you really want to be dark, if you really want to be sinister about it, she also could in this situation do it just because she doesn't see a positive future. Bill could have just made her emotionally distraught, and she could have just been like, hey, you know what? Maybe the old man's right. Maybe it is a thing where everyone's going to be on their own. So since that's the case, this life's not worth living. You could be very dark and sinister and say Zoe just wanted to sacrifice herself, let the others move on, but now she's home free and she's gone, she's out. She doesn't have to be a part of it anymore. Which is a really dark situation to think about it, so we'll slightly lighter ones. Let's just say that she sacrifices herself just for the sake of the group. If she were to sacrifice herself for the sake of the group, you end up having now the situation where it's just Francis, Bill, and Lewis. And everyone would be distraught. But I feel like it would definitely most likely be Bill. And probably out of sheer guilt, I would think that Bill would abandon the boat idea. This would be the only situation where I could see that he would abandon the boat idea. Because the fact that Zoe was so resistant of it, and the fact that Zoe were to kill herself by sacrificing herself for the rest of the group, Bill would feel so guilt-stricken that he would be like, you know what, I'm going to honor Zoe's last wish, and I'm not going to take the sailboat, and we are going to just stay here, and we're going to save everybody. Which would lead them then transitioning to the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, which would mean that they would end up helping them out. Now, yes, Bill would probably still have a problem with the military and not go with the Left 4 Dead 2 crew at that point, but he would at least stay and try to help the group onward. So, out of all the scenarios, these are our circumstances and all of our possible outcomes. Situation A, everyone escapes and they end up taking the boat and they get to an island. If they get to the island, it could be completely safe and they could end up surviving. Happily ever after. This is the best circumstance. However, though, another outcome of that situation would be that the zombies are all already there, or someone sends zombies to get there because they make enemies. Now, if the zombies are all to the point where they're like special infected, the island would probably be uninhabitable and they would have to rinse and repeat and just go trying to find a safe haven again. But there could be another situation, slightly better. Not as best as the first one, but it could be a nice second one. They could go somewhere like a foreign country, and they could go somewhere where there's an abandoned island, or at least a island that is so touristy popular that it's way too expensive to realistically have people be there, or it's just, kind of like a place where a lot of people wouldn't live anyway. Now we're going to be talking about the situations where someone else besides Bill sacrifices themselves. So, if Lewis were to sacrifice himself, I feel like that, yes, Bill would try to convince Zoe and Francis to still take the island, and then that cycle would happen once again. But however, though, Bill would end up having this relationship strain with Zoe, and they probably would despise each other. Or at least Zoe would despise Bill, but Bill would probably try to make amends, but it just would fail working. I can definitely see that, but who knows? Maybe it could work out after all. Maybe they might bond through grief. But another situation is Francis sacrificing himself. Now, if he does succeed, I still feel like they would move onto the island idea. I didn't talk about what if Francis did succeed. If he did succeed, they probably would do the island idea again, and then once again it would repeat. But if he were to fail, I feel like that the next chain of command thing would be Bill, and then therefore it would be Lewis and Zoe left, and then they would probably move on with the Left 4 Dead 2 crew because they want to have strength in numbers and be with people again. The last scenario is Zoe sacrifices herself. If Zoe were to sacrifice herself, now you have this situation where Bill would probably be so grief-stricken that he just wouldn't want to do the island idea anymore. So with Francis and Lewis, he would probably just stay put and help everyone, which would lead him to helping the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. So the most drastic difference of all of these would end up being that Francis ends up sacrificing himself, failing, Bill then does it, and then he succeeds, and then it's Lewis and Zoe left, and they move on with the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. That's probably the most drastic difference between the current sacrifice plot line. So that is my humble opinion about it. But now at the end of the day, guys, this is where I'm going to be asking you. What do you think about all these different ideas? Hey everybody, Black Ninja 797 here, and welcome back to another video, guys. In today's Left 4 Dead 2 video, we're going to be doing the second ever episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those of you guys that are new to this series, welcome, my friends. It is good to see you. Let me explain basically how this series is going to work. So this series is going to be taking inspiration from the Marvel What If series that is by Disney. Now, in the Marvel What If series, they go over a whole bunch of different possibilities about roles being switched, storylines being messed up, and a whole slew of outcomes that could be just completely different than the canon outcomes that we all have known and loved about the Marvel series. And that's what I want to do for the Left 4 Dead series. I want to end up asking the question, what if, on so many different things. And one of them today is going to be one that was requested by one of you guys on the very first episode. And this request was to talk about what if the survivors ended up making it to the evacuation helicopter at the beginning of NSenr. So that is going to be the theme for today's episode. If you guys end up enjoying today's video, please end up dropping a like, comment, subscribe, and all that beautiful stuff. Alrighty guys, so sit back, grab a drink, grab a snack, maybe perhaps take a dump while you're watching this, and let's get on with the video. So what would happen if Ellis, Coach, Nick, and Rochelle all ended up getting to the roof on time at the beginning of NSenr and got on and escaped via the evacuation helicopter? Well, my friends, there is a couple of scenarios that we could go over, and let's discuss the very first one, which is that they end up getting on the helicopter. But however, though, instead of being able to get to their rescue, or in this case, their planned destination, the helicopter pilot ends up turning into a zombie. This has happened throughout all the other campaigns, and it's a part of the story where basically, since the survivors are carriers, even though they are immune, they end up spreading it. Kind of like, the whole entire pandemic thing going on right now with the word I can't say because the YouTube will flag it. But basically, it spreads from person to person, even if you are immune, essentially, or in this case, non-symptomatic. So what could happen is that the helicopter pilot, or in this case their rescue, could just end up dying. They could end up infecting him, making him turn into a zombie, and then the plane ends up crashing, and then they can either land in a campaign that we end up knowing, such as Dark Carnival, or Swamp Fever, Hard Rain, The Parish. Like, theoretically, they could go anywhere. It depends on where they crash. Or they could go somewhere new. Now, if they were to do this for the sake of fun and creativity, instead of taking the easy way out and just saying, oh, they just go to Dark Carnival and then they just do the normal classic thing with a slight intermission in between, let's say they end up going somewhere new. Alright, let's just say that they go somewhere new, just for the sake of funsies, and so that way we can daydream. So, picture this. Imagine if your head, if you would please, that instead of going to one of the locations that we have done before, think of something crazy, think of something fun, and think of a really cool location that our characters could go to. This could be, theoretically, a Left 4 Dead 1 location, but twisted. Perhaps, maybe, they could go to the Sacrifice. They could go to the Port, and then they can end up having their own version of the Sacrifice. Ooh, wouldn't that be different? You know, because remember in the Left 4 Dead comics, that what happened is after Blood Harvest, when the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors got rescued, they ended up shortly going over to the Sacrifice. Maybe our characters end up going to the Sacrifice, and we have a Left 4 Dead 2 style type of Sacrifice circumstance. You know what I mean? Although that one will be hard to do, because keep in mind is that this is based off of NSenr, the characters don't know each other as well. So they might not be in a situation where they're as attached to each other and is willing to sacrifice. They might end up dying trying to fight and just blunt force it and not trying to think of the well-being of each other just straight off the rip. But it could happen. So there could be a circumstance where they go to the Sacrifice. There also could be a circumstance where, let's say, they just go to a full-on brand new map with a brand new location, everything, which then sets up another sets of chains of events where they can end up meeting new survivors. They might have not met Zoe, Lewis, and Francis if they went down this path. They also could have had circumstances where they could have just ended up having a happily ever after at the new location right after they crash. They could have actually done a thing where they crash in an area on an island. They could have had Bill's circumstances that he wanted, where they get onto an island that they can end up holding down. The plane could just go, hey, we're flying over the water now, and crash, and then they go onto a island, and the island is able to be saved, and they can end up inhabiting it, and that's their new home. That could be a circumstance. But let's just say that for the sake of making the story not only more detailed and more fun and creative, let's just make it also just easier and just say that the helicopter pilot just does not die. Let's just say that they don't infect him somehow. Let's say they take the precautions. They're immune to themselves. Whatever you would like to believe. So this circumstance, the military, or in this case their rescue vehicle, their pilot, doesn't end up turning. I'm assuming at this point they would probably go to a military base regardless if this individual person was military or not. But I do believe that the same helicopter in the NSenr is the one from the parish, which therefore is a military-owned one, or at least military operated or affiliated with. And this means that they probably would end up going to the military, because that's their goal at the end of the day. They're trying to get rescued, and Ellis, Coach, Nick, and Rochelle are all trying to get to the military. That's their goal. So if they end up getting to the military, they could be in a situation, once again, also a lot like the Sacrifice, or in this case, the Sacrifice comics, to be more specific, where the Sacrifice comics, where Zoe, Lewis, Francis, and Bill, they're starting to get into a situation where they're trying to have the survivors basically be as their guinea pigs. They're trying to experiment on them. They want to see why they're immune. They want to end up seeing if they can end up using them to the benefit of them to end up curing or end up stopping the zombie apocalypse. They also just might be just not trusting them, and they just might want to end up killing them, and that's, you know, that's the end of the day. That's their main objective. Now, I'm not saying that the military in Left 4 Dead might be that truly cold. They look very, very cold and very, very bad in the comics. I will say that, is that they very much seem untrustworthy, with the exceptions of a few moments such as, the survivors being able to convince them otherwise, or just in general that not every one of them all seems just as bad as the other, because some survivors, or in this case some military personnel in the Left 4 Dead Sacrifice comics, some seemed more willing to work with the survivors, such as the two guards that originally team up with them at the end, or maybe even the scientist that decides to back off the testing and decides to end up just trying to talk with them and end up trying to sort things out, rather than just forcing himself upon them, if you get what I am inferring to. So what Nick, Coach, Rochelle, and Ellis would be in with this circumstance would be very similar, I feel, personally. They probably would end up having it where they would be in a testing area where they're going to be trying to be experimented on / just interrogated until they end up having every single question exhausted out of them. Because it's the same military. I don't think it would change much from Left 4 Dead 1 to the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, minus a few exceptions. Now, the difference between the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and the 2 crew, like I said, is they know each other with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew more than they do in the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. So either the character development would have to happen abnormally fast. I don't know if they would have a lot of catching up to do necessarily. And they probably wouldn't have a natural strong bond anyways, because they wouldn't have tried to survive with each other as long. They would only have gone through one map and technically not even one map, like the beginning, like barely anything of the map, because, you know, sure, they were surviving pre-Dead Center, but not nearly as long as going through Dead Center in full, Dark Carnival in full, Swamp Fever in full, Hard Rain in full, and the Parish in full. That's a lot of maps. Now, yes, even though canonically in the story, from Dark Carnival to the Parish ending, from beginning to end, that only takes place over one day. But even in that one day, that's a lot of surviving and a lot of caring about each other and trying not to die and just trying to just survive. That makes you bond with someone quite a lot. So maybe they might bond with each other, you know, as much, but I doubt it. So they probably would have a weaker bond, I'm just saying. So Nick would probably still be a lot more selfish. Ellis and Coach would probably be the most sympathetic, but they probably wouldn't have nearly as much of a connection, lack of nicknames. They probably wouldn't know each other by name, really, or at least they're like nicknames that they give each other. And then Rochelle, I feel like, would be someone in the middle, more towards the side of probably Ellis and Coach, but a little bit more like Nick. Because she is sassy and just kind of at times a little bit of a smart aleck. That's just my personal belief on my take on Rochelle. Now, let's just say, for the sake of the story, once again, to make it more clear and more easier for all of us to listen to and also explain, let's just say it's basically like the sacrifice. And I'm even going to do it in such a way that, you know how the characters, when you end up selecting them, if you go from, like, let's say the Left 4 Dead 1 campaign to the Left 4 Dead 2 campaign, it will auto-load a certain character. So, for example, I don't know if you knew this, but when you're playing as Bill in a Left 4 Dead 1 map, if you don't go back to the main menu and instead you just try to switch over to a Left 4 Dead 2 map, it will automatically make you Nick. Or in this case, if you're playing a Left 4 Dead 1 map and you're playing as Francis, it will make you Ellis if you load up a Left 4 Dead 2 map. And then same thing with Zoe becoming Rochelle, and then Lewis becoming Coach. So let's say, if we're going that logic, that in the case of the comics, let's say they try to do the same thing. They lock up two survivors while they're interrogating / trying to attempt to end up testing on the other two. So in this case, if we're going functionally based off the gameplay and also trying to integrate it within the story, that means that if Lewis and Francis were the ones that were locked up and Bill and Zoe were the ones getting interrogated, that means instead we would end up having Coach and Ellis locked up and Rochelle and Nick being interrogated. And I can just tell you this, is that if this is the route we're going, this is going to go bad really fast, because here's the reason why. It's Nick and Rochelle. I'm not saying that they can't be calm and collective in their own regards, but I will tell you this, is that both of them together in this high stress of a circumstance, especially barely knowing each other, keep that in mind. I gotta keep reiterating that. They don't have that like balance between each other's personalities yet, so they might even bicker amongst themselves. You also got to keep that in mind. There will probably be a lot of bashing heads, and I guarantee you that if Nick still has his philosophy that he has at the end of the Parish, where he is skeptical of the military, even before they started noticing that there's dead people rather than zombies, and there's a suspicion that they might be killing people, Nick probably would end up trying to pull something. I don't think that he would try to be like an absolute dick and immediately kill people. He would probably try to size people up and like basically try to intimidate or threaten them. But I can tell you this, Nick would try something at least once. He would probably try to go for someone's keys. He probably would try to stab somebody or shoot somebody, maybe throw a sucker punch here or two, and then probably immediately get shut down because he would be surrounded, he'd be outnumbered. And in that circumstance, sure, it probably would not end up escalating too much in anything, because in this circumstance they would need them. But they have the other three. They could easily just kill Nick. I mean, if Nick's really causing that much problems, and they still could afford to use Ellis, Coach, and Rochelle, they very well might have the ability just to say, hey, just shoot Nick. They could just, or they could even do it to Rochelle, because I guarantee you this, it wouldn't be just Nick. Everyone would be in this circumstance and be very stressed out. I could even see in a circumstance, even though it would be rare in comparison to the other two, but let's say that was Ellis and Coach rather than Nick and Rochelle. I would say that Ellis and Coach would definitely try to escape, but without the means of violence. Maybe there might be a comeuppance, where, like, let's say Coach and Ellis are being like, hey, you know what, I'm going to try to sneak their keys, or hey, like, let's try to escape when they're not looking, or I'm going to distract them, or we're going to knock them out rather than trying to murder them flat outright. I can definitely see that happening, and I'm going on the side of skepticism from the military, because I don't think, like I said, they would change that much. Obviously, if they're going to be in the same universe, I feel like that the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors aren't any less better off than the Left 4 Dead 2 ones would be. So I'm just basically trying to replicate the circumstances. Alright, so now we are on to situation 3 of today's video. So for situation 3, this is going to be the situation where they end up going and they end up getting rescued. They go to the military base and they're trying to be interrogated, they're trying to be tested on. But however though, they successfully escape. But the ways of escaping, I feel, would be different than the way that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew ended up doing it. Because with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, this is the reason why I think so. With the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, I'm going to be kind of stereotypical here when I say this. It might sound kind of unfair, but just think about it from a different point of view here in just a second. Just bear with me. When it comes to the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, let's look at them from their stereotyped position, alright? So with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, you've got ex-Vietnam military veteran, you've got ex-criminal biker dude, you've got office clerk, and then you've also got a young, just a young teenager / young adult, just female. And then with the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, you have got a mechanical worker, with like an auto shop worker. You've got a old high school football coach. You've got a news reporter, and you've now got also a ex-convict or a gambler. And the thing is, with these circumstances, with these different groups, which one, if you were a military personnel in the zombie apocalypse with a means to keep these people under high lock and key, which one would you be more suspicious of? Now, you might be thinking to yourself, being like, John, that's a silly question. Wouldn't they just be equal? Well, think about it on an individual level. Let me be more specific. So instead of saying which group would you be more suspicious of, which person would you be the most suspicious of? And keep in mind that both groups have one person that sticks out, and that's Francis and Nick. Now, Francis and Nick are similar, and they're also different. They are both in a circumstance where the military will keep an extra close eye on them because of their past. Francis and Nick are both ex-convicts because they've been in some stuff before. The thing is with Nick, though, is that I feel that due to Nick's personality, and he would probably make this known right away to them, they would probably end up keeping him on high alert because of the fact that he would probably not only end up having a very, very, very big temper tantrum at least once, but he just also is just, he's very hard to miss. It's like, we got ex-convict, gambler, dickhead. It's like, Nick is very obvious what he is, and to a military person in a zombie apocalypse, they'd be like, yeah, lock that guy up, I'm not dealing with this shit, I'm going on my break. So yeah, Nick would stand out hardcore, and I probably would say he'd stand out more than Francis. Because at least out of everybody, I feel like that Francis is the more calmer of the two between him and Nick. Even though they're similar, yes, in their own ways, and Francis can be at times just as bad as Nick, but Nick's definitely the most hot-headed out of everybody. We all know this. If you play Left 4 Dead, you'd be lying to yourself if you would say otherwise. He can be calm, he definitely can be calm, but he is the most hot-headed out of everybody. So, in this circumstance, I don't think they would make friends. I don't think that they would escape with the assistance of the guards, because the guards would probably keep such a high profile on Nick that they probably wouldn't trust anybody he's associated with. Even though Ellis and Coach and Rochelle are very nice, but if you guys have reasoning to make me have a different opinion, definitely feel free to let me know. I would like to believe otherwise. I'd like to look at other opinions. Maybe they might have convincing power, who knows? Or maybe Nick might surprise me if you clarify and point out something that I missed. But I feel that probably the circumstance that would happen was they would just escape on their own. They would have a circumstance where they would probably end up getting someone's keys. Probably going to end up being Nick in the scenarios, because keep in mind that, going back from a second ago, if they're playing as the character or based off the way that they spawn in the game, in this room that's getting interrogated right now, or in this case the ones that technically has the ability to roam free or has access to get to stuff, would be Rochelle and Nick, because they would be substituting for Bill and Zoe. Nick would definitely try something. He has the means to do it. He wants to do it. He is the type of person to do it. Probably, if he could successfully do it, it would most likely be getting someone's keys and freeing the other two. Because even if he doesn't know Coach just as good as he did before, same thing with Ellis, he would want to end up having the extra manpower, because they would want to escape just as bad as he does. Rochelle would also probably convince him, just because Rochelle would be a lot more nicer than he would be. I can definitely see Nick being like, hey, I'm just going to escape, and then Rochelle being like, what the hell you mean, boy? You get your ass back there. We're going to save everyone. I don't know why for some reason I made Rochelle like more stereotypical black woman than she is, but I can imagine her giving him shit. But, yeah, like, dude, like, I can definitely see a circumstance like that playing out. And they would probably end up fighting their way through. They probably would get a couple of guns. I can also see the keys being like those like old prison keys where it's like it's got a key for basically everything. They could get a gun, maybe even a hostage. They could maybe get the one guard and use them as a way to get to a hostage situation so they could unlock the gun room. And then from there, just grab a couple of guns and then just fight their way out from there. Or they could go the stealth route, but they would bust out on their own. In my humble opinion, they would. I just can easily see it. Knowing how hot-headed Nick is, he probably would want to end up bashing a couple of heads before he escaped. Maybe knock some guys out. Maybe have a fist fight or two with a couple of people. And maybe he might kill someone. He might kill someone at least once or twice. But I feel like he definitely wants to kick someone's ass, knowing Nick. Hell, everyone else after being stressed out probably might want to kick someone else's ass. And you know what? Maybe Nick might rub off on them. Maybe because he's in this high-stress circumstance. Maybe because of the fact that they all want to live. And maybe because of the fact that they all are pissed off at the military. You know what? Maybe they might all agree with Nick. Maybe they'll be like, you know what, Nick? Yeah, you're right. Let's kick some ass. And they might just shoot everybody. It could happen. But now, guys, we got one last bonus circumstance. And this one's probably going to end up being the most fun out of all of them. Is it the most likely? We'll discuss that in a minute. This is going to be the circumstance where the Left 4 Dead 2 crew and the Left 4 Dead 1 crew meet up at the military base. You could have a circumstance where if you change a couple of dates around and you change the tempo of things, because since this is a what if, we could mess the timeline up a little bit. Let's put it in a circumstance on purpose where the dates and the pathings fall in such a way that both crews meet up in this fashion. Not the passing, but at the military base instead. Now, they would still probably have the first impressions of each other that they did back in the passing, but the Left 4 Dead 2 crew's bond with each other would end up probably being a little bit lower. Now, yes, from the Dead Center to the passing, it's only one mission, and they make a lot of bonding over that span of time, but it's still less, because I don't think that they would be there that long to end up being able to bond like they did before the normal traditional canon way. So it probably would be less. So now we've got 8 people that really all just kind of want a means to escape. But the good news is, though, that Zoe, Lewis, and Francis all at least know each other. Through their group bond effort, you can end up having a moment where, because of the way that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew's bond is so strong, the Left 4 Dead 2 crew might bond with them. And if you want to even get a little bit more fun with this circumstance, you could have one where Bill's alive in this instance. Because Bill's not dead until after the Sacrifice comic, or after they've left the military base. So we can end up having it where Ellis, Coach, Nick, and Rochelle all meet Bill. And if they all met Bill, I can definitely see a whole bunch of things going down. Number one is that Bill would definitely be a really positive influence on everybody. He would influence everyone's leadership skills. He would influence everyone's survival skills. He would influence everyone and just on being a good person and loyal to who you are as a group. He would probably reinforce the group to want to get to know each other better and bond. And that would be good for Bill and also for everyone. And it probably would be the best circumstance, ideally. Is the most common circumstance, however, though? Maybe. I feel that this is the one that's honestly the least likely to happen due to the way that the dates and the way that things function. It's the most fun, but it's definitely going to be a stretch. I think the most likely circumstance is either going to be circumstance 2 or 3, where they get kidnapped. Not kidnapped, sorry. It sounds like it's kidnapping. It sounds like a prison sentence more than anything. But they end up going to the military base. They're trying to get interrogated / tested on, and they either escape or they don't escape. Now, this is a coin toss. You could just say, hey, knowing them, they escape or they don't escape, it's up to you. But I want to say, not only for the sake of fun, but also just for the sake of fairness, that I think it's kind of not just to assume that the Left 4 Dead 2 crew can't escape while the Left 4 Dead 1 crew can. So let's just say they escape. Because I definitely know they have the manpower to do it. And they have the means to do it and they want to do it. And knowing them, they could definitely do it. If they escaped, where would they go, though? That is the question at the end of the day. Would they continue to end up having this circumstance where they would just keep looping through places until they found a safe haven? Would it be like the way that the Sacrifice was, where after the military, they just try to find a sailboat and escape and just be done with people? Would they maybe perhaps try to end up being with people that are just not in the military? Would they end up trying to be in a circumstance where they just stay where they were? Because remember in the passing, how that Zoe, Lewis, and Francis just never left the port after Bill died? They could just end up being in a spot where they just kind of substitute the island. They show a new location instead. I think that would be the most likely circumstance. Honestly, I can definitely see the Left 4 Dead 2 crew having different means of getting to the same type of ending as the way that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew sacrifice comic ending was. The ending would be slightly different, like nano decisions. Like, you know how in video games when you have branching storylines, you can get sometimes an ending that's really different, but some that are just only a little bit different? Maybe someone's alive, maybe someone's not alive, maybe a certain character did certain things a certain way that made the character's relationships get stronger or weaker. Or maybe you can even just have like little things such as dialogue, like just characters' personalities and stuff just might develop a certain way. That's what I'm thinking here. I feel like the most likely circumstance to happen, and probably the most, or I'd say the second most satisfying, other than of course all the people meeting up, like all 8 survivors, because that would be definitely awesome. I think that probably what would end up happening is they would get rescued, they would get to the military base, probably would be interrogated / tested on, just like they were trying to do with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. They would find a means to escape, a little bit more of a violent and guns a-blazing type of approach, maybe a sneaking out approach, but it's definitely something that could happen. And then what they do then from there is they end up getting to a circumstance where they're trying to survive on an area by themselves, in an island, a area that they just end up holding out on, or they just might try to meet up with new people. They might even meet up with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew this way. They might end up having where after they escape, they meet up with them, and that's just how they hook up. And maybe Bill might be alive in this scenario, maybe he will not be. That's for all of us to decide. I would like to say that he could. We could end up having a situation where they meet up afterward, and then you end up getting that happily ever after ending after all. You never know. But that's the whole entire point of What If, you know what I mean? The next topic that we're going to be talking about is Left 4 Dead 2. What if Zoe's parents didn't die? For those of you guys that don't know about the Left 4 Dead series, there is one part in the storyline that may or may not be clarified for you, depending on how often you end up researching stuff about the game. And that's the Left 4 Dead comics. There is a sub-series of comics where there's 4 parts, or you can think of them as one giant comic book or several mini comic books, basically explaining the backstories of the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, which in this case is Francis, Bill, Lewis, and Zoe. And in Zoe's particular case, when it came to the Sacrifice comics, she was in part 2 of the series. And in this specific comic, it gives us backstory about how Zoe ended up becoming the survivor that she is. And one of the ways that they do that is by showing Zoe losing her parents. Because in Zoe's origin story, we end up seeing that Zoe's mom ends up getting bit, which then she turns into a zombie herself. She ends up biting Zoe's dad, leading to Zoe having to kill her own dad. This is basically what sets Zoe up for being the, survivor that she is today. And I wanted to talk about the alternate version of that being, what if Zoe's parents just didn't die? What if one parent lived? What if both parents lived? What would happen to Zoe fundamentally as a character if she wasn't having to rely on Francis and Lewis and Bill all the time? Because if you really think about it, when someone is removed or added to a storyline, regardless if it's a movie, TV show, book, or a video game, character dynamic is going to change, absolutely. And so, someone as close to Zoe as her own parents, I can only imagine that it would be drastically different. But however though, that's the fun part about this series, that it also may not be what you expect. Sometimes we can end up having these little subcategories with these butterfly effects. Sometimes a situation in a story can cause the exact same thing to happen over and over and over again, such as with the reference, and I'm going to reference Avengers Endgame, where Doctor Strange is talking to everybody, including Iron Man, where Iron Man's asking about how many situations did they beat Thanos, and he of course only ends up saying 1. So sometimes you can end up getting a situation that happens, but sometimes it's more rare, and sometimes it's not as rare as you might think it is. So let's talk about several different scenarios about what would happen if Zoe's parents lived versus when they ended up dying. So let's talk about the first scenario, which would just be both parents live. So let's talk about this. If both Zoe's father and Zoe's mother lived, what would happen? So let's take the comic for just a situation here real quick. Let's just say that they end up living through the comic part. So the zombie breaks into their house, and let's just say, for the sake of making the thing simple, let's just say that Zoe's dad pulls out his gun and kills the zombie before the zombie can even do anything, therefore saving Zoe and also her mom, and they end up living. If Zoe's mom and also Zoe's dad were alive in this case, you know that the first thing that they would end up doing right away is figure out exactly what the heck is going on and try to get out of town as soon as they possibly can, because there is no way in my mind I can imagine Zoe's dad just being like, oh yeah, we're just gonna shrug this off, because Zoe's dad seems very protective and very caring of Zoe, and same thing also with his wife being Zoe's mom. Now, Zoe's mom would probably try to end up being the more, the more passive, I feel, one out of the group, because even though she ends up caring for Zoe and wants, Zoe to end up like going to school, is a lot more strict with her, she also, I don't think, would really be as much of a fighter as Zoe's dad, because Zoe's dad is the yin to the yang in this scenario, where he's the, the masculine stereotypical protector in this case, and, Zoe's mom is just the exact opposite. I'm not trying to make it like a sexist thing, I'm just trying to point out that we just all know that Zoe's mom is more passive and Zoe's dad is just more aggressive. He's trying to take care of his family. So the idea is here is I think that Zoe would have to end up having a little bit of a, not necessarily like a nitpicky thing, but it could theoretically be a nitpicky thing, because keep in mind Zoe's parents were fighting in the comics right up until they died. I think that there would be a set of periods of time where both Zoe's parents, they would end up arguing, saying about like what's going to be best for Zoe. Zoe's dad would probably immediately want Zoe to end up learning how to like do every single form of combat, every single form of self-defense, figure out who to trust, figure out who not to trust. I feel like that Zoe's mom would try to be like, you need to end up getting with a group of survivors, we need to end up getting help, we need to get to the military, we need strength in numbers, basically just being like together as a group. And I feel like that Zoe's dad would be more like, we need to be more independent and have like very minimal people as possible, and just try to survive by ourselves. I feel like that Zoe would actually end up having a really close connection to her dad, even more in this scenario, by the way, because like, not necessarily to say that Zoe doesn't love her mom, but I feel like that Zoe, ends up caring for her dad just slightly more, just only solely because that Zoe's dad is a little bit more loose, and plus also her dad ends up like kind of like encouraging Zoe to end up doing the things that she likes, even though that's not exactly good for her, such as the horror movie thing that they reference in the comics. But we all know that, a child is going to end up bonding with their parent that they feel the most connected to when they end up trying to support them what they do emotionally. Because even though Zoe's mom is trying to do what's best for her by trying to get her to like do educational stuff, because it was referencing school back with her going like to college and how she was messing up with her grades, I feel like that even though she does truly love her mom dearly, Zoe would be connected more to her dad. And so therefore, in these zombie apocalypse situations, she would also probably therefore listen to her dad more. Now, would this result in a tear between Zoe's mom and even Zoe's dad? Theoretically, it depends. I definitely could see both Zoe's mom and dad going at each other's throats more because of this, because they're trying to protect Zoe now. It's not a matter just of her education, it's keeping her safe and alive, on top of keeping each other alive. So they would probably be bashing heads even more now, and Zoe would still have to deal with that drama while trying to survive. Would that be good for her? Absolutely not. It would be a very stressful thing. But however, though, having her parents with her would be a different type of reassurance, and it would definitely still be good for her to have her family with her. Now, let's say hypothetically that even though her parents don't die, let's say they still end up meeting Francis, Bill, and Lewis. Now, if they were to meet Francis, Bill, and Lewis, I could still see that Zoe would get along very well with everybody. And to a certain degree, I can also see Zoe's dad getting well with everybody. In fact, actually, I think that Bill and Zoe's dad would agree on quite a lot of things. But also at the same time, ironically, I feel like that they would also disagree on a lot of things. Because even though Bill basically is Zoe's surrogate father figure within the story, I still feel that Zoe with her dad is going to be more of a, I guess you could say, an importance in this regard than Bill, because obviously, Bill's not her real dad. The only reason why Zoe's so connected to Bill is because of the fact that her dad is dead. And when it comes to Bill, I feel like that if anything, he would be more considered like a grandfather figure Not necessarily that's a bad thing, but he would just be kind of like down on the totem pole a little bit. Now, this doesn't mean that Bill has like no purpose. It doesn't mean that at all. I'm just saying is that in terms of priorities, that's where I think he would stand. Now, I think that there would also be a big problem, though, with, like, things such as Francis. Like, I feel like that Zoe's dad would be, like, hesitant towards him, because even though he can survive and he would be able to contribute to the group, he'd probably be suspicious, just considering the fact that he's like, ooh, me, macho biker, get away from my daughter, yada, yada. And then Zoe's mom would also probably even red flag that as well, so ironically, staring at Francis, they would probably both agree on something for once. But they would probably be reassured by Bill and also Lewis to be like, hey, we're just all trying to survive out here. I can even see a situation where, like, Zoe's parents is going to be like, oh, well, we want you to stay with, Bill because, Francis is untrustworthy and, we just don't know about Lewis. Lewis just seems weird. No, I'm just giving shit. I'm just completely making that last part up about Lewis. No, Lewis would be a good guy. But, yeah, I can definitely see there being tensions for good and also for bad reasons. But at the end of the day, I feel like the group would honestly get along quite well. I feel like that Bill would be a grandfather figure in this case. Francis would just be considered just mildly suspicious, and Lewis would just be kind of there, just like how he normally is. No real big takeaway in either direction, good or bad. He would just be the way he pretty much is. I don't think things would change much. Now, here's the thing, is that even though I think this is all fine and dandy, let's talk about the ultimate outcome. Would they survive? Do I think that if Bill, Lewis, Francis, and Zoe could survive with Zoe's parents? Yes, I do think so. However, though, I don't think it would be permanently. Because let's say the story plays out the exact same way that it does before. Like, let's say they go from no mercy all the way up to the sacrifice. I feel like it would play out pretty much for the most part the exact same way. But I can tell you this, is that as much as this might seem sad and might just seem counterintuitive because the whole entire idea is we're trying to imagine if their, her parents lived, I feel like in the sacrifice scenario specifically, probably what would happen is that it wouldn't be Bill sacrificing. I think it'd be Zoe's dad. Because even though Bill is old, and Bill's like, like in the sacrifice, because obviously you can tell that Bill's mentality going into the sacrifice is, you know what, screw it, I'm an old man, I'm a veteran, I want to save my surrogate family, and I want to make sure that they all can live happily ever after. I'm just gonna just do this, because otherwise we might all die. Zoe's dad obviously is a lot younger, in better shape. He's not necessarily, like, got, like, a, almost kind of like a suicidal mission mentality going about him. I can still see it being, like, where Bill does sacrifice himself, yes. But I can also see in the heat of the moment, without thinking too clearly, like, you just make a last-second decision just spontaneously. I can easily see Zoe's dad sacrificing himself. And that would probably be a really good way to wrap things up with their story. Because I don't think that Zoe's parents would make it the whole entire way through. And as much as that sounds sad, I just don't think they would. And especially because here's the reason why. Is because Zoe's dad is... I feel like Zoe's dad would end up having it where he would end up making a mistake. Because Bill and Lewis and Zoe and Francis, they all have such similarities and yet such opposite, contrasting personalities. It's so funny. They agree with each other on a lot of things, but they have enough differences that make them all click, and they're perfect in some scenarios because they can all counter-check each other. If one person is off, the other three help them. Or sometimes in the worst case scenario, if 3 people are off, that one other person will help them. And the thing is, though, is that I can just imagine Bill and Zoe's dad being too similar to the point where what would happen is that they would try to end up being the leader of the group, and they would end up being hot-headed towards each other eventually. Not, like, initially right off the bat, but they would probably end up fighting for a sense of control, and that would probably result in somebody getting killed or something. Because when you have 2 alpha male thinking types of people, they obviously want to be the person leading. And what happens is, in the animal kingdom, when there's an alpha against another alpha, there will inevitably be a fight to have one person left. I'm not saying that they're going to kill each other, but probably what's going to happen is that they will indirectly kill each other. One person will probably make a decision or a call that will make a mistake and get someone killed, and I think at the end of the day, that's going to be Zoe's dad that gets killed. Do I think it's going to be responsible because of Bill? No, I actually think it's going to be Zoe's dad's own undoing. Because I think what's going to happen is that Zoe's dad such as in the sacrifice example, is going to be trying to be like, hey, you know what? I'm manly, I'm tough as shit, I can save everybody. And so what happens is that he goes into the sacrifice scenario thinking he can save everybody, but he doesn't come back. So that is why I mentioned that. Now for Zoe's mom, why do I think that she would just live only up until the very end? I feel like that just the thing is with Zoe's mom is that she's just not the survivor type. She's like, Zoe's mom seems a lot like Lori from The Walking Dead. Very nice, and even though, you know, like, I'm not trying to say that she's annoying like Lori, because we all know that in The Walking Dead, Lori was pretty annoying, if you watch the show at least. But the thing is, though, is that Zoe's mom seems just like the stereotypical mother being like, I hope the military just makes this go away type of thing. And wouldn't really survive, because that's just what she is. She's trying to wait it out and just hope for the best for just something that probably isn't going to happen. You know, in any sort of zombie apocalypse scenario, realistically, it's probably never going to be a thing you can undo. If a movie or a story tries to undo a zombie apocalypse with some sort of cure, it's far and few between, and it's usually hokey. So the zombie apocalypse would probably be a permanent thing, and the people that think otherwise are usually the people that end up getting killed. I can't give you a perfect scenario to say within which campaign, or even, you know, like in a fictional scenario when she would die. I just figured that she would. I could be completely wrong. She could have character development that would prove me wrong, but like I said, this is hypothetical. I'm just going off of what I think would happen. I can't go off of anything other than what I just portray her as from the comics. So that's what I think about that scenario. Now we also got to keep in mind, what happens if only one parent lives? Let's say that Zoe's mom or Zoe's dad is the only one that's left standing. If it was Zoe's mom, I'm just going to cut straight to the exact same thing like I just said just a moment ago. I think that she wouldn't last that long. Zoe's mom would probably get Zoe probably up to the point where it was that they would meet up with Louis, Francis, and Bill. But I think shortly after, she probably would die. No predictable way, no specific way. I'm just saying that just at some point I feel like she would die. But like I said, she could have character development that would prove me wrong. But the one scenario in particular that I think is the most interesting is if it was just Zoe's dad that lived in particular. Because the reason why is I say this. There is a Left 4 Dead theory that goes around occasionally out and about, and you can look this up. But there is basically this fan theory talking about how that when it comes to the Left 4 Dead survivors' immunity to the the green flu virus, the idea is that it's passed on from the dad. Therefore, there's a lot of theories going around that suggest that Zoe's dad was immune to the virus and would have lived if Zoe had not killed him. Now, this could have been for the sake of character development that they did this, being like, oh, we're going to say that Zoe's dad is immune, so that way when Zoe kills him, it's even more traumatic and therefore gives character development. It could be for that very reason, but let's think about that for a second. Let's dive into that. What if Zoe's dad could have lived? What if, for whatever reason, let's just say Zoe didn't kill him immediately and tried to save him. Like, let's say she was going to be like, oh, I'm not going to let you die, and she actually ends up saving him. Let's just say that he lives. I feel like that you would get a very similar situation to like what I said, like when I meant when, they would end up getting over to Bill, Louis, and Francis. But I also feel like at the exact same time, slightly different though, even though that could happen, I want to talk about a suggestion of a different idea. What if they never met up with Louis, Francis, and Bill? What if they just went away on their own? If Zoe and Zoe's dad went around on their own, I can most certainly see them living. Zoe's dad would probably teach her everything that he could think of that would defend her, such as being able to get good with guns, being able to get good with melee weapons, how to take care of yourself, how to know who and who to not trust, stuff like that. They probably would just keep like an eye on the military, not exactly fully go to them, because I don't think that they would end up wanting to entrap themselves with the military. Because I feel like in a certain situation, and we all know what happens with the the Left 4 Dead military, is that if they think you're immune, they want to know why, and they're going to try to test on you. And I think Zoe's dad would be aware of that and be suspicious of that to know not to ever go to them. You probably would like hang out near the area, far enough that they would never be found by them, but close enough that they would have the means to be able to defend themselves if they had to have a serious backup plan. And I feel like that this is a coin toss whether or not they would do that or go with the original crew. Theoretically, they could end up having this first circumstance happen where they end up going away by themselves and then they run into them later, and then you have them go through different maps, different storylines, etc. And I feel like that this is probably going to be the most interesting story because it's the most fun to think about. Because when a theory ends up like talking about the same situation but with just slightly different modifications, it can lead to good storytelling, but people kind of want to see like a drastic difference. That's kind of the whole entire point of the idea of What If, is we want to see like a gigundo difference, like a massive different shift. And although that's not necessary, it is the fun stuff. So let's talk about one last thing. Let's talk about that if instead of saying that Zoe's parents both lived or only one of them lived, let's just talk about this. What if that Zoe's parents lived, but Zoe died? This would be a really drastically different sense of storytelling. For whatever reason, let's just say, for just the sake of it, that Zoe's parents lived and Zoe dies. What would happen? This would be drastically different in my opinion, because I think that what would end up happening is that Zoe's dad and Zoe's mom would probably be more closer than ever. They probably would initially fucking hate each other because they would probably say it's the other one's fault for getting Zoe killed. But in due time, trauma can sometimes bond people. And I feel like that Zoe's parents would end up being together more now than ever because they would need to survive, and they would have to end up being able to end up having the option to be able to end up getting to other survivors, because what are they going to do now? They lost their only daughter from just one single zombie. What are they going to do? Are they just going to sit down and lie down and die? No, they're probably going to just naturally try to survive and put away their differences for the sake of not only themselves, but for the rest of humanity. They don't know what the heck's happening. If one zombie was able to kill basically what they didn't know at the time, an immune daughter, then what are they going to do, and what's that say for them? They would probably end up then going to the military, I feel like, at this point, out of desperation and shock. And then they would probably end up having the situation where they end up going to the sacrifice style type of military, where I think that Zoe's dad, I honestly think he's immune. I generally do think that Zoe did kill her dad a little bit premature, and he could have theoretically lived. I do believe in that theory. And I feel like what would happen is that you get a similar situation where Zoe's dad, at least, is immune, and they would try to end up like testing on him if they ever did go to the military, which I think that he would, trying to like figure out like just some way to like, and the sake of shock, he'd probably be like, we need to get this taken care of so that way I could like, do this and blah 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 and save my daughter, because like he would probably be in, like I said, initial shock. As much as that sounds sad, but like when people like face death, sometimes people think that even though the most brutal of deaths happen, they think they can bring people back. And I'm not saying that he's delusional. It would just be, like I said, trauma. Everyone's different during trauma. And he would probably just try to turn to basically Bill. Zoe's dad would try to be like, I'm gonna fucking kill everything that end up just like being born on this God's earth. And anything that gets in my way is gonna be a fucking dead man. And that would be it. And then maybe he would run into Bill later. Or maybe he would end up becoming basically the Bill of this series because of everything that he went through. It's just something you gotta think about, and it's just something that I thought would be very interesting. What if the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors never left Virgil? I want to discuss all the different possibilities that could have happened if they just decided to stay with him, and what that could have meant for the team. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing in today's episode. If you guys end up enjoying today's episode, at the end I would tremendously appreciate if you guys could drop a like, comment, and subscribe to show your guys' support. But yeah guys, let's go on to the next episode of Left 4 Dead 2, What If? So if the Left 4 Dead 2 crew decided to stick with Virgil, the main critical thing that would change is that the parish just would cease to exist in the timeline. There would be no parish, because ever since Swamp Fever, the crew has been with Virgil. They've been with him since Swamp Fever, Hard Rain, and up until the very beginning of the parish, and that's where they eventually part ways. So the parish just does not exist in this story, because if they're supposed to be staying with him in this what if scenario, the events of the parish never happen. There's no military, there's no wondering about what happens to the crew at the end once they escape off the bridge. That just doesn't exist. So they're basically taking the Left 4 Dead 1 crew's advice, and they're just deciding to say, screw the military, we want to be on our own. And now we're in the situation where it's just the Left 4 Dead 2 crew and Virgil. Now, for those of you that have never heard dialogue from Virgil too much, basically I will kind of give you a general gist of what I'm trying to end up going for here. Is that Virgil, from his dialogue, if you ever listen to it, basically he's a very humble and loving person. He wants to help out the survivors where he can. That's why he actually went out of his way to save the Left 4 Dead 2 crew at the end of Swamp Fever. And he still intends to have this mindset. So I'm thinking that the first thing that would drastically change is that if the Left 4 Dead 2 crew stayed with Virgil, they would try to help other survivors, which would be really, really cool, because now you would have Virgil plus the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, and with all the knowledge and the skills that Nick, Rochelle, Ellis, and Coach can provide, they would be a great team. You could end up having it where they would basically be going into areas, something like Swamp Fever, something like Hard Rain, or even events like the Parish, and they would basically proceed throughout it, but they would rescue people, and they would even bring them back. Now, albeit, you can't keep everybody forever on Virgil's boat, because it just wouldn't be sustainable, it wouldn't be possible. Unless, that is, that Virgil has a spot that he can park his boat and only go out when need be, such as an island. What if, and I'm adding this to the theory, what if Virgil decides to take up the Left 4 Dead 1 crew's idea? Because, like, let's say that hypothetically word of mouth spread from Left 4 Dead 1's crew to the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, and then they end up giving that info to Virgil, and they all decide to basically live on an island together, but they occasionally can go out to be able to not only pick up supplies, but other survivors. And eventually they can accumulate more and more people to their group, and they can all have like a gigundo group. They can have a mini civilization, and it can all take place on a little, island out in the middle of nowhere. And they can use the boat, of course, but it would mostly be the island. Now, and not every survivor would be in a benefit in this situation, because unfortunately what ends up happening a lot of the time is that the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 crews indirectly will kill people because they are, carriers of the green flu. Despite the fact that they're immune, they can end up killing people, and that ends up leading to them turning, which is sucky. That's horrible. They don't want to kill people, so there is that caveat. Now, if the Left 4 Dead 2 crew wanted to, they could try to be, like, very clean and protect themselves and, like, wear hazmat suits, but I feel like that's not only unrealistic, but it also would just be something that I just don't think would happen. Like, they wouldn't bother. It just wouldn't work. I think that the virus would just adapt, and regardless what would happen is that they would still end up turning if they just genuinely were not immune people. And so the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, the only thing they can do is just flip a coin. They have to be like, hey, we're going to try to save you, but we might give you the virus in turn. Which is really an interesting trade-off, because a lot of the people probably wouldn't know that, and it would just be from the grace of God of whether or not that they lived or died. Now, the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, I feel like would eventually have to catch on. They couldn't just be that stupid that they wouldn't realize that, hey, we're having a 50-50 success rate, we're killing people as much as we're saving them by just genuinely being near them, what's going on? And then they would realize that, hey, we are, asymptomatic, and we're just carrying everything. We're contaminating people. Because if you really think about it, they can't completely avoid sharing food, sharing resources, sharing shelter. There's gonna be cross-contamination, and they might just indirectly kill people no matter what they do. And so, like I said, it's gotta be by the grace of God that they happen to be immune, which, that could realistically happen. There could be a lot more immune people than we may think that there are. But, like I said, it's a 50-50. Now, this could end up making it so that way if word of mouth spreads in a general area, like, let's say they kind of hang out around one general area near their island, like, they only end up going out so far, there could be word of mouth spreading being like, hey, avoid these people, they just kill you. It could be like some sort of weird voodoo curse bad luck thing, where people are like, hey, these people, if you go near them, they kill you. Don't do anything they say, just stay away. And that could realistically happen. That's how legends go around, that's how myths go around. And then you could end up having it where they're looked at as the bad guys, and they're looked at as considered basically the enemy, even though they're people, which is kind of an interesting thing to think about, because it's not really something that ever would cross your mind unless you happen to be really thinking about it, And so I would say is that the Left 4 Dead 2 crew can make a lot of friends, but they could also make a lot of enemies. You can have people like Virgil, or you might get people like Church Guy. It's like really just like a grace of God thing. So I will say this, is that they should do it if they're going to be in this scenario, because just living with Virgil forever, just by themselves, the 5 of them, could last, but it really isn't sustainable. Because really the way that you grow in a community, the way you would survive is together. It's in strength in numbers, and you need more people to survive. Nick, Coach, Ellis, and Rochelle, and Virgil in this scenario, it wouldn't surprise me if they would live a really, really long time. Kind of going under the radar, being only the 5 of them, that could realistically work. But we all know that eventually death catches up to everybody, and that may catch up to them sooner than later because of the fact that they're small numbers. By, for example, looking at the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, and in their case, when Bill died. Because death is not avoidable, death comes for all of us eventually. So I would say is that it'd be best for them to end up having more people rather than not, and getting the people where they can. They could probably sustain, I would like to assume that depending on what type of island that they find, they could find probably enough landmass to fit probably about 24 people. If you really found like a decent sized island, if you really think about it, you could probably end up having 20-ish people. Realistically. Across the food, across the ammo, across the medicine. And you wouldn't need really any more than that, because the whole entire appeal is that you're on an island by yourself. And also, not everyone is going to stay with them. Some people will just part their ways. Kind of like how that eventually the Left 4 Dead 2 crew parted ways with Virgil. Not everyone might want to stay, you know? If you ever played the Walking Dead games by Telltale Games, and some of you may know what I'm about to refer to here, because I have done a walkthrough of that game series on the channel here. But does anybody remember when Kenny from The Walking Dead was obsessed about his boat idea? And how that even in his boat fantasy that you would always have, he would know exactly what to do because how versatile a boat could be. Kenny's boat in that game was able to fit around like just under 12 people, just the boat alone. And keep in mind, it really wasn't that big of a boat. It was just a standard, normal, miniature-sized going fishing type of boat. But Virgil's got like a boat. That man probably has like a downstairs cabin area that he chills in, that has a bed, it has a refrigerator, it has a bathroom, everything. This man's got a pretty decent sized boat. And it would definitely be livable. And if you had people living on the top half, you could have even more people just living on the boat. Plus, also, you could cycle people in and out for runs. You can have people scavenge more supplies that way. So if you ever have a hard rain scenario again, you're more likely to end up having the ability to make it out and make it out alive and successfully and unharmed. And people fail to realize that how useful people can be in the zombie apocalypse. Now, yes, I do understand that as the zombie apocalypse goes on in most scenarios, it's not really about the zombies anymore, it's about the people, and you will probably end up having a lot of people that you can't trust, people that might want to come with you just to screw with you. They might want to steal your stuff, they might want to kill you, they might want to take over your land. That is a completely realistic possibility, and you might run into those people, and then you end up having people on people fights and basically having a miniature turf war. And I can imagine Virgil, Nick, Coach, Rochelle, and Ellis all having to stand their ground, because the whole entire appeal is to protect not only themselves, but anybody that they would come across. Because the idea is that they're trying to basically be vigilantes, the military for, the people, the military for the people that are still left, the military for the people that need someone to lead. And I mean that in a good way, not the overbearing, horrible military, but the good leader type of, leadership that we need. I feel like out of everybody, if not Nick, Coach for sure, especially Nick though, but I feel like Nick would have a really good filter to figure out when people are lying and when people are bad. And Coach specifically would have a slightly different type of filter, but to the same type of idea or end goal of figuring out who's good people and who is bad people. Because Nick would look for the bad in people, and Coach would look for the good in people. Ellis and Rochelle, of course, would do the exact same thing, but I feel like that from Nick's experience with what it is that he did before the apocalypse, and just Coach being a good leadership figure and having probably the most leadership-like type of position in the group, I feel like that would be the case. Another good analogy I could end up giving is that it's like comparing Coach to the Rick Grimes of the comic books of The Walking Dead, and comparing Nick to the comic book version of Dwight. And for those of you that have watched only The Walking Dead TV show and have not read the comic books and don't understand the reference, basically in the Walking Dead comics, things are different from the TV show, where Dwight ends up living and basically coordinating and basically being the right-hand man of Rick Grimes in the Walking Dead comics, and basically ends up managing the Saviors and ends up handling their things as the replacement to Negan, and makes it so that way the colonies can coexist peacefully, and he ends up basically working with Rick together to try to make sure that everyone is all good and safe. So in conclusion for this massive what if theory, I think that the most likely possibility is that everyone in the group would end up being basically like saviors and vigilantes, and they would just try to go around saving everybody with the risk of that they would occasionally run into bad and corrupt people, and also that they might kill some people that are not immune along the way. But for the sake of the community, for the sake of any of the survivors that would be left in the area that they're looking for, they could find other people like themselves, like the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, or even Virgil himself, and end up saving many lives. And they can get one step closer to the possibility of being able to have everything go back to normal, hopefully one day. What if that in Left 4 Dead, they found a cure? What if CETA or the military found a cure for the green flu in Left 4 Dead? That is going to be something that is pretty out there, but however though, that's the whole entire idea about the series. We're taking stuff even if it's outlandish, and we're just rolling with it and just asking the question of, what if? So yeah guys, let's begin with today's episode. If you guys haven't been enjoying today's video, please drop a like, and let's get on with today's episode, guys. Alrighty, so when it comes to the green flu in Left 4 Dead, we need to discuss it really quickly first to see what we're working with. So for those of you guys that have not read the Left 4 Dead 2 comics, I will basically give you a brief summary of essentially how the green flu works because they touched up on it in the Sacrifice comics. So basically within the Left 4 Dead comics, they talked about how that the green flu is essentially always ever changing. It is never set in stone. That's why it's almost literally impossible for any of the scientists to come up with cures, is because they can't make a cure on something that technically doesn't really exist anymore. You know, it's based off of a prior version, which is technically not really even there anymore. It's always ever changing. It's essentially like how the normal flu works. We have our normal vaccines for the flu based off the prior flu, because it's also ever changing. It's just not on a zombie scale. So yeah, it's just that the problem is that since it's always ever changing, it's basically impossible to make a cure for it. It's sometimes done by land, sea, air. It's done by breathing sometimes, touch, blood, any other bodily fluid that you can think of. Basically anything, it's essentially going to give it to you. So the only way you can really avoid it is that if you were immune, because that's why the Left 4 Dead survivors usually end up killing people indirectly, is because since it's ever changing, they can't even really stop it from spreading. So like for example, if the Left 4 Dead survivors were like all of a sudden, you know, making so that way if they touch things they could spread to people, they would end up screwing themselves over, because before last week it was that they can't cough on people, so you know what I mean? So it's pretty severe. So if we're going to end up having this end up being something that can even remotely have a cure, it basically has to be a all-purpose cure. And technically those don't exist, but for the sake of continuity and just the flow of the video, I'm just going to make it up just for fun. So let's say that CETA or the military end up coming up with a cure, right? They end up making a cure, and now you end up having a new problem that you have to tackle. And it's going to be, how are you going to even distribute the said cure? Because all the zombies in Left 4 Dead, they're all completely different. You have big hulking bicep tanks to sharp as hell Wolverine claw witches to, you know, normal zombies. You know, you can end up having an average zombie, or you might get something that will completely destroy you and you won't even know. And the problem is with that is that how do you capture these things? Because we all know that within the Left 4 Dead storyline, it basically took like several weeks just to catch basically a boomer. That's why really that we only end up having any info on the boomer of all the special infected, because it's really the easiest to capture. That's as far as CETA was able to get. That's why we have boomer biles, and that's why you also have a lot of boomer lore within the CETA stuff. Now, when it comes to the tanks and the witches, those will probably be the two hardest to get, just solely because of how overpowered they are. Basically, they're insta-kills. And we all know that from the comics that they literally are insta-kills. Like, normal infected, like just the common zombies and like things like the hunter and the jockey, that eradicated the two stray military survivors that were in the comic. They like immediately got annihilated, and they're freaking military, bro. They're freaking military. It's ridiculous. So you can't end up like just treating them lightly. You need to figure out how you can properly cure people. So you probably would have to work your way up. It would probably be commons, so that way we can just end up getting more people in general, guys. We would need more people helping us out. We would need more people to end up trying to even remotely help us out, because it's a strength in numbers thing at the end of the day, right? You would have to rehabilitate people, and you have to get them out there, yes. And trying to end up curing people just to also send them back into battle would be kind of cold, but it would be probably something that you would end up seeing the military do, considering how they are in Left 4 Dead. But also after that would be uncommon infected, so this would be like the fallen survivor, the clown, the ex-military zombies, like the riot gear ones and stuff like that, because they probably would end up having a backstory or a way to help us out because of their prior training. Because I'm just assuming that we're gonna go movie logic here, where if it's a cure for everything, their mind, their body, everything, and basically they essentially revert completely back to normal. Because trying to end up including things like memory wipes and all that stuff, I feel that would even be more complicated. I mean, it already is a complicated thing to talk about, because I already think that zombie cures in movies and stuff like that is BS, because obviously you're trying to essentially be Frankenstein and reanimate a corpse, and obviously that's not going to get far. So, in my opinion, let's just say, for the sake, once again, of continuity, that it reverts to everything the way that you were before you got turned. Now, you also got to keep in mind is that, other than trying to administer the cure, we need to now think about the third thing. And this is probably going to be the most important, is that who is going to end up coming up with the cure in the first place? Because we need to figure out if the cure is even going to be distributed, because somebody might try to use the cure to end up basically being like a dictator of some kind. Somebody might try to hold the cure and use it for like ransom, money, power, anything. Basically would become like, an evil scientist. And in my humble opinion, I definitely think that out of all the people to do this, it probably would be the military. Just because that out of all the things we have to go off of, we all know that they're not good people. Would they end up being the ones that would make it? Not necessarily. I personally think rather that if CETA was still around, like to actually full-on make a cure, they would probably be the ones to do it. And CETA, since they work technically with the military, or at least have ties to the military would somehow get their hands on it eventually, which would lead into them basically holding on to it and using it for their evil purposes. Most notably is I think that they would just use it to basically get a upper hand over other countries, because, and I'm saying this as an American, keep that in mind, is that I'm just saying this as a joke, but I'm also saying this half serious, is that, of course, whatever country you're from, it doesn't necessarily have to be America, but just me as a American, I'm not going to try to sound mean, I'm actually just going to only tease my own country, because I think that's the only appropriate thing to do. But if it was America, because it takes place in America for the Left 4 Dead storyline, or just any country in general, whatever country comes up with the cure, they're going to want to end up using it for their agenda first. Whether it would be for, curing their people first, using it so that way they can stay as superpower first, and just based off of, like I said, once again, reiterating at the military and Left 4 Dead, they don't seem like nice people, they would definitely do this. I can most certainly see themselves trying to say, hey, you know what, we got this cure, why don't we do something with it? Why don't we try to end up being, like, the only country that's still standing, and just try to, like, get some upper hands for a while? Like, nobody's really gonna miss anybody, we can always just revert them back later, which is a really evil, sly thing to do, and it's really not a good thing. And I feel like that if the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors, because, they were eventually involved with the military at one point, were ever involved into this, it would probably be something that they would try to stop. Because I could only figure that the cure in the first place would probably come from someone with immunity such as the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. Because literally the only thing that they have to work with is the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. Or just anybody with immunity in general. We all know that the government, the military, where they were trying to get stuff out of the Left 4 Dead 1 crew when they initially captured them. They wanted to see if they could test on them. They wanted to see if they could end up using their, their bodies for some sort of anti-serum. But that is just personally what I believe. You can let me know whether or not you agree with this in the comment section down below. But yeah, let's just hope that the immunity that they end up getting is from somebody that doesn't end up having to be hurt or killed in the process. Because I feel like that if someone died trying to get a cure, the military would just shrug it off. They'd be like, oh, that's one less person we gotta deal with now. No one's going to miss this. They're going to care more about a cure, and they're going to not really care about lives, which is very concerning, but I feel like that's the truth. So now the last thing, I feel like this is the most crucial thing of all, is that when it comes to the cure, or in this case just the, the anti-serum, whatever you want to call it, the interchangeable words for basically stopping the zombies, is it going to be more rather a cure, or is it going to be more rather a immunity? Now, in my humble opinion, I feel like you're more likely to get a immunity than a cure. Now, I know that that doesn't exactly match the title of the video, although trying to end up putting immunity in the title, I feel like wouldn't like exactly click as well as cure, because most people that they immediately know like what cure is, like just the word like glancing at it, but trying to describe immunity, especially with the Left 4 Dead one, it kind of wouldn't make a lot of sense at first. But let's just think about it for a sec, guys. it's probably going to be more likely an immunity. I mean, let's be honest, because we know it exists. Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 crews already have it, so we've seen it before our very eyes, and they can survive anything. I know that also, yes, keep in mind that it's a video game, and of course they're going to make it so that way they're, invulnerable to certain things, so that way it makes the game flow better. But if we're going to be taking the gameplay as basically canon, they survive literally everything. They can survive being knocked down by the witch, they can survive being beaten on by the tank, and even at the highest of difficulties, like let's say that the cannon is based off of expert, the witch will kill you if it ends up getting you, but everything else, it's only either knockdown or just really high damage. And these people, these other survivors, just being near the Left 4 Dead 1 crew or Left 4 Dead 2 crew, they just die by literally breathing the same air. So I think that they actually are a lot better off, and it is still a pretty big advantage. And we have to account for the fact that when it comes to this game, we don't really expect, to be honest, that there's going to be a cure. I mean, Zoe believed in that for a while, Bill believed in that for a while, and, everyone believed in that for a while, but eventually we all kind of like just got desensitized and everyone just gives up. It's just kind of like that initial denial stage. I just know, just straight off the rip, that it would probably end up happening to everybody, even me. I mean, I already said myself that I would never believe in a cure, but I think initially, of course, I would believe in a cure. I mean, hell, like, we didn't know about the status of the whole entire, I can't say the word because of demonetization reasons, but you know exactly what I mean, the whole entire thing. The last 2 years, we all didn't know what that was going to be like, and, it took a while to get a vaccine for that. So it's just the initial not knowing half, and I think that eventually that would catch on to the survivors, that would eventually catch on to the military, and they would probably just try to work with an immunity, because immunity, that can be more realistic than trying to just bring back someone to life from being a mutated dead corpse. Because really, if you think about it, what would happen to the special infected they reverted back? Like, does that also account for, like, the witch's long nails? Would the witch just come back as a human and she would have, like, really long Wolverine claws? Would the tank just be this swollen, steroid-using junkie dude? Would the jockey have his, like, screwed-up Igor back? You know what I mean? Like, what is exactly going to be reverted altogether? You know what I mean? I've said everything, but you gotta think about it, is that, like, everything means everything within the original status of what the person once was. And a lot of the special infected are based off the old habits of the people when they were human. So, for example, smokers were probably smokers. The jockey was probably someone that had a lot of, like, brain problems. Like, maybe, for example, they had, like, dementia or some sort of psychotic issues because of, like, the psycho laugh. The tank probably was a guy that used steroids. The witch probably had depression, etc., etc., etc. So it's only going to go back within reason. And that's going to be a whole nother can of worms, so I'm just going to stay away from that personally. But there's a lot of things we can go over, and I've already discussed quite a lot of things. So now I'm just going to end up leaving this to you guys. In my opinion, I think that this is most likely just going to end up being a immunity thing, probably from a survivor group that already has it, like the Left 4 Dead 1 or 2 crews. And it's probably most likely, and I haven't said this yet, probably is going to come from the dad's side. Probably like the Y, gene that comes from the dad, because we all know that that's where it derives from. The immunity comes from the dad's side. That's why a lot of people have said before in the past that Zoe could have actually probably had her dad live if she didn't kill him, because the fact that he was probably going to be a carrier himself. Which in turn would probably mean that a lot of the test subjects, or a lot of the people that would probably be immune, would be more likely to be dudes. So that probably means that, unfortunately, women would have a harder time being immune because of the lack of the chromosome. But at the end of the day, it's just a theory. A game theory. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to imitate Matt Pat. I'm just only doing that as a joke. But yeah, guys, I'm serious. Just that's basically the end. There's really nothing to go off of other than just speculation, just because this is kind of one of the hardest things to do, because it's never been set in stone. It probably is never going to be set in stone. But however, though, that does give us the most amount of stuff to work with, because we're only end up just going off of our imagination at the end of the day. So let me know, guys, in the comment section down below what you think. Do you think that the cure would be possible? Do you think that the immunity is more likely possible? Do you think that it would be taken from a crew that was immune? And if so, do you think it would be mostly from the guys because of, the Y chromosome? I'm just curious. Please let me know in the comment section down below. Picture this. You're playing Left 4 Dead 2 like normal. You're loading up the Sacrifice campaign. You know this map like the back of your hand. You expect everything to play a certain way, minus the exceptions that the director throws your way, and you're just looking for just having a good game and then hopping off. you eventually end up getting to the sacrifice part where there's the train car, where there's a guaranteed tank spawn. And obviously, of course, you've done this several times, so it doesn't seem like a big deal to you. But however, though, just something is slightly off. Not a lot to make you really curious, but enough that you just simply aren't aware of the fact that you end up picking this up. You're like wondering why you have this weird sinking feeling. You're feeling off for some reason. You're like, something just doesn't feel right. So you're thinking about it, and as you approach the train car, you notice that the noises are slightly different. It's not a traditional tank growl. It's more kind of distorted and whiny and like almost like dreary. And so you're like, that's weird. Is my game bugged? You check your headset, you check your computer speakers, you check your mouse and keyboard. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, but the sound is so distinctly unique that it makes your curiosity start to happen. And so, of course, you can't help but open the door. And when you open the door, you do not expect to find a tank with gigundo witch claws that can run at the speed of the traditional witch and can kill you in one shot. This is going to be a Left 4 Dead 2 episode of What If, where we're discussing the idea if the green flu mutated to where the special infected could combine their powers. If you guys end up enjoying that story and you're really looking forward to the video, then please drop a like to show your guys' support. And anyways, guys, let's get on with today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. So, my friends, you clicked on this video to discuss the ideas of what would happen if the Left 4 Dead 2 Special Infected combined their powers. This is an idea I just recently thought of, and I actually said out loud in one of my videos, and I thought it would be a really cool concept for Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those of you guys that are new to this series and don't know exactly what this series is, this is taking inspiration from the What If show that is actually presented by Disney, and this is going to be instead taking zombies rather than Marvel characters and just simply asking the question of, what if? What if this was different? What if that was different? I wonder what could have happened if this was done here, etc, etc, etc. Now, when it comes to the Left 4 Dead Special Infected, we all know about them. We know about the Witch, we know about the Tank, the Hunter, the Boomer, the Smoker, the Jockey, the Charger, and also the Spitter. But, what if they combine? What if the Spitter suddenly has the ability to vomit on you at the same distance that she can chuck her spit and also be even more accurate? In fact, what if on top of that you're blind, you're also burning alive? What if the Jockey suddenly was able to fling 10 times more farther into the air, just like the Hunter? And as I said in the beginning of the video, what if the Tank had gigundo witch claws and could chase you at the speed that the Witch can? These are all the questions and theories we're going to be going over here in today's video, because there really are some cool combinations we can think of. And I'm not going to stop at just necessarily one. This is the green flu we're talking about in Left 4 Dead. This virus mutates like crazy. It's sometimes airborne, sometimes it's spread through contact. So what can happen if they decide to be like, hey, I'm going to be more overpowered than I already am? So they decide to give one particular special infected the powers of everything. Imagine the Infinity Stones of special infected powers, if you will. We'll even go that far. What would happen if there was one special infected that was a combination of absolutely everything? We will get onto that later in the video, but for now, let's just talk about some basic, easy stuff to warm ourselves up, shall we? So when it comes to the Left 4 Dead Special Infected, we all know that some are more powerful than others. Basically, the Tank and the Witch being the main bosses. But however, though, that doesn't stop things like the Smoker, the Jockey, and even the Boomer from being still deadly. We have already discussed the idea of all these special infected in certain circumstances in the What If series before, but this is different. Because, if you think about it, when you combine the special infected and versus, they're very versatile. But when you can use that as one entity, it makes things a whole different ballgame. I gave the train car example on the sacrifice as a deliberate example on purpose. Not just because it's fitting with the gameplay, that's definitely a bonus, but more rather is that it's such a circumstance that you can imagine how terrifying it would be, especially if you experience that for the first time, because hypothetically, it could be like director logic, where it's not the exact same all the time. It might be a normal tank. It could also end up being the witch tank that I just made up. You don't know, which is the terrifying part, because one is significantly more terrifying in your head. I know that you guys imagined it when I said to imagine, and you had the same thoughts that I did, being like, that would be goddamn terrifying, right? Exactly. Because we don't expect them to be a certain way. We've kind of gotten used to a pattern because we can predict it. We obviously like to play this as a game of rock, paper, scissors. So the director's like, hey, I'm gonna spawn a tank here. But we know how the tank works, so we obviously know what his counters are. And the game allows us to be able to find things such as a Molotov or maybe even a shotgun, something really good as a counter, we'll use that. You know, rock, paper, scissors, everything has a counter as much as it also does have a weakness, even if it is to you. So, what I want to do is I want to discuss, even if it was possible to kill one of these things, like genuinely think about it, because the special infected, some could actually end up being so lethal of a combo that they could be literally unkillable. Think about it. All the prior examples that I gave, can you imagine how deadly that would be to the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, or even the Left 4 Dead 1 crew? Like, legitimately, they might be immune, but they don't have the ability to prevent themselves from getting burned or beaten or snarled at to death. Like, they literally could just die in a more gruesome and, like, disgusting way just solely off these combos alone. So think about it. What would be some of the world's deadliest combos for the special infected? And keep in mind, like I said, we're not limited to just 1 and 1. It doesn't have to be a combo of 2. It could hypothetically be a combo of 3, 4, 5, all the way up until the last one that we'll discuss. So let's think about it. What are some deadly combos? Well, obviously the witch and tank one was the one I opened up first with. So let's talk about that. Imagine that the tank and the witch had a combination. That would be interesting. Now keep in mind is that this is not necessarily meant to be logical. This is already a fictional video game as it is. So we're just going to be pushing logic to the side about why this even happens in the first place, just because we want to do it more for fun. I'm pretty sure Wow Such Gaming, because he has done breakdowns about how the special infected could have come to be, because of everyone's, you know, habits as a human, that would have been indicating about whether or not they would turn to a certain special infected. So I like to believe that there could be some sort of natural explanation about why these combos could even exist in the first place, but that's not the point. So let's talk about it. Would it even be possible to survive some of these? Well, let's think of the witch tank. If you had the witch tank with the abilities that I described, which would be basically the tank is buff and as health oriented as he already is, but he had the speed and the insta-kill abilities of the witch, oh dude, that would be like a walking freight train. Can you imagine the tank being able to run around and slash you just instantly like that, but it's already pre-pissed off? That would be insane, because literally the only thing that I can think of that would counter that is if you maybe burned it, because then hopefully if you're lucky you can throw a Molotov and just forget about it and hope that eventually that the tank will just burn to death. Now we do that already with the witch sometimes, but keep in mind that still got tank-like health, but witch-like speed and damage. So realistically, the only way you're probably going to live this scenario is by being able to just spam kill it. You want to throw a Molotov, you want to throw your ammo, your heart, and your soul into the, like, just laying into this thing, because if you don't kill it instantly, the moment that it makes eye contact with you, you are screwed. Now, hypothetically, we could go for the example of, like, what if the powers were slightly different, but I'm trying to think of the more overpowered and special infected combos as possible, because that's the more fun ones. We don't want a tank just to be crying in the corner like a bitch. We actually want it to be, like, a really cool, intimidating special infected. Almost make it feel like its own special infected, like a new one in its entirety. Now, if I imagine this, for a realistic scale, probably not practical. But for overpoweredness, oh, absolutely. This thing would be a menace to society. And legitimately, I don't think the special infected would actually have a hard time winning. I think that the survivors would lose. At every combination, this is definitely a really strong one to start off with. Now let's think of the Boomer Spitter combo. There's already a game mode called Flu Season in Left 4 Dead 2. It's a mutation where it's nothing but the Spitter and the Boomer. Now, hypothetically, these special infected by their own are quite easy to kill because they don't really have that much health, and overall, they are not really necessarily that quick on their feet. They're more kind of like for long-range combo attacks. And that's exactly what they're meant to do. They're really good at combos, because when you stack the Boomer with the Spitter, they can really mess you up. The boomer basically leads in and blinds you, while the spitter essentially takes advantage of that and actually spits on the ground near you to basically make it, since you don't know where you're going, hopefully by the time you finally end up having the boomer vomit go away, you've already incapacitated yourself by walking in the spitter acid that you couldn't avoid. Now, if you could also have it where, like, let's just say that the shell of this special infected is the spitter in this case. It doesn't matter what it looks like, it's just a matter about the functionality. Let's say that it looks more like a spitter than it does a boomer. Can you imagine what it would be like if the spitter could blind you as much as it could also damage you? Just simply the idea of blinding you, just on top of what she already does, nothing else changes, already ridiculous. But can you imagine that she still had her range and her accuracy? Literally the only thing that she does is just end up making you blind. Huge advantage instantly. Because literally, unless you can actually sort of see through the vomit filter, you're literally going to be not able to see. In fact, actually, I already still can't see the filter, like, in this game at all. Like legitimately, the filter will always blind me. It's one of the most accurate blinding filters in, like, all of the gaming I've ever played. Usually with, like, a flashbang or concussion or some sort of blinding-esque abilities in video games, I can sort of get used to it. I've still never fully mastered the idea of the boomer vomit screen, because your screen also shakes too, in addition to being blind, so you're disoriented. Plus, also, you gotta deal with the other zombies to worry about. And in this case, if there are also other combos, can you imagine if you had this on top of the witch tank? Oh god. Like, literally, like minute differences make them so much more mean and menacing. Let's take the Jockey Hunter also, by the way, as another example. Can you imagine how that would be? Can you imagine if the Jockey suddenly just had an exosuit and he could jump 10 times higher, a lot more quicker, a lot more accurate? The only reason why the Jockey isn't overpowered or more annoying than he already is because he can't jump nearly as high. The Jockey I already don't like. If you watch the channel, you already know this damn well. But basically, can you imagine how overpowered and, like, ridiculous that would be if he just simply had a little bit more lunge, a little bit more accuracy? Can you imagine what that would be like? But also, can you imagine what it'd be like if he could still move you around and not be stationary and stuck? If he was stuck and he had to, like, actually keep you still, that'd be one thing. But can you imagine if he could just do everything and just be able to reach further? That would be ridiculous. Literally, all these combos just sound ridiculous. They're ridiculous and overpowered. Here's another one, and I also just thought about this now. But let's take some of the other special infected that we haven't done. Let's take a smoker and a charger. Now, this might sound like the weirdest one at first, because they're both kind of polar opposites. But that's the point. The charger is meant to get in all close and actually beat the crap out of you by pulverizing you into the ground. Where the smoker is meant to be more of a long range, kind of like hide and, peek at the targets type of character. Can you imagine what it would be like if the charger had the smoker tongue and could pull you deliberately into his line of sight so he could hit you? Because normally with a charger, we can always avoid him. We can just be, like, able to juke him out, it's not a big deal. But can you imagine if he decided that, hey, I'm gonna line you up into my shot? He basically, like, takes, like, Call of Duty hacks and lines you up deliberately just to kill you. That would be ridiculous. He basically would trap you. It would be unfair. It already is unfair sometimes with both of these guys just by themselves. I can't imagine if they had, like, a weird, like, incest cousin. Like, can you imagine that? It would be ridiculous. So, all these special infected sound ridiculous so far, right? They sound so over the top. There literally could be no practical use for all of them, right? Wrong. I think that all of these actually sound pretty practical. They're unrealistic in terms of how that they would come to be. But keep in mind, we're talking about a fictional virus here. That really wasn't the point. I'm just trying to imagine how ridiculous it would be with some of these combos. Hell, you could even mix some of them around. Like, you don't necessarily have to do the exact combos I did. You could do, like, a spitter with a tank, or you could do a witch with a smoker. You could do a charger with a jockey. Oh god, that one would sound horrible. But, like, you imagine all these different combinations on how they would be ridiculous. I remember back in the day when I was a little kid that there was a video game called Skylanders, and at one point in the series, and I didn't necessarily play Skylanders anymore by the time this happened, I only dabbled in it with mostly my brother when it was kind of his thing, but there was one entry in the series that deliberately had the figures make it where you can mix and match them and their powers would combine. And that's kind of like the main inspiration for this video. It's just the unlimited combinations you can think of in sets of 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. You could go on and on and on. But obviously, to save the sake of time for the video, and just also just to get to the main point about why you guys probably stuck around in the first place, what if there was the ultimate special infected? Imagine that you have the tank, the witch, the boomer, the hunter, the smoker, the jockey, the charger, and the spitter, and they all combined it into a abomination of a zombie, and were running around trying to kill you. It would be a tank that had witch's claws, it had hunter-like speed, jockey accuracy, it could shoot a smoker tongue, boomer vomit, and also spitter acid, and it could run at the speed of the charger. Can you imagine how ridiculous that would be? The mutations in this game are already nuts as it is, but we are, gotten used to them. But can you imagine this monstrosity trying to kill you? Imagine that exact same instance that I said from earlier in the video about the train car incident. Not necessarily a witch tank anymore, but instead when you open the door, you get that thing. Can you imagine the amount of fear and terror that would be within your soul? You would be so crapping scared that you would literally be like Lewis freaking out when the witch ran at him, but on steroids. You probably would not live to see another day. You probably would die from seeing it. I can't imagine the idea of trying to kill this thing. And realistically, could there even be a remote chance that you could kill this thing? Because think about it this way, ladies and gentlemen. We have all had a moment where we're playing survival, right? We're all playing survival, and of course, survival is nuts. The idea is basically like a sandbox. You have a whole bunch of special infected everywhere. There's a special infected trying to kill you from every single corner you can possibly imagine. But they're all there. It's just that the idea is that take the special infected combo example that I gave, and you separate them. This kind of situation has already happened, right? And we have survived for periods of time very shockingly long. Take NSenr, for example, with the mall. People have survived like an hour on that map, sometimes tenfold legitimately. So obviously if it's controlled and it's in certain instances, we can all fight these things by themselves. So hypothetically, there should be the idea of being able to take on these things all together as one entity. Now obviously, for the sake of fairness, I'm only going to make it one. I'm not going to put like 30 of these on the map. Obviously, we would just die. But imagine one. It's a boss zombie, and you only have one of them. Could it even be possible on Left 4 Dead logic, with all the means in the game, with all the loot, survival loot? Let's be generous. Let's say it's in survival. Let's say that this thing spawns on like a final wave or something. You've got Molotovs, boomer biles, pipe bombs. You've got grenade launchers, chainsaws, everything. You have all 4 survivors. You make one final last stand, pun intended, and you try to see if this is even possible. Now, before you guys end up hearing my opinion on this, I am curious. Let me know what you think about this idea in the comment section down below. Put your answer before mine. Do you think it would even be possible to kill a combination of everything? If you got the comment and you posted it, alright, here is my answer, my friend. I think yes. The only single reason why I would even remotely think that after hyping it up all this, the entire video, basically making this thing seem unkillable, is because, like I said, and I've already given this away as a hint before in the video, that we've done this before. Every single special infected had their counter. And ironically, their counters sometimes, funnily enough, are each other. Think about it this way. The special infected are very capable of killing each other. We have seen this time and time again. We've seen, for example, the tank basically evaporate the witch by hitting her. Doesn't always happen. Obviously, they're always on the same side. But it's possible. We also know that, for example, you can use the boomer bile, which is a product of the boomer, and you can use it against the special infected. You can boomer bile the other special infected and make it so that way common zombies will attack them. You see what I mean? You could almost use their own abilities against them. The Smoker Tongue, you can cut it off. The Witch, you can also just try to like see if you can outrun her and maybe even juke her. Same thing with the Charger, same thing with the Jockey, same thing with the Hunter. But, how would you do that? Obviously, they're all combined. You might be thinking to yourself, being like, John, you can't shove a tank like you can a hunter. You can't, block a spitter loogie like you can block like a hunter or jockey pounce. You can't also outrun the witch. Like, I've been caught by the witch several times. What do you mean you can outrun them? Well, this is what I mean, my friend, is that you gotta take in mind the capabilities of the director. Because if you really think about it, if the director was kind enough to give you the loot necessary, it's legitimately possible. So let's say that the game was not going to be completely overpowered and not make this thing have, like, let's say 1 billion health. Let's just say that the most it still has is traditional tank health. We already know that the tank, on average having about like 4,000 HP, you can kill him quite quick. All you gotta do is just throw a Molotov on him. So if you have to just basically like wait him out, that eliminates one idea. So if we hypothetically didn't have the bullets, but let's say we also did and we were able to multiply the damage, let's say that our first course of action is to throw a Molotov onto this thing. Automatically, the Molotov is going to burn until the subject in question is dead. So we've done this with the tank already, and we've also done this with things like, such as the other special effect, even like the Witch. It will catch up to them eventually. It can also make them slow down, so you also are fixing the Charger and also the Witch running speed problem. Then in addition to that, the Jockey and the Hunter pounces really only work if they have like a line of sight, and plus also, you still have enough abilities to dodge. Keep in mind also that when they're burning, that's not necessarily their main focus. Their main focus is to just live. So they're probably going to be panicking. They're probably going to be thrown off a little bit by you trying to also lay into them with a whole bunch of lead. Like, let's say you had a couple M60s and grenade launchers. Obviously, they're going to have to fight through bullet resistance. They can't just face tank that indefinitely. And then, in addition to that, one last thing that I also want to throw in. Despite the fire, despite the explosions, despite everything else, imagine one last thing. The common zombies helping you. Remember that Boomer Bile example I also gave? You could throw a bile bomb on top of this thing and have the special infected, this monstrosity, being killed by just the base zombies. And I will tell you this, is that even though the base zombies are having an immense hard time killing things, such as like even the Witch, it's possible. If you have enough common zombies, they will kill anything, even a Witch and even a tank. We've done this before. So if you have the zombies on your side, if you have all 4 people with a mixture of M60s and grenade launchers, you also end up using fire, maybe even some incendiary or frag rounds on top of that, and you just hope to God, I think you can do it. Would you be able to do it twice? Probably not. Would you be able to do this and have, everyone live? Maybe, but probably not. The idea is that somebody will probably live and you might have to resort to a defib, but at the end, you still remain victorious. It's not an easy fight, but it's still a fight and you come out victorious nonetheless. This is just something that I thought was a really cool concept and I thought I would share with you guys. And this is something that I really want to get your guys' thoughts on. Let me know what you think about this in the comments down below. But before you do go, guys, and you want to be able to check out more content, definitely check out my other previous What If series videos for Left 4 Dead, because some of the other episodes I have done, such as the last episode, was what if the military in CETA actually found a cure for the green flu? If you want to have an answer to that, mind-tingling question, make sure you definitely check out that video. It will be at the end as an end card, and also linked down below in the description. What if the special infected in Left 4 Dead just didn't exist? This is something that I thought would be a really good concept for Left 4 Dead 2 What If, because in Left 4 Dead 2 What If, we kind of like established the main story and then just kind of add to it. But I wanted to think about what would happen if we took away an element from Left 4 Dead. One of the core main elements, which is the special infected. The special infected pretty much make Left 4 Dead Left 4 Dead. And if we took them away, what would exactly happen? And if we did take them away, would it be more likely that you could also survive the apocalypse? Because in Left 4 Dead, we all know that the apocalypse has essentially wiped out all of humanity, and there's only so many survivors left. Now, if the special infected just ceased to exist, does that mean that we would have a higher chance of the green flu not being as bad as it would have gotten? Do you think that we would have gotten to the point that we have gotten to in the story? No, let's find out. So, let's talk about this. So, when it comes to the special infected in Left 4 Dead, there's a variety of different ones, and they all excel at different things. You know, things like the Jockey and the Hunter are really good at stalking you and essentially, like, getting you by surprise with their pouncing abilities. The Charger is extremely fast and can get you really closely and narrow a lot of gaps. And you have the Smoker, which is essentially like a long-range sniper character. The Boomer almost is kind of like a suicide bomber. It just kind of like sacrifices itself for the greater good of its own teammates. And then the Tank and the Witch we all know are the bosses, which basically could one-shot you. Now, out of all the special infected, I feel like if you took away the Witch and the Tank, which are the strongest of the two, this alone would make a huge difference. Because typically, these are the things that more often than not will kill you in this game. Not to say that the other special infected can't kill you, but most of the time it's usually going to be one of these two. And when it comes to the Tank, we all know that this is going to be something that is very, very critical to something such as the comics, where we all know that basically based off of the Tank, at the very beginning of the Sacrifice comics, if you guys have looked at those, the Tank is able to shred through essentially anything. There's literally nothing that can stop it unless you just flat out just want to like outrun it with fire, or if you want to just shoot it and just hope you get lucky. And for the Witch, essentially that is kind of like the exact same thing, although if you leave them alone, this shouldn't even have to be an issue, but they do have to be killed eventually, because otherwise they'll just sit there and then you essentially have to sanction off that entire area and like never go there again. I think personally that if you were to just take away the special infected, it would be a lot easier to survive in the apocalypse, because if you really think about it, that just leaves the commons, and then also technically the uncommon zombies, because those are classified as their own thing, which means that you would still have things such as the Clown, the Fallen Survivor, you would have like the Construction Zombie, a couple of the other ones like Hazmat Zombies, maybe even at the most somebody like Jimmy Gibbs Jr., but Jimmy Gibbs is specific to just one map on one chapter, and there's only like one of him. So unless other people evolve to be at that level of like beefiness, because he actually is the strongest uncommon with like a lot of HP and being resistant to a lot of things, I mean, even then, I mean, that's not really something that is like too much. Luckily, the good news is that it's very narrowed down. Even if it was applied to multiple people, it would still be a lot easier than a Tank or a Witch would be. So, in my opinion, I feel like that since the main things that are responsible for a lot of the deaths in Left 4 Dead are the special infected, most notably the Tank and the Witch, because the one thing I also want to reference as like one last thing real quick is that the tanks are essentially what kills Bill in the Sacrifice, because we all know at the very end of the Sacrifice comic that what happens is that when Bill goes to turn on the generator, it is the giant 3 tanks at the very end that are his undoing. If the tanks were not there, just that alone would actually probably allow Bill to live. And if Bill lived, the entire events of the Left 4 Dead 1 crew would change, which would also in turn affect the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, because the Left 4 Dead 2 crew would actually not run to the Left 4 Dead 1 crew at the passing event at that point. So a lot of things would actually affect the other future timeline, and it would be like a what-if scenario. Removing one thing affects the entire story if you really think about it. And the funny thing is, too, is that this is just like one infected, maybe two I'm referencing, because the Witch and the Tank do a lot. But if you took away just all the special infected and you just had the uncommons, I think that the zombie apocalypse in Left 4 Dead wouldn't be nearly as bad as it could be. What if the survivors in Left 4 Dead were not able to be immune to the green flu? Would they live or would they die? That is something that I want to take a look at here today, my friends, in the next episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those of you guys that are new to this series, basically this series is meant to be very similar to the Disney What If series for Marvel, where basically we take a look at Left 4 Dead, at the storyline and the gameplay, and just a whole bunch of other fun stuff in general, and just simply ask the question of what if? What if X, Y, and Z was different, and if so, how would it play out? And today I want to specifically look at the idea of what if the survivors, the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and 2 crew, if they were not immune to the virus. Would they be able to live, or would they be able to die? If you guys end up enjoying today's video at the end, please drop a like to show your guys' support, and let me know what you guys would like to see a What If episode about next. But anyways, my friends, let's get on with today's video. So since this is going to be a episode about basically something that doesn't exist, I'm going to set some rules so that way it's not going to be completely ridiculously unfair odds for the survivors, and that they're most likely 99.9% going to die, because we all know that the green flu in Left 4 Dead is so crazy that some survivors, if they just go near you and they breathe the same air, they will turn. Yeah, that would be a really, really short episode. Alright guys, well they'd be screwed because they breathe the same air, and that's the end of the episode. Oh, I'm just kidding. Don't worry, I'm not gonna end the episode that quick. But seriously, like legitimately, it'd be so ridiculous to end up saying that they would die by just breathing the same air if they were not immune. We all know that that would not be like even feasible. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna be doing normal bites. So normal scratches, normal injuries, stuff that you would expect in the typical fictional apocalypse realm. So I thought to myself for a second, I was being like, okay, you know what? Let me actually try to do some research and see whether or not that any of the Left 4 Dead 1 or Left 4 Dead 2 crew members have been explicitly bitten or injured in such a way in the canon that would mean that if they were not immune, they would end up being infected. Now, I was looking at not only the Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2 intro, but I also looked at the Left 4 Dead 1 Sacrifice comic just to see if there's any explicit injuries that would mean that they are infected. And I did find some stuff that were outliers, and not everyone is safe. So let's go over the injuries that I found within the trailers and also the comics, and see which survivors would die if they were ending up no longer being immune. So going back to the Left 4 Dead 1 trailer, first off, Lewis is definitely screwed, because the hunter pouncing on him in the original intro trailer would just completely just destroy chances of survival. He would end up having claw marks and scratch marks everywhere around his abdomen, and Lewis would definitely get infected, even if it wasn't by a traditional bite, just solely because the zombie scratched him and probably got to his blood. And if you also want to have more confirmation, just in case for whatever reason you don't happen to believe me, here is the Sacrifice comic, which just literally shows Lewis taking a look at a bite that he received on his arm when he got attacked in the Sacrifice comics by a zombie. And this is him, like, plain as day getting bit. There's no way around this. So, Lewis, my friend, unfortunately, you are going to be the first on the chopping block and would be considered dead. Now we move on to Zoe. Now, with Zoe's injuries, they're never, like, in the heat of the moment, like it was with Lewis, for example, where you can see it happen in real time. Anything that she talks about is more rather psychological, and if so, it's in the past tense. So for Zoe, I was thinking to myself, being like, maybe there's a chance that she never got bit, maybe there's a chance that she was only ever, like, punched or, like, slapped by the zombies, because we all know that's kind of like how the gameplay mechanics work. But on closer examination, I did find this. This is going to be one of the Sacrifice comic pages, and unfortunately, you can see on Zoe's one arm when she's getting checked out by the one military guy that there's a bite mark on her arm. So Zoe's bitten, unfortunately. So that is 2 survivors down out of the 8. So that's Lewis and Zoe. Now let's see about Francis and Bill. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how screwed is Francis? Well, I'm going to put that at an 11, because Francis doesn't get bitten in just any odd spot. Like, you see, I can give Zoe definitely the benefit of the doubt. She, if you got bit on the arm, at some point, if she was quick enough and smart thinking enough, she could have, like, just chopped off her arm. If Lewis, yes, even though he got cut on his abdomen eventually in due time, at least the initial part, like, because his injury with his hand happened first before the abdomen one, if he wanted to, he could also end up cutting off his hand. Francis is screwed because he's been on his neck. This is not, you can't decapitate yourself and, like, expect to live. That's just not gonna work. So, Francis, you're not only screwed, but you're also gonna be headless now. Cue the Francis line saying, "I hate having a head." Now we move on to Bill. Now, we all know that canonically that Bill dies anyways during the Sacrifice comic to sacrifice himself. However, though, if all the characters die prematurely, does Bill have a reason to sacrifice himself? It kind of, like, defeats the purpose. Because, like I said, in this universe, if all the characters are not immune and they end up dying prematurely, then that means what's going to end up happening is that Bill has no reason to sacrifice himself. And Bill never really gets any injuries that I found that warrants him technically being infected or dead. The closest thing I could find was the sacrifice death. Maybe this too as well. This is when he's actually recovering from, having, like, his, like, medications and, like, his anesthesia from his surgery, and he actually fought back against the zombified hospital staff, and he kicks this one zombie's face in, which he has his bare foot here, and he actually kicks this one zombie's, like, open, like, you know, lapsed jaw. And I'm not sure if he would have been able to, like, cut his foot open on the zombie's teeth, because the one bottom half of the jaw is gone, which would leave the top half exposed. So I'm not sure if he's ever explicitly injured, but this does at least end up making a what-if type of question within itself. So for Bill, I'm not going to say that he's completely safe, because it could be possible just as an angle thing, or it's never explicitly stated. But I am going to say he's not definitely screwed, unlike the other three. Francis, Zoe, and Lewis, all in the comics, get bitten at least once. Whether it be in the moment or, like, shown just, like, for the past sake, it's going to end up being basically just Bill alive. Which, the thing is, too, is that I think that this is kind of like an almost like opposite reality type of thing. Because instead of Bill being the only one to die, he's now the only one to live. Which is kind of funny, so good job for you, old man. You actually managed to live for once. Now, what about the Left 4 Dead 2 crew? How do they fare? Well, I'm just going to say this, is that it's not exactly what you expect. In fact, it's kind of the polar opposite of what it was for the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. So, for the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, there's not exactly going to be a official comic, other than technically the one from the Zombie Army trilogy, which I am just not going to count, because number one is that that's more of a crossover, and more meant to be towards the Zombie Army trilogy's comics, rather than the Left 4 Dead one, even though technically Valve did greenlight it, as far as I'm aware, but I'm just not going to count just because I'm pretty sure a lot of people are not going to count. They're going to look at it more as the Zombie Army trilogy type of comic, which I do myself. But the trailer, though, the intro trailer for the game, that's interesting, because the only one that remotely receives any injuries is just Ellis. I didn't even notice this until, like, just looking at the trailer recently. But every single other survivor, Rochelle, Nick, Coach, are pretty much fine. There's never a time that they are injured or cut open or bitten. But Ellis just gets screwed. He gets attacked by a jockey, he gets attacked by a charger, he gets strangled by the smoker and almost killed on the elevator. I mean, dude, this guy is so brutally screwed over in this trailer. It's actually kind of comedic how much that they're just bullying Ellis. And, yeah, so Ellis, I mean, other than the smoker thing, because technically I guess the smoker would be more like strangling him than infecting him, and same thing with the charger. The jockey specifically is definitely going to be the one that is the most worrisome, because the jockey just jumping on your face and clawing at your eyeballs, yeah, you're definitely going to get at least a cut. So Ellis is definitely screwed, at least in the jockey instance. However, though, the other survivors, I could not find a thing. So, it's funny. The Left 4 Dead 1 crew, the only one that probably ends up living is Bill, and the only one that dies in the Left 4 Dead 2 crew is just basically Ellis. So half the survivors live, but a majority of them are from the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, which I thought was interesting. So for the remainder of the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 crews, who do I think would end up continuing to live, and who do I think would end up eventually also dying? So that leaves Bill, Nick, Rochelle, and Coach. Now, if these 4 survivors ever crossed paths and made a new team, where basically it was like Left 4 Dead 2 crew and Ellis was just Bill instead, how would they fare? Because technically, they do kind of go around the same general locations. Eventually, the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 crews do meet, and Bill, even though he is past, you know, his body is still in the general area. So let's just say that, you know, they can form a new crew. Let's say that's the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, but they just swap Ellis with Bill. Now, would they live? Would any of them later on get infected? Well, here's the thing, is that all of them are going to be more likely to get caught sooner or later eventually. It's just inevitable, but is it really going to be like a long time or a short time before they get killed? In my opinion, I feel like that, yes, it could end up being very likely that they could all die very soon, but I think some of them will live. Now, even though I can't necessarily say for sure that any of them will live, I will say the one character that I do think will continue to live throughout the entire time of doing this, and that's just going to be Bill. Because not only do we have an example based off the comics that he is very resilient. I mean, the dude, like, fought off sleeping gas, which is not easy. That's a hard thing to do, trust me. If you've ever tried to resist sleeping gas just for your own curiosity, it's not easy. That will knock you on your ass. And plus also, too, this guy is, like, a really experienced fighter, you know, being a veteran, he knows what he's doing. Bill made it to the very end until he basically chose to die. And that shows you how resilient he is. Now, when it comes to Nick and Coach and Rochelle, It's mostly just that I'm unsure. I do have a lot of faith in them that they could do very well, and maybe they have like almost an unwritten path that they could take one day where they could show me that they are capable of being able to survive for a really long time, but I'm just going based off of prior gameplay and prior intros and trailers and comics and stuff like that. And even though that they all do have a very strong will to live, I just can't necessarily guarantee the confidence in them that I do have with Bill. So when it comes to the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors, I'm open to them surviving, and I do definitely believe it's possible, but in my head, for some reason, the only person I can see for sure living is Bill. Now, I do want to also address the idea that there is a chance that Bill still might have been infected somewhere else later on down the line that I don't know about. Maybe I might be forgetting a voice line, or maybe I might be forgetting something else that would be able to prove that he has been bitten before. I'd like to believe they all technically have been bitten before, and like I said, this is just kind of me just like thinking of some stuff for fun because this whole entire idea is completely fictional, but I am trying to base it off of the story, and I don't think that Bill's ever explicitly said that he's been bitten. But if you guys do have a instance where you can find something that is contradictory to that, I'd be more than happy to end up like updating this and maybe even having a possible like discussion going on. But all the characters I think have been injured at one point or another. But this is just the injuries that I found based off of the rules I said, where it's specifically bites and stuff like that. So you guys can let me know what you think about this idea and overall just this episode. What if the Left 4 Dead 2 crew never ended up leaving the Left 4 Dead 1 crew in the passing? This is what we're going to be talking about in today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those of you guys that are brand new to this series and you guys have not seen a prior episode before, first of all, I just want to say welcome. I hope you guys end up enjoying. And second of all, basically the way that this works is that this is going to be inspired by the Disney What If series that they do for Marvel, where we're basically going to be taking all the concepts of a Left 4 Dead story and just simply putting a twist on them and just asking, what if? What if X, Y, and Z were different, just solely for fun? It could be something anywhere from completely random things to even like what we have with today's episode. So if you guys end up enjoying today's episode and you want to see more like this in the future, then make sure you end up dropping a like and comment down below what you would like me to discuss in the future What If episodes. But yeah, guys, let's talk about this. So what would happen if the Left 4 Dead 2 crew did not leave the Left 4 Dead 1 crew? Now, for those of you guys that don't know about the Left 4 Dead story, let me give you basically a quick recap. So basically, for the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, after the events of the sacrifice, when Bill ended up sacrificing himself, we all know that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew ended up going to an island, and this is basically where they've been the entire time, basically at the remains of the port area where Bill died, and just a little bit off the shore is going to end up being like an island. Now, they have not left this area ever since this event. So if the Left 4 Dead 2 crew were to stay here, they were probably going to stay in this general area. So they would end up having Jimmy Gibbs stock cards on the opposite half of the bridge. They would end up having the boat that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew has. And they would also have any just general plot of land within the general port area, because I would like to believe that nobody else would end up coming by, just because the only other survivors that we've ever ran into are very far and few in between. There was no actual rescue at the passing campaign. It was just the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors helping the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors by just gassing up Jimmy Gibbs' stock car. There was no NPCs. So that basically means that, as far as I'm aware, I don't know about any possible other human beings that there could be there. So it's just the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 crew. Now, if this was also going to be the case, this would have a lot of good things in mind that I can think of straight off the rip. Is that number one is that there's just definitely strength in numbers. Even though Bill has unfortunately died, there's now going to be 7 survivors instead of just 4. And the addition of Zoe, Francis, and Lewis would be great, because we already know that a majority of them get along. And even people like, for example, like Nick and Francis, who were basically the hard asses of each retrospective group, even they at times can respect each other and work together. Most notably is the fact that Nick and Francis kind of like meet into a mutual agreement and understanding each other when they're both talking about Bill. And that's really cool to see, that even though that they're very, thick-skinned and can be kind of like a little bit of an asshole at times, both of them are even friendly towards each other, which is just kind of funny to see. And I'm very glad. So immediately showing really great signs there. One of the other benefits about the groups getting along too as well is that they're more inclined to share stories and things about themselves to the other group members, which means that not only can they learn from each other skill set wise, but they can also end up getting a backstory about basically what happened from their perspective. So for example, Zoe, Francis, and Lewis can talk about why they don't believe in the military anymore, and Ellis, Nick, Coach, and Rochelle can talk about why they still have faith in people, and that the world is not completely in shambles like the Left 4 Dead 1 crew thinks that it is. Now this last part might not necessarily be a guarantee, but it definitely is plausible, and it does have a good outcome if it does happen, and that is going to end up being repopulation of the Earth. We all know that there's not many people left on Earth. Other than the main crews that we know about, there's the obvious NPCs that have rescued us throughout the maps, but a lot of them typically die, and pretty much the only ones that exist, as far as we are aware, is essentially going to be the military and Virgil, and that's basically it. So when it comes to the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 crews, we already know that Rochelle and Francis both already like each other, just straight off the rip. They have a very obvious chemistry going on, and at least Ellis likes Zoe. I do like to believe, though, too, that Zoe does like Ellis at least a little bit, because she does show signs of being interested in him back, and I think that this can only be amplified if they're around each other because of the proximity. Because if you think about it, if all these guys were together and they were just on an island and they had nobody else, I think it's going to be very likely that Zoe, just out of process elimination, even if she didn't like Ellis that much, would naturally be inclined to be with him, just because there's a lot more gain to it than there is not. Plus also, I just think that they fit well together, and that's just me. I'm just one of the Ellis and Zoe shippers. So let's just say that Ellis and Zoe and Francis and Rochelle have X amount of kids. Now, if the supplies on the island, or just the supplies that they can find on land in general, are enough to support a giant amount of people, hypothetically, since this is the end of the world and we're trying to repopulate the Earth, Ellis and Zoe and Rochelle and Francis might just keep busy and just keep having kid after kid after kid. Now, this might drive people like Nick insane, and he might just end up, like, leaving, because I can't imagine there being an Uncle Nick. But I'm just imagining in a world where, like, if you got nothing else better to do than just be with your loved ones and try to just, you know, do right by the Earth and just obviously try to have more people rather than zombies, I can only feel like that there would be more likely than not a lot of people making kids. And hypothetically, you can even have it where later on, years down the line, if at least, you know, if everyone was cool with it, you can even have it where, like, let's say a Rochelle and Francis's kids eventually hook up with Zoe and Ellis's kids, and then you have even more kids, and then you start to get basically a mini population going together on this small island. And you can get probably a decent amount of people if, like I said, they were very active. I can definitely imagine Ellis being very active just because of the fact that he's just so obsessed with Zoe. But yeah, man, like, I think that you could definitely get a decent amount of people going. And then if you find any other survivors and that works out, and then boom, you start to get a couple dozen people. And that's really cool. You start to repopulate the Earth. That's kind of basically how essentially humanity works. Now, there could be the very real possibility that this is just a temporary thing. They might not be together that long, and they might not even have any kids, so therefore they just stay friends, or they just end up staying, you know, like allies, and that's fine. I understand that. But I think that there is a perfect world where all this works out in the end and everything that I just listed does happen, which would be kind of cool. That would be the ideal circumstance. And there is even the alternative, which is kind of like an in-between compromise where, like, let's say the Left 4 Dead 2 crew might convince the Left 4 Dead 1 crew that, hey, you know, not everyone is a bad person. I mean, just look at us. Everything worked out with us. You trusted us, and we didn't, you know, end up being evil. Maybe you guys might want to move on from the island, and then, like, let's say the characters try to find other survivors, and they don't just stay on the island and just wait to basically die. And I think that would be kind of a cool, poetic thing, almost, because you could have somebody like Ellis who could, like, convince Zoe, or Rochelle that could convince Francis that, hey, you know, there's other good people out there, and that we should end up trying to find them. We should try to make this work and be a giant group rather than just one small niche group. And I think that could be very beautifully powerful if that ever did work out properly, but you would have to execute it perfectly, otherwise it would just, like, kind of fall flat on its face. And I do just quickly want to address one more possibility, that the idea that the cruises might only hang out temporarily. I don't think that this would happen, just because I think that if they were going to hang out, it would be forever, and if I think that they weren't going to hang out, which that's what ended up happening in the actual canon of the story, that they wouldn't, like, come back. I can't imagine it being temporary, but it does have the possibility existing, so I do just want to acknowledge it. I just think it's very unlikely, but you guys can let me know about that last one down below in the comments. And in general, guys, let me know what you think about all these possibilities. Do you think that one is more likely to happen than the other? Which one is your favorite? And if so, let me know in the comments down below. But anyways, guys, that's going to be it here for today's video. I do truly hope you guys ended up enjoying it. If you did, please consider dropping a like, comment, subscribe, and all that beautiful stuff. If you guys want to check out the prior What If episode, there will be a end card at the end of the video and a link down below in the description to all my other What If episodes. And if you guys want to see a particular What If episode in the future, just let me know by the comments once more. What if the scrapped special infected from Left 4 Dead were real? What if all the cut special infected that were only in the prototype stage or in concept art phases were a part of the actual lore? That's what we're going to be talking about in today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those of you guys that are new to this series and have not ended up stumbling upon the channel before, welcome my friends. My name is Black Ninja 797 or John. And when it comes to Left 4 Dead What If, basically this series takes inspiration from the Disney Marvel What If series. Where essentially we're doing the exact same concept for that show, where we take all the different ideas from Left 4 Dead's universe and we just simply end up putting a twist on them and just ask the question, what if? What if X, Y, and Z were different or were made up, etc., etc. And that is what I want to do here with the Special Infected, because when it comes to the Left 4 Dead Special Infected, they are one of the core elements of the entire game. If there was no Special Infected, it would just not feel like a Left 4 Dead. Now, with that being said, how would the game differ if we were to add in these Special Infected? So, on screen here, you guys are going to be seeing a couple of different Special Infected concepts. And there's also going to be one more bonus with the one that's probably the most famous of all of these, which is going to be the Screamer. So, I'm going to be talking about these three main Special Infected, the Hellhog, which is going to be a cut animal, and then also the Screamer. The main reason why I want to choose these Special Infected and not every single scrapped idea is because, number one, is that these are the only ones that have concept art, as far as I'm aware, from the original source. So that means that we could actually see what they originally were intended to look like, and we can kind of gauge some ideas of how they were also going to function. And second of all, as well, is that I only end up wanting to include the ones that I can prove that they were even going to be a idea, not just something that was just randomly spread around on the internet by, like, let's say the fans. Rather, I want this to be the ideas that Valve themselves had. Now, there's a couple different ways that we can proceed throughout this video. Now, the main one that I want to end up doing is I want to end up approaching the concept art in a literal sense, which is going to be just taking a look at the raw image and just basing it off of what we can see, and assuming that that's what the abilities were just going to be for these Special Infected, maybe even also a little bit of their lore. But I think what would be honestly the most fun is to not only take that method of thinking, but also end up adding in a little bit of just childhood creativity. You ever have it when you were a kid and you just question everything? You were like, oh, why this, and why is this because, and, you know, because, and honestly, your parents would kind of get annoyed, but it's a good thing to do, and that's how we learn, is just by asking questions. So I want to end up putting my own little ideas that I've come up with here in this video, and just apply them to these Special Infected and kind of make them my own. You guys can play along with me, because keep in mind is that these Special Infected never happened, so it's not like their ideas for their abilities are set in stone or anything. We can end up all coming up with some ideas down below in the comments, and I encourage you to participate with me. Let's play a little bit of a game. Let's see what is the most popular ideas for how that these Special Infected could have functioned, and maybe even give them a little bit of lore. Why don't we, shall we? So let's talk about all the Special Infected, but I think the one that we should start off with the most, because it's the most famous, is going to be the Screamer. So with the Screamer, we already know a lot about this guy, because out of all the scrapped Special Infected, this one is honestly the most, like, finished. So the idea behind the Screamers that was originally intended to be the first idea behind a Horde summoning Special Infected, which you can see where I'm going with this. This was basically the first concept of an attempt at a boomer idea. Now, when it comes to the Screamer, his abilities were to end up seeing a survivor and then run away and do this ear-piercing scream and summon zombies. Very similarly to how the Snitch works in Back 4 Blood as of right now, which is really cool to see because this Special Infected got repurposed in Turtle Rock's Back 4 Blood, which I don't know if you knew that. The only difference is that the Screamer would have ran away from the survivors and would have tried not to die if all possible, which the reason why this was scrapped in the first place was for this very reason, is because nobody wanted to chase down a Special Infected. It kind of just proceeded to get annoying really fast, and that's why Valve cut it. But it would have been really, really cool to see because it would have been the only special infected that would attempt to run away from you rather than attack you. The only zombie type that functions even remotely like this in the game is going to be one, and that is the Fallen Survivor. Now, the reason why I don't mind chasing down the Fallen Survivor is because he just gives you rewards. I think that this is a good repurposing of the idea for the Screamer running away from you, because if you just had to end up chasing him down and waste all your bullets or your grenades, or even like just chase him down in general to have to melee him, and there's no reward, it would get really, really annoying. But the Fallen Survivor works because you get rewards back. You get grenades, you get health, all that stuff. So when it comes to the Screamer, if they would have perhaps like had him just stand still like the way that the Snitch does in Back 4 Blood, then I think he could have worked, but we're talking about the original concept stages. I think that all you really had to do, though, was just tweak this one idea, and then it probably could have worked. It would have been cool to have another horde summoning a special infected other than the Boomer, because it would be nice to, like, rotate between the two. Now, when it comes to the lore, the idea is that the Screamer was supposed to be an insane asylum patient. That's why the concept art shows him in a straitjacket, which is really cool, and I think it's a really nice concept, although you could easily apply this logic to the jockey, because the jockey is very similar in nature to a, like, insane asylum patient, with them, like, laughing and cackling maniacally in the distance. It would have been really cool if the Screamer also had this effect, because if the jockey laugh was on the Screamer, it would have, like, really sold the deal about, like, it being an insane asylum patient. I think that that would have really worked out in its favor. And you would also not only have a zombie that would function like the Boomer, but they would also be just as terrifying as the jockey would be. Overall, I feel like that this special infected could have worked in its original state. It would have just been annoying, and it kind of would have been a chore. But it's not like we don't have any annoying special infected. Every special infected in their own right can be annoying in the wrong circumstances. But I understand why they cut it, and I think all they really had to do was just make it where it didn't run away. And other than that, it would have been basically a, okay zombie. I think it would have worked. Now let's take a look at some of these other ones. So these are not as complete as the way that the Screamer was. Now, these really only go by code names, or just end up having a flat-out image and never got a name. So let's talk about a couple of them. Let's talk about this guy right here. This is the zombie that I like to call Ratman. So with Ratman here, basically the idea is that he's got these rats that are just flinging out of his stomach. And there's nothing else to him other than this concept art. So the only thing that we can do is speculate. So let's just say, for hypothetical reasons, that what I say here is just the, I guess, template for his abilities, and we'll just go from there. So let's just say that this is a combination between, like, the idea of a spitter and a smoker. This enemy is meant to basically pin you with, like, long-ranged abilities. So the idea is that it could either fling the rats at you like a spitter, and they could end up chipping away at you and basically being like almost kind of like a spitter effect where they're just like planted in one area and they just nibble at your feet. Maybe they can even chase you, and it's kind of like a spitter goo pile, but it's rats instead, and it can move. So it's like a moving spitter pile, which would be a lot more deadly because then you couldn't jump out of it. You would have to like try to outrun it, which would be a much more harder thing to do. Or what you could have it be is where it ends up like just flinging a whole bunch of rats on you, and it can kind of like pin you down to the ground and you can't move until, like, for example, like let's say you kill all the rats by like shooting at them, or you end up meleeing them or shoving them off, and it's kind of like more like an ability that makes you stuck. You can also even have an idea about how you can end up having the backstory for this character. You could have it be where this zombie type ends up being created from like exterminators. Imagine like you're an exterminator and the zombie apocalypse happens right as you're on the job and you're like trying to take care of a rat infestation, and because rats are known for like being disgusting and everything, they try to like go inside the body, and the body adapts around this like harvesting of the rats and like the flesh and everything, and it makes this concept. It'd be a really nasty idea, but it'd be really, really cool, and I think it'd be very, very fitting for this concept art. Overall, I can definitely see this being one of the most lethal special infected in the entire game based off of how gnarly it looks. But in practice, it really is just going to depend on what its abilities could be. It could also have a lot of health. It could be like quick. It could be very, very just slow. It can also be lethargic. it can be weak, it can be strong, it can be loud, it can be quiet. Really, like, anything is open to interpretation here. I think that this zombie type should be something very similar to, like, a smoker or, like, a spitter combo with, like, all the ideas I listed, and maybe hover somewhere around, like, the health of a hunter or maybe even a smoker, because I feel like that would be the most balanced, because this zombie is honestly my favorite other than the Screamer concept art. But these next couple that are coming up too as well are going to be really, really cool, and I think you guys are going to like my ideas. Now let's talk about this special infected. So this one does have a concept art name, and it's called Meat Wall. Now when I look at Meat Wall here, other than thinking of like kind of like a boomer tank combo, I just think of this as a boss zombie. Like, this dude looks like he is gigantic, and he's probably around the same size as an actual tank. And this probably would have been a third boss zombie that would have been in the game, because the only other boss zombies are just the tank and the witch. Now, for this zombie, he definitely looks like he could end up taking a lot of damage. Like, this zombie type looks like it would have probably more health than a tank, although be it weaker, because it's not like as shredded, it just looks like a giant pile of flesh. Or it could be the other way around, where it's extremely vulnerable and weak, and it actually does a lot more damage, because you can definitely see how it kind of like borders on the combo of like a tank and a boomer. It literally looks just like a walking pile of flesh. I think it'd be kind of cool if you had it where the zombie could like shake the screen as it's approaching you, because the only other zombie that can like affect your vision is going to be the boomer, where it blinds you. But it'd be kind of cool if you could like shake the screen and have it be distorted by the zombie just making these giant like loud ass footsteps and like, you know, shaking the earth. And it's really slow, but if it hits you, it's like a witch where it just automatically kills you. Like, his body and the force of his mass just crushes you underneath. And that would be a really cool idea for a boss zombie, like really slow giant zombie that if you end up miscalculating, you're dead. But however though, other than that, he would just be kind of like a threat that you can kind of like very easily avoid. An idea that I can relate this to would be the concept of George Romero from Call of the Dead on Black Ops 1 Zombies, if you guys have ever played that back in the day. You know what I mean about a zombie that you can hypothetically leave alone, but if you piss it off, it's going to brutally murder you. I think it would be kind of cool if you could end up having a backstory where this zombie is just a giant combo of other bodies just fused together. Like, maybe, for example, a survivor kind of like ended up being like thrown into a pile of other bodies when they died, and before they were like fully dead, their body started to change, and their body reanimated and combined it with everything else that was around them, and basically made this giant pile of flesh. Because this is kind of like too mismatchy and weird to be just one human body. I think this looks like a combination of all bodies. So you could have it where like a couple bodies, if they're like thrown in a pile, and the one zombie had this mutation, then you just get this giant combo of all this flesh, and then boom, there you go, there's your zombie. Or maybe you can even have it where, like, if you mix the bodies together, and, like, let's say you're trying to, like, burn them or destroy them, you then get this concept, because, you know, we're just trying to make it up for the sake of our story. Really, really cool and nasty concept, and I think that this, honestly, is one of the most threatening zombies, even though it might just look bare bones. Now, this zombie is going to be called Claws. Now, for Claws, this one reminds me a lot of a combination between the Jockey and a Witch. Very, very menacing. It seems like it would, like, destroy you if it got its hands on you. And I definitely can see this being a more active zombie, like one that would actually seek you out and try to legitimately destroy you. I think it'd be kind of cool if you could end up having where this zombie was, like, extremely fast. Now, I don't know if you guys have kept up to date with my walkthrough games, but I'm currently on the verge of finally finishing the first Dying Light game for you guys. Now, in Dying Light 1, there is this one special zombie type that is extremely creepy and is very, very scary, and it's going to be the Volatile. This zombie in particular is mortifying. Like, it's horrifying. Like, it's debatably just as scary, if not worse, than when you first would experience the witch back when you were a young kid. The amount of, like, phobias and, like, nightmare-inducing, like, thoughts that I get from this thing is abundant. Because this particular zombie type only ends up showing up at night, and it ends up also having multiple versions of itself. It's got a normal version, it's even got this mutated version in the following DLC, where it's even stronger and it's more resistant to getting killed, so it's a lot harder to kill, but it's still equally as strong. Now, the problem is with this zombie is that it basically is like extremely fast, and if you just stop paying attention for 1 second, it's right on top of you. I think that you could apply this logic with claws. Imagine if you ended up taking the volatile speed from Dying Light and putting it on this claw zombie. Now, you might have to make this a boss zombie then, or make it like very, very rare spawns, because we're trying to make it like basically overpowered. We don't want it too often, otherwise it'd be just unfun. But let's just say that it's a boss zombie again. Let's just say, just like Meatwall, that it's another boss zombie. So that way now you got 4 bosses. So if you were to have this zombie spawn in, and it's like a volatile from Dying Light, let's say that it has like, I don't know, like a couple thousand HP. Like, let's say it has like 2,000 HP, like a little bit less than a full-on tank. And you would need to have like explosive bullets or incendiary bullets or even like grenades to kill this thing, because it will just be right on top of you. Now, that doesn't mean that it has to be overpowered and knock you down 1 hit. To make it a little bit more fair is that we're going to make it extremely fast. We also need to make it a little bit on the weaker side, because the reason why Dying Light's volatiles work is because you can end up using healables really fast, there's an abundance of them, and plus also you have a lot of abilities that can usually allow you to dodge a volatile or get away, such as parkour. So let's just say that this particular zombie only does so much damage, but like I said, it's just really, really fast and has a lot of health. For the backstory of this zombie, you could end up having it where, like, let's say that this zombie, before it was a zombie and it was a human, it, like, abused drugs such as, like, heroin or speed or, like, meth, and it made it so that way the drugs that were in its system when this person died mutated the virus in such a way that it allowed it to be extremely hyperactive and really fast and almost spastic in a way, and then that's when you get this psycho-volatile movement that I'm talking about. Right, now we got one more, and this is a little bit hard to classify, and this is going to be the Hellhog. For those of you guys that didn't know this, there was originally going to be zombie animals in Left 4 Dead, and one of them here was the Hellhog. Now, for the Hellhog, it's basically just a zombie pig, and it's very similar to the idea between the Hellhounds that are from Call of Duty. Now, if you were to have zombie animals in Left 4 Dead, I can imagine that these would end up being something that would spawn in a little bit more often than a boss, but not as common as a normal zombie or even a special infected. I can imagine these zombies would end up spawning in specific areas of certain maps. So such as, for example, in like, if you had it in Blood Harvest, it would spawn a lot like on the farm, or if you had it even like, let's say, in like Death Toll, it would spawn kind of like in the foresty areas. But then if you have the more industrial areas or the more modern looking maps, I really don't know how you would spawn these things in, which can make it a little bit problematic. Unless you want to end up having just no logic at all and they just spawn in, or you just have other animals hypothetically too. But you need to like kind of like do a little bit of a balancing thing with that, because if you end up having too much, then it loses its value, but if you have too little, it also still loses its value. It's a very tricky and niche thing, which is why this is one of the hardest things in my opinion to place, because zombie animals in Left 4 Dead, I just feel like out of all these ideas, just would not work. I feel like the only way you can get away with a zombie animal idea is if you end up having the animal be specific to a map and had a different animal per map. So like, for example, the Hellhog could be on something like, let's say, Blood Harvest, and then every single other map has their own special animal. Or more rather, each types of maps that have similarities can end up getting this animal. So for example, you can have this animal on like Death Toll, Blood Harvest, and maybe even something like, let's say, Swamp Fever, but you have to have another animal for the more like modern maps such as Dead Center, No Mercy, and The Parish. Let's just list off a couple of different zombie animals and just see which ones would work and which ones would not work. So I think that you can still keep the Hellhog, but they would have to be on like foresty maps or wilderness theme maps. And if you want to have more modern maps, such as like the ones that are set in like an industrial setting, you need to have animals that would fit that. Now, we don't want to necessarily copy Call of Duty and have wolves or like dogs. So I'm going to list off 3 special zombie animals that I have in mind. You guys can just let me know what you think about these ideas and what maps would fit these zombie types best. Now, these are going to be the animals right here in addition to the Hellhog. You can end up having a zombie elk, or maybe even perhaps a zombie deer. You could have a zombie horse or a zombie donkey, and finally, which I think is the most fun, is a zombie bear. because out of all these zombies, the bear sounds the most intimidating, and I think could be the most menacing, and it just sounds overall just extremely cool for a concept of a zombie animal. Zombie animals could work, it's just that you would have to find a fine balance between them, and if you don't find that fine balance, you're better off just not having them in the game, like how, for example, they are right now. But the idea and concept was still pretty cool, and it would have been really nice to imagine Left 4 Dead with all these special infected in the game. What would happen if the Left 4 Dead green flu was completely eradicated? What if we ended up getting rid of all these special infected zombies, all the common zombies, and it was just human beings again? What would happen? That is, my friends, what I'm going to be answering here in today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those of you guys that are new to this series, welcome. My name is John, or Black Ninja, and I hope that you end up looking forward to today's video, because, my friends, we're going to be trying to answer something that I thought would be a really fun question to ask, which is, once again, just going to be, what would happen if the green flu was just completely gone? What if all the zombies in Left 4 Dead were completely gone, and everything was essentially back to normal? Or would the world be back to normal? Because that is what we're going to be taking a look at. How would civilization, for those that are still left standing, handle the situation when it comes to just being back in society again? Would the world be 100% back to the way it was? Would it be a different version of the way it was? Or would the world still be just in shambles and in chaos? That is exactly what we're going to be covering all in today's video. For those of you guys that are new to the What If series, essentially what this is going to be is that this is very much inspired by the Marvel What If series that is produced by Disney. I basically like to take a whole bunch of like Left 4 Dead subjects from the storyline, the gameplay, and just overall just cool things about the universe, and just simply put a twist on them and just ask the question, what if? What if X, Y, and Z were different, and if so, how would they have played out? So my friends, let's discuss. So when it comes to the green flu in Left 4 Dead, this virus is extremely deadly. Most certainly deadly because it changes constantly. The only way that I can imagine that the green flu would be eradicated is if it stopped mutating, which is the first thing that we need to address, is why would suddenly the green flu be able to be eradicated? Well, my friends, for something that's constantly mutating, you can't exactly make a vaccine for it. However, though, what you can do is that even if you can't make a vaccine, you could end up destroying all the prior variants. So let's say that the variants are just capped, and they eventually make a vaccine or a cure even for all the other prior versions, because the thing can only mutate so many times. Any virus can only mutate so many times before it actually will start to hurt itself. In fact, some viruses have done that where they mutate to make itself weaker indirectly. So when it comes to the green flu, let's just say that they're capped, and eventually we do make a kind of like a medicine for all variants. Let's just say that just to make it easy. Now, when we do make a variant for all these, let's say we start giving it to people and we end up making it where all the zombies are just going to be just gunned down and killed off for the ones that are left, but we can't make any new ones. Let's just say that we kill all the zombies. We might not be able to technically explain how this would work, whether it be we would just like run and gun and kill them all, or if we would like close off an area of the world and just say that they're all gone, but they're reality just on another part of the world. Let's just make it easy and just say they're all gone. Let's just say we definitively are confident in ourselves and we just say all the zombies are dead. How would society function after this point? Well, we need to think about how society would actually work in a real life sense. If there was a huge pandemic, like for example, like right now, when it comes to the world, basically everything would be completely on just like reset mode. Everyone would just take a moment and look back on everything, and they would just think about, okay, we have had all this happen. How do we never have it happen again? That would be the first thing, is that take a look at everything that did happen and prevent any of it happening again before we even start to change things. So probably what would happen is that there would be massive quarantines instated. The military, or what's left of it, or just anything for society, immediately would end up having just quarantine everything. Quarantine this, quarantine that. Probably be very relatable for what we've done in the last like 2 years. And probably you would see a lot of people just being very, very careful. You would see a lot of people being suspicious. If you sneezed, it would be like yelling Allahu Akbar in the airport. So we need to make sure that you are clean, we need to make sure that you are not infected, and we need to make sure you don't have any sort of illness whatsoever, because even though the green flu might be gone, there is nothing saying that there won't be some other sort of deadly disease that could arise later on in the future. So everyone would immediately be, like 10 times more careful, like quadruple that even, like they'd be like 100 times more careful. Now, if they were going to end up changing the rules of society, what exactly would they do other than these quarantine restrictions? Well, I can definitely see that number one, we need to have some form of government again, because unless we want to have just like a random set of independent colonies or independent groups, you need to end up establishing an order again. Now, would this be the military? Would this be SETA? Would this just be the leftover survivors? It really is open to interpretation, because I can tell you this, is that all the survivors have different opinions. The Left 4 Dead 1 crew is over the military because they couldn't trust them, but people like the Left 4 Dead 2 crew actually do want to give the military a chance, so it's different per person. Now, when it comes to specifically the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and 2 crew, regardless of whether or not these groups ever meet again on an individual basis, if they're experiencing the exact same events, they're going to have completely different opinions. You're going to have Zoe, Francis, and Lewis have nothing to do with the military. In fact, they're going to try to make sure that the military stays out of control at all costs. They're essentially going to make it where it's just independent groups, or make it where at least that the people that are running the show are not the military, not corrupt, if you would say. The Left 4 Dead 2 crew might think otherwise. Somebody like Nick might be on the side of hesitation, but when it comes to the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, they were willing to like leave even though Zoe and Lewis and Francis said that they didn't want to go with them, which can only, I don't know, raise suspicion in their minds. I don't know why they never really addressed that more into the like lore of the game, but they probably should have like addressed that, because it seems like they just honestly didn't care about their warnings. But let's just say that the military is still corrupt. Would these survivors have to start going up against the military and have them be the new threat? I can definitely see that. Instead of being zombies anymore, it's going to be more rather a battle of people. Because every single zombie media that I've seen over time, especially in The Walking Dead, after a while, it's not about the zombies anymore. Because the zombies have a pattern. They're slow, they're stupid, they're rotting away. And hypothetically, let's say that even if the green flu never did get completely cured, all the zombies eventually would just rot away. Because if all the other survivors that are left on the earth are, let's say, the immune ones, then if they can't get infected anyways, regardless of whether or not they're dead or alive, then after all the people that are susceptible to the green flu get infected and they're zombies, eventually their corpse would just rot away. A dead corpse just does not last forever. It would just decay and be completely just useless over time. So it could also be a waiting game, hypothetically, as well. And when it's just the survivors that have their immunities left, if they can't die by any foreign bodies, they would just die by the hands of other survivors or other groups. This happens all the time in The Walking Dead. Basically, after Season 3, it became all about the different groups, about, like, I want your supplies and I want to kill you for it. And if you don't have it, I'm going to just, make sure that you regret instantly living. Basically, they make it so that way you're essentially their slaves. They make you want to work for them. So it's going to be a big struggle for power. I can definitely see one person rising through the ranks, and there probably would be definitely two main groups, an antagonist and a protagonist, and probably there might be one for each like region or area. Let's say that the Left 4 Dead 2 crew does decide to go the way of like Zoe, Francis, and Lewis's mentality, where they don't want to end up having a government. I can definitely see them having a different set of military figures, or a different group of military-like figures, and then same thing with Zoe, Lewis, and Francis on their side, where they were at the passing campaign. And I think that eventually, after a while, there's going to be a lot of blood spill. There's going to be a lot of death. There's going to be a lot of killing. Now, can I guarantee that anybody's going to live out of this? It's hypothetical. It's completely being made up. So let's just say that if push comes to shove, all the survivors that we like die, but the best, then they all live. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to like the second option, so let's just go with that they live, but there is definitely the possibility some or all could die. Just saying. So let's say that they all live. If they did live, who would be in power? That's the question. It's like, if we're going to go the individual group route, or if we just want to say that after every one of those groups combined again, who would be the main leader? I can definitely see that for both at least the Left 4 Dead 2 crew and the 1 crew, that one person of each group stands out in my mind. And in my opinion, for the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, this is going to be Coach, and for Left 4 Dead 1's crew, this is going to be Zoe. The reason why I think that these two specifically would be the leaders of each retrospective group is because of the following reasons. Number one, let's take a look at Coach. Coach is definitely a leader type figure, absolutely. Being a high school coach for a whole bunch of children way back in the day for his normal job, he's used to telling people what to do. He's very authoritative, and he knows how to run a group. And I can definitely see him, when push comes to shove, to step up as a man. Because Nick would probably end up being kind of more the rebellious person, even though he could lead if he was, forced into it. I definitely don't see him volunteering. Ellis could do it, but he's the youngest, so he wouldn't have as much maturity or as experience as Coach. And then personally for Rochelle, I just think that Rochelle would be more catered and best fit for another role, just simply because of the fact of what she's good at with the news reporting and basically being able to spread information around. Coach knows how to be a leader. That's kind of what he last was, essentially, before the end of the world. So why not in a second time at the beginning of a new world, why not give him that position back? I can definitely see him running at least a small group, or at least a decent amount of group of people, and he could do a really good job at it. He could definitely lead a few couple of groups, and I can definitely see a lot of people liking being under his leadership. Second of all, as well as with Coach, is that he has not only experience with surviving, but he has experience with literally trying to coordinate with other groups. For example, in the Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2 group meetup at the Passing, there was no confrontation whatsoever. I mean, hypothetically, the worst it gets is because of Nick. Nick and Francis both, I mean, they butt heads constantly, so each group has like one, asshole. But Coach definitely was one of the people that was definitely keeping everybody in check. Same thing with Zoe. But Coach most especially. Coach is very level-headed. He can definitely end up snapping at you if you test him, but however, though, he's usually very, very chill and very, very cool. And lastly as well, is when it comes to Coach, I feel like he's going to be the one to make the ballsy decisions. If hypothetically, like let's say if the Left 4 Dead 2 crew were ever in a sacrifice situation, I think that the Bill equivalent would have been Coach. I think that Coach would have been the one to take a stand and risk it all just to save everybody. Coach seems like a man that would do the unthinkable and risk his entire life just to save everybody. So Coach is definitely a leader figure. Now let's talk about Left 4 Dead 1's crew, which is going to be Zoe. Zoe was very, very close to Bill, who we know basically was that leader of that group. Bill was very much the leader. He was an old Vietnam veteran. He's led people several times before in his past. He knew exactly what he was doing. Very, very, very smart man. But Zoe was very close to him, and she learned a lot from Bill. And unfortunately, she learned that the hard way when she realized that you can't exactly save everybody. So Zoe might be on the more reserved side than what she used to be, and she might not help exactly everybody and might do kind of like helping her own. But I can definitely see if she got to know people, she would welcome more people into her group and try to be a leader type figure. And for the possibility that if the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 crew meet again, I think that the main leader with all of them combined would still be Coach, just because Coach is definitely the most oldest and most mature and the most leader-like figure out of everybody. He's the kind of perfect combo of everything, personally. The biggest thing that's going to end up needing to happen, other than making sure that this doesn't happen again, is going to end up being people. Rebuilding society, figuring out who to trust, figuring out who to not trust, and figuring out why exactly you can or cannot trust them. What are the new rules that are essentially set in stone that aren't going to be able to be changed? What are the new rules of society? Like, for example, what allows you to be trustworthy to somebody? What allows you to be exiled? What allows you to be killed? What allows you to be at risk of spreading infection? What is going to be something that is risky in the minds of a survivor versus somebody that didn't exactly have to go through the trauma that the survivors that we know went through? What exactly are those rules? I'm going to give another Walking Dead reference here, but there was a really good thing about The Walking Dead that simplified the initiation process, if you will, about basically accepting people into groups. So Rick's group ended up having an idea where they would ask you just simply 3 questions. Is that number 1, they would ask you, how many survivors have you killed? Second of all, they would ask you, how many infected have you killed? And lastly, they want to ask you, how long have you survived? And if you can answer all 3 of those questions and you meet the criteria, they will usually accept you within your group. So for example, if these survivors that they're recruiting have killed a certain amount of zombies, little to no people, and they also have ended up surviving for a really long time, I can definitely see that they would be welcome into the Left 4 Dead 1/2 group. Very Walking Dead-like, yes I know, but the Walking Dead minus the special infected are basically the exact same universes. I mean, let's be honest, it's kind of a zombie apocalypse game. It's not really going to change that much. Let's say that the world is back in order. Let's say that society has been restored and everyone is just getting back to what they would deem as normal. What would every one of the remaining survivors from the Left 4 Dead 1 and 2 crews be doing again? And I'm going to be talking about them from an order of the Left 4 Dead 1 crew all the way up until the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. So let's talk about first Francis. I think that Francis's life of crime is over, but I can definitely see him wanting to still kick ass, which is why I think, ironically, the one thing that he used to hate and the thing that he used to resist, I think he might end up becoming, is going to end up being a police officer. By police officer, I don't mean traditional, like, law and order police officer, but he definitely would be someone that would restore order. He would be basically that bounty hunter slash police slash, I guess you could say, security guard guy, where if someone's acting up, he would at least throw them in jail and whoop their ass, because that definitely seems right up Francis's alley. Now we move on to Lewis. So when it comes to Lewis, I can definitely see him being a scavenger or a looter or an inventory guy, someone that would go out and try to find supplies for the group so that way they could end up having food, medicine, weapons, you name it, basically trying to get one of everything. Now, you might not expect me to say this for Zoe, but I think that Zoe would be the right-hand man, or in this case, woman, to Coach as another leader type figure. Just because Coach would be the main authority doesn't mean that Zoe can't end up learning from Coach. I can definitely see her having the same desire to learn and want to help people, but instead of seeking it through Bill, she seeks it through Coach, and this allows her to be able to get to know the Left 4 Dead 2 crew more, so that way she can know who exactly it is that she once helped prior to the passing. There could be hypothetically multiple leaders, and Coach and Zoe could both coexist, I guess, at the same time. I feel like that society would just better function with one, but maybe they can end up having a line of succession, and then next in line would end up being Zoe, just simply because she is one of the youngest in the entire group. Then we get over to Rochelle. Now, Rochelle, as you guys know, she was a news reporter, and I think that Rochelle would be really, really great at doing radio announcements. So, for example, she would be the person that you would hear on, like, the intercoms or, like, on the walkie-talkies and letting everybody know what's going on. Important news, for example, if they're being raided, if they're going to do a raid, if they're going to war, if they're going to be having, like, an event, if they're going to be having even something as simple as a gathering or an important update meeting. She would definitely be the person to spread that information around and make sure that people know exactly what's going on. Make sure that important news is heard. As for Ellis, he would definitely be the car guy. He would be the maintenance guy. He would make sure that all the technology is up and running. He would make sure that we have cars. He would make sure that we would end up having bikes. He would make sure that we would end up having gas. He would make sure that we have our generators going, basically keeping the power on at night, so that way we don't have to worry about, like, not being able to see or being invaded. Ellis would definitely be tech support. He would make sure that everything is up and running and basically be the maintenance guy. And plus also, this would allow him to be able to stay within the community and hopefully be able to hang out with Zoe more often. And now finally we move on to Nick. Now, I'm not gonna lie, putting Nick into a role was very difficult, because when it comes to Nick, I was trying to figure out what exactly about Nick would be useful in a post-apocalyptic world. How would exactly Nick fit back into society again? This was hard because, for those of you guys that don't know, Nick's background was that he was originally once a gambler. He would basically con people out of their money and had a criminal track record basically going on. And one of his original things that they were going to have for him in the storyline was they were going to make him actually a criminal, like a legitimately escaped convict. And that didn't happen, but we gotta just assume that off-camera Nick has done some pretty horrible things in his time. So he's not exactly got the cleanest record. He is one of the good guys within our group, but he does have a little bit of a dark past. So, which is why I think that'd be really great for Nick to be the role of the recruiter for other survivors to join the group. Now, I know that this sounds really weird, but think about it. Who would be the best person to recruit other survivors? Somebody that knows when they're being lied to. Nick would be excellent at sniffing out bullshit. He would be great at it. He's probably developed an extremely good poker face. He would be extremely good at being able to read people, and he could tell basically when something was about to go down, or basically be for better or for worse. He would be able to sniff out any corruption and anything bad because he was in it for so long and he knows what to look for. Nick would be really good at detecting mannerisms such as not making eye contact. He would be able to notice when people are not exactly saying a complete truth, like leaving details out. And you would most certainly be able to tell when someone's a bad guy. So if Nick was in this role, this would be perfect for him. And I can definitely see this being able to express his nature so that way he could still feel authentic and be true to himself, but it would allow him to function in the new society that we're basically setting up for him. And that would basically be the general idea of what I think all these survivors would end up doing. However, though, just as a bonus, I do think that'd be kind of cool if we did see Ellis and Zoe and Rochelle and Francis start families, because if the world is completely just, back to normal, says that they can't have a family, they should be able to be happy. I think that's also something that Bill would have wanted, is he would have wanted his family, his surrogate family, to end up having a family and basically give them everything that they would have wanted. That's something that Bill would have wanted. What if the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors ran into Ellis's best friend, Keith? That is what we're going to be talking about in today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. This is going to be more of a feel-good episode. This one doesn't necessarily have to revolve around plot or narrative, but it's more rather just for funsies. So if you guys end up enjoying today's episode, please drop a like. For those of you guys that are new to this series, though, welcome. My name is John, or Black Ninja, and essentially what this series is that this is inspired by the Marvel What If series that is produced by Disney, except that we apply to the story and the logic of Left 4 Dead, where we just take a story or a gameplay elements and we just simply ask the question, what if? What if X, Y, and Z were different? And if so, what exactly would take place? Normally this revolves around storyline, but like I said, just thought it would just be fun to just do more of a lighthearted one by just simply asking what would happen if Keith came back and how that would affect the gameplay and or the story. But yeah, guys, with all that being said, let's end up doing another episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. Now, when we bring up this topic, the very first thing I want to bring up is going to be the initial interaction, because this is probably going to be the big thing that's going to happen, the big shock and awe. And I can tell you this, is that the moment that they end up meeting, Ellis and Keith are going to have a giant reunion. Ellis is going to be more giddy than a teenage girl going to a Justin Bieber concert back in the early 2010s. He is going to be extremely happy, and it's probably going to end up driving Nick up a wall. So after Ellis is done fangirling and Nick is done trying to end up debating whether or not he wants to commit mass genocide, there would end up being a proposition being made. Whether or not that Keith would stick around or if they would go separate ways. Now, the survivors would end up having to call a vote because obviously it has to be majority rule. So automatically, Ellis and Nick, we already know what their choice is going to be. Nick's going to probably say no way, and Ellis is probably going to be heck yes. So Rochelle and Coach are going to be mostly the deciding factors. Now, when it comes to this, I would like to believe that Rochelle and Coach's opinion is going to be dictated about whether or not that Keith is just simply a good person. Now, of course, they trust Ellis, and with him being his best friend, I would like to believe that as long as Keith hasn't, like, changed during the zombie apocalypse, which I doubt he has, I'm pretty sure that they welcome him in, minus the really weird and, like, you know, funny stories that they kind of just recite to each other. So for me, personally, what I would like to believe what would happen is that Ellis would be all for Keith, Nick would be initially all against Keith, and Rochelle and Coach would probably end up being the deciding factor, which would end up making so that way Keith would end up joining eventually, and then therefore Nick would just kind of have to accept him and tolerate him, kind of like how he does with Ellis, because Nick can't just get rid of everybody he doesn't like, otherwise he would be completely alone. So Nick has to just deal with the people that are good, even though they might annoy him, and then that's how you end up getting your little group together. Alright, so now what happens when the hype ends up dying down and the dust settles and the characters are initially past that first, like, oh my god, so good to see you phase, or oh my god, I can't believe you're real phase? Well, it's basically what's going to end up happening is we're going to cut straight into what I like to call story time, which is basically going to be where Ellis and Keith mostly, but also some of the other survivors as well, share their stories about basically what happened since they saw each other last. Their different survival stories, who they met, exactly what happened throughout their lives until they finally saw each other again. So Keith is probably going to end up having his own crew, his own survivors that he ended up hanging out with, and his own different experiences that he can share with us. And then Ellis can recite all the prior things that ended up happening with him. Now, when I imagine this, I'm also imagining this being sometime in between the parish and then also just any other given map. You can say, if you want to, it can take place in between Coldstream, or maybe even just say, let's just make Coldstream canon, and they meet there. Who knows? But let's just say that they end up meeting sometime around there. So you can end up talking about NSenr, you can talk about Dark Carnival, Swamp Fever, Hard Rain, Parish, etc. That can be a whole entire, like, few days to explain all those different stories, and even the ones we never even did see. Now, I would like to believe that there's nothing really bad that would come up between either group. However, though, there probably would be some things here or there that Keith would do and Ellis would do would make them question reality, and just being like, wow, we've actually managed to survive basically a shit show. And there's gonna be a lot of, like, feels, and I could definitely see, like, bonding and Nick and maybe almost like empathizing with Keith and sort of kind of relating to him. Or hypothetically, you could even go the one other direction, which would be that you find out that Keith is not as fond as Ellis thought he was, and, you know, he looks upon him, like, kind of more harshly because let's say that Keith did some horrible things. Let's just say Keith killed people. Let's just say that he ended up not really doing a lot of good things during the apocalypse, and he's not exactly a good person. let's just say that the only real thing that they have going for Keith is just the fact that Ellis knows him. So if anything were to happen with Keith being bad, it would be up to Ellis to really make that judgment and that call, basically clarifying whether or not that this is who Keith used to be, or if this is just something that is just a given, just being in the apocalypse, and this is how Keith exactly dealt with it, you know what I mean? Now let's just say, for the sake of context, what if Keith wasn't alone when he stumbled upon the Left 4 Dead 2 crew? What if he ended up having his own survivor group? Now this would be a slightly different interaction in my opinion, because if Keith was just by himself, I feel like Ellis would immediately recognize him, and then therefore there would just be like no tension, everything would just diffuse. But if there was another set of survivors with Keith, then you would end up having a little bit of initial tension, because Keith might not be recognized right away, or he might not be the first person everyone sees, and then therefore there's that initial hesitancy. Although the group could be friendly like the Left 4 Dead 1 crew was, and there's not exactly any tension, but I'm thinking more like with Walking Dead mind, where like all the characters in that game are kind of somewhat hostile towards each other until they can feel out the situation. That's just kind of how I'm imagining it. But there could be the possibility that Keith's group is just really friendly. In fact, if you want to get a little bit creative, you can even do something kind of funny where you end up having all of his other members in his group be other figures that we know about, such as like Virgil or some of the Midnight Riders members, or even the Left 4 Dead 1 crew if you want to go that far. That would be kind of interesting, and I think that'd be really cool, to be honest. Having it be like, oh my god, you know Virgil? That's fucking sick! Now guys, even though all this is absolutely wonderful, before we wrap up today's video, I want to end up addressing one more thing, and that is going to end up being the ending. Now, initially at the beginning I didn't bring this up because a lot of you guys will probably be like, ending? What ending? I'm bringing up this because this is something that we need to address before we wrap up the video, is going to be the ending. Since the game doesn't exactly end up having us ever meet Keith, we have to just kind of make this up on our own. So in our fictional story here, what would end up being the way that Keith and Ellis's reunion would end? Would they end up parting ways? Would they end up sticking together forever? Would they even go as far as killing each other? How exactly would this story end? Now, I would like to personally believe that there's three main endings on how this can go. The good ending, the bad ending, and then kind of like the neutral ending, which just basically just starts the slate clean. So let's talk about all of these. The first one is going to end up being the bad ending, which probably is going to be the one that nobody wants to talk about, but we need to, address the elephant in the room. So let's talk about the bad ending. So if I were to imagine a very bad ending, this would probably be that Ellis and Keith don't see eye to eye anymore, and both of their groups kind of go to a mini war. This war could be about anything. It could be about territory, it could be about supplies, it could even be about just sheer beliefs, about not agreeing about something with someone. And this would be the most sad ending in my opinion, because it would probably result in a death. And for the sake of making it easy, and plus also the fact that I think Val would end up doing this anyway, it probably would involve Ellis having to kill his best friend Keith. Now that's the bad ending, and I know a lot of people don't want to talk about this probably, it sounds very sad, but that is something that you could have for a what if scenario. Okay, now let's bring up the neutral ending. Now the neutral ending is not going to exactly be the most cheerful either, however though this is still better than having somebody get killed or something. So let's just say, for the sake of the neutral ending, that Keith and Ellis don't exactly see eye to eye anymore, but this doesn't result them in killing each other. Instead, they just part ways. Let's just say that the groups don't click, and for better or for worse, they just decide that, hey, you know what? This isn't working out. We should leave. I'm sorry, Ellis. We have to leave you. I'm sorry, Keith. We have to leave you. This just isn't going to work anymore. So they end up saying their goodbyes, and then they end up not seeing each other probably ever again, just because in the zombie apocalypse, death is very imminent, and it's a very real possibility, so any day could be your last. So that also means that if you part ways with somebody, the chances of stumbling upon them a second time like that, probably never going to happen again. So this would probably be a final goodbye to Keith, but at least that this would be closure though, because they would do this on their terms. So that is at least a good thing. And then finally, we end up having the good ending, which is, of course, my personal favorite. So for the good ending, this is going to be that Keith and any people that are with him, at least Keith, are going to just stay with Ellis and the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. And they survive for as long as they survive. This can be all the way up until they eventually get killed by zombies. This can be all the way up until they end up getting killed by other survivors. But regardless of what they do and for how long they do it, they will end up dying on their terms, and they will die being with their best friends once again. What if Virgil from Left 4 Dead 2 passed away? What if Virgil from the Left 4 Dead series just never made it and instead died after the events of Swamp Fever? Because this is a question that I really like the concept of. In Left 4 Dead, traditionally, almost all the time that we have ever been rescued, the survivor that has been generous enough to risk their lives for us inevitably ends up dying, whether it be by some random freak accident or they turn to a zombie. Here's the thing with Virgil, though, that makes this the exception. Virgil never turns. We have Virgil throughout 3 different maps. We have him at the end as rescue on Swamp Fever. He is going to end up helping us get to Hard Rain. He's our rescue on Hard Rain. And we at least see him at the very beginning of the Parish campaign. Think about it this way. There's 5 maps for the Left 4 Dead 2 crew that are canonically a part of the story. Virgil is in more than half of them. He's at the very end of Swamp Fever, the entirety of Hard Rain, and the very beginning of the Parish. He's almost essentially like another survivor at this point, because I got to assume that he's traditionally immune, because there's no way he would have lasted this long if he wasn't immune, I'm just saying. So let's just say, for the sake of this What If episode, regardless of how Virgil dies, what would happen to the story as a whole if he didn't end up being a part of it anymore? If Virgil was just erased from the story, how would the Left 4 Dead 2 crew get to their salvation? How would the story end? Because that's the thing, is that Virgil's very critical to the ending. Virgil gets us from point A to point B, and we end up escaping all because of him. So let's just say that Virgil shortly dies after the events of Swamp Fever, and then the survivors are forced to end up being in a situation where they are once again defending for themselves. Now here's the thing that is interesting about the story, is that if we're going to keep everything else the same, we gotta talk about the situation with Hard Rain where we had to get fuel for the boat. Because let's say that the survivors do decide to keep Virgil's boat. It'd be quite easy to end up manning the boat, and all you would have to do is just once again get to your destination, point A to point B. However though, they still have to make that stop. They have to get the gas. And the thing is with Hard Rain is that Virgil goes off on his own to essentially be there for like backup. If like let's say that things go wrong, he would be on standby and he's there for rescue. They park the boat off somewhere else so that way zombies don't mess with it. You would not be able to do that unless the crew wanted to break up. Either Nick, Ellis, Coach, or Rochelle would have to dock the boat somewhere, which so far immediately changes the story because now the survivors are going to be short by one person, or they have to essentially end up temporarily splitting up and going to a separate area. Now, when it comes to the boat also as well, is that even if they were to end up getting the fuel for the boat, there is no guarantee that they will be perfectly able to man this boat. Think about it. Virgil is basically like a captain. He is essentially the perfect boatman, and he knows probably all about the water, all about how the boat works. It's his baby. I mean, he literally is boatman. If Nick or Ellis or Rochelle or Coach try to put themselves in the same position as Virgil, they're probably going to be tripped up, especially during bad weather. Even if they completely got everything right with the Hard Rain campaign, let's say that they managed to get the fuel and get back to the boat, I doubt you that they are going to be able to navigate that boat in that shitty weather. There's no way that they're going to do that. And that means that they're probably going to end up off course. Either that or they're going to have to park the boat somewhere or even abandon it. So you have already got as a branching storyline with a butterfly effect immediately just by simply removing one person. You either can have the survivors go somewhere else that's not the Parish campaign. They can try to temporarily set themselves aside, which means that there would be another map in between Hard Rain and the Parish. Or you could just make it so that way they do miraculously get lucky and everything plays as normal, but that's not exactly quite as fun, so let's just pick one of the other two. So if we were to pick one of the other two, where would they go? Would they either temporarily wait and have one more map because they need to make, like, let's say a pit stop until the weather cools down, or they just don't get to the Parish campaign at all? If I were in this situation in particular, after being just swamped and just destroyed by that bad weather, the last thing I would want to do is to navigate that boat. Now, yes, I would want to escape, but I would definitely want to just like recoup my thoughts. If I was Ellis, Nick, Rochelle, or Coach, regardless of their personalities and regardless about persevering and like just keep going type of mentalities, if there's not a immediate threat, and as long as the zombies can't fly or swim, thank God that's never been a thing in Left 4 Dead, I would just stay on Virgil's boat. I would just stay on the boat, wait for the weather to cool down, and I would just dock the boat somewhere else. I would just wait, because there's nothing worth just trying to possibly get lost on top of all that. You do not want to be running around in circles. So let's just say, for the sake of fun, that we decide to make Coldstream the map that's in between Hard Rain and the Parish. Because keep in mind is that Coldstream is not canonically a part of the story, so we could just say for funsies that that is the map in between in this alternate universe. So they go from the events of Hard Rain to the events of Coldstream, and then after the events of Coldstream, they eventually end up going to the Parish campaign. Now that honestly sounds like it's really nice. It does kind of like wrap things in a nice tight bow. But what about the alternative? What if they just had to skip the Parish campaign because of the fact that they got lost? If they had to skip that particular campaign, you could also just have Coldstream just flat out be the last rescue that they have. Now, keep in mind that the rescue that they have is, once again, like I said, not canonically a part of the story. The rescue is actually just the generic chopper pilot, so that guy probably also would die, which would just lead into this vicious cycle of having a rescue that never takes them to salvation. If this was the case, there would be a new possibility that would open up, and kind of a little bit of an old one. I'll explain what I mean here in a second. When it comes to the Left 4 Dead survivors, they have survived sheerly off of their willpower. They have just simply decided that they will not die. They will live as long as they possibly can on their terms. However, in order to end up doing that for the foreseeable future, they can't just keep running anymore. They have to end up setting up shop somewhere, even if it's not the most desirable place, but just somewhere. So there's going to be two options, in my opinion, about what they're going to do. Is that either, number one, they're going to persevere anyway, or what they'll instead do is that they'll take a little bit of a page out of Zoe, Lewis, and Francis's book, and they will try to end up finding an island and just go their own way. Hell, you could even have it make it where, let's say that they decide that they're going to go back to the area where the Left 4 Dead 1 crew was and see if they can re-meet up with Zoe, Lewis, and Francis. Now, even though this is a complete 180 in terms of what the survivors want, they genuinely truly want to be rescued by the military, but after a while, there has to be a sense of a reality check. It's gonna be the situation where it's like, everyone we know keeps dying around us. The only people that we have ever gotten along with say that we're wrong and that the military is not to be trusted. If we are wrong and they are right, we could possibly be the next people to die. Do we really want to take this risk? This is not an easy question to answer. Not even remotely. And the thing is, with this particular question, is that you have to evaluate risk. Every single one of the survivors is going to have their own risk tolerance. But I can tell you this, just based off of their dialogue alone, it would have to be a unanimous decision. They're not going to separate at this point. They need each other. They really, truly need each other. And out of everybody in the group, the one that probably would be the biggest risk taker is going to end up being Nick. Because even though Nick might not necessarily be the biggest leader type, he can sense out risk basically like a bloodhound because that was his lifestyle. He was always about living high risk, high reward type of mentality lifestyle. And he ended up paying for it a little bit in the long run, but he did have that type of mentality in real life. So he probably brought that over to the zombie apocalypse, and that's how he thinks. Even somebody like Nick, somebody that would love to absolutely survive and take the risks to find salvation, even he is skeptical of the military. He can sense out all the bad blood that is just in the evidence around him. As the Parish campaign starts to conclude, Nick has some serious doubts at the very, very end, like when they were like really, really close. Just the other side of the bridge is potentially all the rescue that they could ever need in the world. And he is still suspicious as hell. He ended up seeing all the dead bodies that were lying around that were obviously humans and not zombies. He sees all the carpet bombings that are happening by the military, and he also has confirmation from 3 people that they are not to be trusted. Nick at this point is going to be the one that's going to have to step up to prove his point that they have to stick together and back out of their plan. Now, that is something that would take a lot of balls, even for Nick, because after all this time, all the blood, sweat, and tears to get to this point, just to change course and completely 180 and change the plan, even though nothing technically has happened yet, that would be massive. Now, here's the thing about this situation, is that Nick doesn't exactly need the crew, nor does the crew need Nick. But Nick does realize that there is strength in numbers and that they need to stick together at this point. If they were to separate now, they would be weaker than stronger. and there's no way in hell that they're probably going to find somebody like them ever again. The chances of that are slim to none. Probably point like 0.00001, if anything, because the only other people they met was just Zoe, Lewis, and Francis. And in their head, they probably assume they're dead, or they assume that they moved on from their location, so that they're technically not going to count as an option, so they're kind of off the table. So what's left? It's either stick together and proceed into a plan that you're not confident in anymore, or it's either that or change course and have a different plan. And I feel like after being on the boat for a while, like while waiting for the weather to cool down, they would probably have this deep conversation, even over the course of maybe like one more map, you know what I mean? And I believe that after trial and error and trying to convince everybody and everyone sharing their own opinion, everyone else would probably end up agreeing with Nick, even if they did reluctantly. Because here's the thing, is that Nick is very much logical as much as he is an asshole. So if he has the evidence to back up his claims, everyone will kind of have to just agree with him. He would probably end up doing something like referencing what Zoe said to Ellis to convince him, and he probably would also end up mentioning what Francis said to convince Rochelle, which means that the only other person left and the only other leader type figure left is Coach. Now Nick probably would not end up getting far if he tried to convince Coach first. However though, once he gets Rochelle and Ellis to see reason, then Coach would probably end up agreeing at majority rule. Either that, or if he just doesn't have a strong enough claim, Coach would end up being the opposing side now, and they would both try to end up convincing the others, and then you end up having an option possibly where the group might split up, go separate ways. But I don't think they would ever go that far. I think that they would definitely argue, but I don't think that they would ever split up. They know they can't. So they would reluctantly just give in to Nick, I feel like, after a while, and they would have to end up proceeding to end up having a different plan, which would probably be to go to an island and kind of just do their own thing, to be honest with you. So if the crew is able to maintain and keep Virgil's boat, they could just hypothetically take it all the way back to the passing campaign and see the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, or they could even go to their own island with the said boat and just live on the island and only go to land when they need supplies, which would be kind of like the Left 4 Dead 1 crew if they were just the Left 4 Dead 2 crew instead. They would be on their own separate island doing their own separate thing, and plus also there might just be the 1 in a billion chance that they end up getting the same island. Like let's say that they go to an island and they don't expect to see the Left 4 Dead 1 crew there, and all of a sudden there's this just giant grand reunion. That would be honestly very sweet. That would be a feel-good moment. That would be really cool to like pull up in the boat, and then all of a sudden that they find land and they just see Zoe, Francis, and Lewis all just chilling on the island, and then Ellis freaks the hell out. That would just be really, really fun, man. That would be really, really cool. And see, the thing is that this could all happen with just the death of one person. Talk about a butterfly effect. What if Nick from the Left 4 Dead 2 universe was a fugitive? How would that impact the story, and what exactly about him would change? That is what we're going to be talking about in today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those that have not seen an episode within the series before, this is a Left 4 Dead version of Disney's What If series with the Marvel Universe. So basically what we would do is we would take a element or a storyline piece from Left 4 Dead and put a twist on it just to see what exactly would happen if one little tweak ended up being in the game. Now for those that don't know, back when Left 4 Dead 2 was first being developed, when they were making all the different characters for the second game, Nick's origin story was going to end up being different, where he actually was going to end up being a convict or a fugitive. Because we all know about Nick's background, about how that he's basically a gambler and kind of like that stereotypical bad boy and gets into a lot of trouble. Well, originally they wanted to go as far as him being in jail. Now, since the idea of him being a criminal was scrapped before the game launched, we can only speculate about how his story was supposed to end up being different from the way it is now. Throughout this episode, I would like to describe my version of a slightly different retelling of Left 4 Dead's story arc with Nick, and basically talk about what I think would end up happening within the Left 4 Dead universe if Nick's identity, his true identity, really got revealed. So let's talk about this. So if Nick was really a criminal and a fugitive, I think that the best thing for his character arc would be to have it be a slow burn, because if you really think about it, Nick's current story arc is really, really solid. I don't think they would need to change it that much, but what they should do is that you could end up having it where over time, from the 5 maps that we have, from NSenr all the way up until the Parish campaign, every single one of the characters should end up putting pieces of a puzzle together and realize by the final map who Nick really is. And you can end up having an ultimatum where there's character dialogue about the possibility of not keeping him in the group. But how would you end up doing that successfully over the course of 5 maps? At the very beginning of NSenr, we end up having it where within the elevator all the characters are trying to get to know each other, and I think it'd be kind of cool given Rochelle's history, and this would even be great dialogue for Rochelle because it would make her character more interesting since she doesn't really talk that much or have very compelling voice lines. What you could end up doing is that when all the characters are introducing themselves, you could have Ellis and Coach and Rochelle go first, but by the time that they end up getting to Nick could be on the little bit more hesitant side. And what he can end up doing is he could try to like shrug it off and not make it a big deal, being like, you don't need to know my name, or just say I'm Nick. And Rochelle could have something as simple of a voice line as being like, wait, don't I know your face from somewhere? And then just leave it at that. End up making it so that way all the other characters, like Ellis and Coach, are like, what? And then the zombies attack, and so they can't really focus on what they last heard, but it's just something that's a seed that plants in the back of their mind. This would be a long strung out process of major foreshadowing at the very beginning of the game all the way to the very end. Then you can end up having it where that throughout NSenr, basically what happens is that every single safe room, Ellis and Coach keep wanting to know more and keep bringing back up the conversation again. And Rochelle talks about some stuff about how like, oh, I was a news reporter, I did this, and I remember seeing your face somewhere, but because of the stress of the apocalypse and the heat of the moment, the fact that she keeps getting interrupted, she just can't quite remember where she's seen his face. Then what you could end up having is where in Dark Carnival, since the carnival setting has probably tons and tons of stuff littered throughout it, since it was a big attraction before it inevitably got ruined by the apocalypse, you could have it where personal belongings are scattered across the place, which would trigger survivor dialogue. You could end up having like wedding rings, you can end up having wallets, and most importantly, what I'm going to give an example of is newspaper, because what you can end up having is that you can end up having a ripped piece of a newspaper that once again shows Nick's face. And the dialogue can end up triggering this question that Rochelle ends up pressing even further from the prior map. But because the newspaper is ripped and there's going to be no words attached to it and she can't find the other pieces, she can only just simply go as far as just saying, I know you and other people know you, but I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Now we end up moving on to Swamp Fever, and you can end up having it where that the characters over time have started to slowly get to know each other, and even though Rochelle has been hesitant and almost careful around Nick, she just by proxy gets used to him. So things have started to die down just a little bit, but Rochelle is definitely still suspicious, and because of how suspicious she has been, she has raised the suspicions of both also Ellis and Coach. But what all three of them do is that they've decided to start keeping it more toward themselves now because they realize that Nick is not going to speak, so they can only end up calling him out really at this point if they have ironclad proof. So it's just something that they're thinking about. You could end up having it where with Swamp Fever, there's nothing that is promoting the dialogue until at the very end of the map where you're at the plantation house. And what you can end up having is that Virgil on the radio, if you end up having where Nick picks up the radio and ends up hearing his voice, Virgil can say, hey, I know your voice from somewhere. But here's the catch, is that even though Virgil recognizes his voice, he doesn't remember why he recognizes his voice. We're just going to say, for the sake of the story, that since Virgil is on the older side and probably would end up having some sort of early Alzheimer's, although not severely, but just, by being old, your memory's not as good, and with the stress of the apocalypse, it'd be very hard to focus. Let's just say that Virgil can only go as far as recognizing Nick, but not remember why. Now at this point, the survivors are all going to be looking at Nick. Now they know that he's not going to end up spilling the beans, but they know that there's something going on, and it only just keeps inevitably getting more and more serious. The survivors know something's up, and they can only assume that since Nick won't say anything, that must be pretty bad. So because Nick won't say anything, and they know that he won't say anything so badly, it could only be bad, the survivors probably will end up making it worse in their head than it actually is. And the one that's the most concerned about this is Rochelle, given the fact that she's a news reporter, and she's really good at sniffing these types of things out, so she wants to make sure that Nick is not going to end up being an evil person and hurting the group. Now, over time, since in the Left 4 Dead campaigns, once we get to the point of Swamp Fever, we get to end up being accompanied by Virgil, even in Hard Rain and the very beginning of the Parish. And what will happen is that over the time that we are on the boat and we're talking to Virgil, Virgil will kind of be like our guide to put pieces of the puzzle together. Rochelle especially will end up asking Virgil probably several questions about being like, hey, can you tell me about Nick? Why do you recognize his voice? What exactly is going on here? Now, even though Nick is confident that he won't end up getting caught, he does have it in the back of his mind that snooping would probably not be the best thing. So he tries to get involved and distract Virgil, try to keep him away from Rochelle, try to just keep everyone separate from each other, and just mostly focus on pure survival. So, since in Hard Rain, inevitably, we have to, in the story, get gas for Virgil's boat, Nick can use this as an excuse to say like, hey, you know what, instead of talking about this thing that I insist you don't talk about for the last several maps now, let's just get gas, so that way we can end up focusing on something else. This could be Nick's way of diffusing the situation. And now we reach our conclusion with this made-up story, where we end up getting to the Parish campaign. So what would end up being the thing that would allow Rochelle to finally figure out truly who Nick is? And you could end up having it be with the military. You can end up making it so that way in the situation where they're finally at their bridge and they need to end up going to the military, Nick can end up being hesitant. Now, Nick by default is already hesitant and really suspicious about the military. He truly does believe that if they end up going to seek them as rescue, that they will inevitably get lined up against a wall and killed, and so he has to end up making a tough decision. Even though Rochelle has not managed to find out his identity, or at least not yet, he knows that there is a very high likelihood that the military will find it out. And since Nick, in his criminal story here that we're going to make up, probably ends up having it where he did a lot of bad things, the military would not only recognize him, but if he wasn't arrested, he could also end up being killed. But even though he could end up being killed, he's grown attached to the survivors. Even though he doesn't exactly inherently like anybody, he can't help but by proxy like and respect to a certain degree his fellow teammates. And since he ends up being super suspicious throughout the entire campaign of the military and their actions, seeing all the dead humans that were riddled with bullets and not infected, he believes that regardless of who it is that sees the military, whoever crosses that bridge is dead. So Nick decides to end up revealing to the entire group who he really is. Via dialogue in great and utter detail, before they end up activating the bridge, Nick will talk about everything. He will talk about how that he is a convict, he will talk about exactly what he did and why he believes that because of his past experience, that going with the military would be a bad idea. And because of this, the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors with Rochelle, Coach, and Ellis, now they have to make a choice. They have to decide if whether or not that Nick should be allowed to end up going with them or have the possibility of dying alone. Because in their mind, what they're thinking is being like, okay, if Nick is a criminal and he's done all these horrible things, and supposedly, because within the Left 4 Dead universe, Nick possibly has also done murder, they don't want to end up having it where that they think that Nick is going to end up backstabbing them. But also at the same time, but because they've survived so long at this point with him, they can't help but feel that if Nick was going to really do something bad, he would have done it by now. And here's the thing, is that Ellis, Rochelle, and Coach have all seen the exact things that Nick has seen, with all the dead bodies and all the evidence pointing to the suspicions that the military really might actually be bad people. They can't help but believe that Nick is right. So, even though the dialogue would make it seem at first that they're not definitively going to agree with Nick at the end, they do end up agreeing with Nick, and they decide that, hey, they're going to stick together, but the one difference is that they're still going to go to the military anyway. The reason why they decide to do this is because in their minds, they are definitely dead if they decide to stay, because the military are going to do their bombings no matter what. So what they are going to do is that they are going to be doing a long-term plan where they're going to have Nick keep his mouth shut in the hopes that they do not recognize him and do not end up looking into it, and they just go to the military and try to survive until they can end up going away on their own. So at the end, they end up getting to the military helicopter as usual, and then they end up going with them. Now, I could continue the story beyond this point, but I don't want to necessarily make this too long of a video, so I'm going to end it there. But I think that would be a really nice touch on how you can end up implementing Nick's criminal history and making him a convict within the story while still end up keeping the current Nick story arc. Because Nick's story arc already by default, even though I don't inherently like Nick's personality type, it's still a good story arc. So what you can end up doing is have it be like a mystery, make it so that way Rochelle is involved, and have it where Rochelle is also a compelling character and boost her up a bit. And I think that overall, if you were end up kind of having like this clue type of mystery going throughout the entire series, that would end up being really cool for dialogue, and not only dialogue, but also for character development. Hell, I'll even throw you one more bonus that I randomly just thought of. You can even have it where in the passing campaign, that because of Francis being a biker guy and having his own criminal history, you can end up having it where that Nick is involved. Because if you end up having it where Nick is involved with Francis, there could even be some dialogue amongst both groups. Because there's also some Left 4 Dead storyline stuff about how that people think that Francis and Nick have already met each other via their prior gangs. There's a lot of different Left 4 Dead dialogue that we could do here, and there definitely is substance to this. What if Sita was still alive within the Left 4 Dead 2 universe? For those that have never seen a prior episode here on the channel within Left 4 Dead 2 What If, this series is very similarly treated to the What If series that's presented by Disney for Marvel. We take different elements from the Left 4 Dead 2 storyline and we just simply end up putting a twist on them by just asking the question, what if? What if X, Y, and Z were different? And if so, how would that affect the Left 4 Dead universe as we know it? So I hope you guys end up enjoying today's episode. If you do, by the end, I would really appreciate if you drop a like, comment, subscribe, follow, and all that beautiful stuff. And I hope you guys end up enjoying seeing another episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. Now, just off the off chance that somebody here watching this video has never played the Left 4 Dead games before, let me end up answering the question that you probably end up having at the very beginning of this episode, which is going to end up being, who is or what is Sita? Sita is going to end up being the equivalent of the CDC, which is going to end up being the Center of Disease Control that we end up having in real life, which is basically an organization that's meant to handle illnesses so that way they don't end up causing pandemics like what we've had in the last 2 years. Now, within the Left 4 Dead universe, Sita's role was to try to end up stopping the spread of the green flu, which is going to end up being the virus that creates the zombies within the Left 4 Dead universe. But unfortunately, as it is canonically standing, they failed, and pretty much all of them are dead. This is because throughout the Left 4 Dead 1 and Left 4 Dead 2 campaigns, there was at no point that we ever end up seeing any Sita agents alive. The only organization that is even remotely alive is the military. Now, with that being said, what would end up changing about Left 4 Dead if Sita was alive? Because Sita didn't end up making it that far, because in the Left 4 Dead universe, this is already like 2 weeks in the apocalypse, Sita essentially died very quickly. Now, this is because Sita was trying to mess with the special infected to try to be able to fix them, or try to like reverse engineer them to be able to make some sort of cure. This is why, for example, you end up seeing like bile jars around the map, because they were messing predominantly with the boomers, because that was the ones they were most likely able to capture because they're so frail in comparison to, like, let's say something like a tank. Although Sita has done that before by the skin of their teeth, because they've done it once within the Sacrifice campaign, which is why you end up getting the train car tank, which is unique to any other tank in the entire series. Now, even though Sita is not going to end up being as experienced or also as heavily armed as the military, but I will say this, is that having a tank being in a train car and being able to do experiments on it, that is ballsy AF. Like, that would be something that I would not even do. So they had dedicated people. They were willing to risk their lives to try to save everybody. So there must have been somebody within Sita that knew exactly what they were trying to do, it's just that they failed. I mean, think about it, because Sita ended up having a whole bunch of hazmat suits that you can end up seeing with the hazmat zombies, so they were trying to protect themselves. They ended up trapping a whole bunch of different special infected, anywhere from a boomer to a tank, to try to be able to do surgery and reverse engineer them so that way they could repurpose them for a cure. And finally, they managed to make multiple safe havens with tons of loot inside, which is going to end up being the safe rooms that we find throughout the campaigns as we play the actual game. So like I said, somebody at Sita knew what they were doing, it's just that they ended up getting overrun, and that's why we see Sita zombies walking around, because unfortunately, they ended up getting overrun. Now with all that being said, what were to happen if they did not get overrun? What were exactly going to end up being the main factors that we'd have to change in order to make it so that way Sita would be alive within the story? Now, unfortunately, within the story, we don't know exactly how Sita died. We can only end up making assumptions, but it's probably most likely that their experiments is what got them killed. The reason why I assume this is because when, for example, you go over to the sacrifice and you end up seeing the sacrifice tank and looking inside of the train car, there is dead bodies and blood and guts everywhere. So somewhere along the lines, the tank got set free and murdered everybody. It's just that they didn't manage to escape until we ended up letting it free. So Sita ended up basically getting themselves killed. So what if instead of trying to make a cure via the infected, what if Sita tried to take the military's approach and end up trying to use the survivors to make the cure? Because I don't think that Sita would try to end up giving up a cure, just like how that the military didn't try to end up giving up a cure. So they probably would just end up having to take a different approach, which most likely means that they would have to start capturing survivors that were immune and testing on them. And they would most likely be doing this not only from the perspective of trying to end up making a cure, but they also might end up doing this from the perspective of saving their own skin. And the only way that I can see this working successfully is with the assistance of the military. Because anybody that is going to end up being on the survivor's perspective is going to, of course, think that this idea is stupid and asinine, which is going to end up causing a faction war, which makes it so that way you would end up having to be Team Survivor or Team Sita/military. Which means from the point of view of the survivors, Sita is just as bad as the military, and now they are the enemy. Or at least that you would end up figuring out that they're your enemy later on. So for the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, they don't know that the military is evil until they end up meeting the military. So I would figure that that same logic would end up applying with Sita unless there was word of mouth, but we're not going to end up going down that rabbit hole because that's a whole nother can of worms. So let's just assume that the Left 4 Dead events play as normal up until a certain point in time. Let's say for Left 4 Dead 1 that No Mercy, Crash Course, Death Toll, and Dead Air all play as normal. However though, when you get to Blood Harvest, this is when things change. Now you could explain this via the Sacrifice comics, or you could also explain this just via the actual game itself with Easter eggs and hints, but what you could end up having it happen is that you end up thinking of Sita and military as one and the same. You would end up thinking that they both end up having the cure, that they both have the answers, they got the resources, they got the manpower, they have got everything. They are your rescuers. But in the background, you also end up being able to figure out kind of that there's this inner war going on with Sita and the military, because after a while, Sita and the military might disagree on some things, which could end up leading to a faction war. By the time that we end up getting to Blood Harvest, instead of leaving just directly right away with the military, you could end up having a game branching decision, which would be really, really cool, and have it where you could end up picking if you want to go with Sita or the military. Now, if you ended up choosing the military, you would just end up getting the same ending as you always would before. You would eventually go to the military base, realize the military are bad people, and then you would eventually leave, and then eventually end up going to the Sacrifice campaign, which plays out as the normal Left 4 Dead story goes. However, if you were to pick the Sita ending, things would be slightly different. I think that it'd be very cool if you decide to end up doing this. You could end up having it where if you choose Sita, you still end up leaving their group just as the same as you would do with the military, but instead of going to the Sacrifice campaign, you make the Last Stand canonical to the story, and you have the survivors go to that map next within the sequence, which means that in this path, Bill would still be alive. Now this would therefore make it so that way Left 4 Dead ends up having branching storyline, which means that the passing campaign would end up being a little bit problematic here. So how about this? Instead of changing the story too much, you could end up having it where regardless of what you pick, that it's just superfluous and it's just for funsies, and you could still end up having the passing campaign and Bill ends up dying. But I think it would still be cool to give the player a choice. Because even if they end up dying with Sita, or if they end up dying with the military, it would still be cool to be able to give somebody the illusion of a choice. It would end up being like the Telltale games where it's kind of like you can end up picking a decision, but it never really changes the core focus of the game, but you still feel more personally connected because it still was, at the end of the day, your choice. And plus also, if you ended up starting with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew in this capacity, you could even roll over to the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, because the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, they don't end up giving up on the military idea. They decide to go see the military anyways, despite what the Left 4 Dead 1 crew does say on the passing. But you could end up having something kind of cool here, where depending on what decision you chose with the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, that affects the dialogue that they'll say the Left 4 Dead 2 crew. Because the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, they say they're going to see the military, and they invite the Left 4 Dead 1 crew to come along, and this is the kicker. You could end up having it where like Zoe, Francis, or Lewis, or even all of them end up saying that they decided to go with CETA and not the military, or just mention that CETA is another option other than the military. And now the Left 4 Dead 2 survivors can end up making a choice. They can end up going on to the Parish campaign, where they end up going with the military, and we never see them again, or you can end up having it where that they choose to go with CETA, and then for whatever reason CETA's thing ends up going wrong, and they move on to the Coldstream campaign, and therefore continuing the cycle once more. Regardless if CETA is dead or alive within the universe, I don't think that canonically that the gameplay experience would change too much. I believe that the dialogue and the storyline, though, that would change. Because in this hypothetical situation, you would have to have expanded dialogue, allow for multiple different endings and branching storylines, and you would also have to continue the story a little bit longer with extra maps. I think that this would be a really cool idea if they ever wanted to do something going forward with the Left 4 Dead story. Even if they ever made a Left 4 Dead 3, they could use this idea. Having multiple different endings at the very end of the game, because if you're only ever going to go up to a trilogy and you don't ever plan on reusing these characters again, you can end up having it where that the players can end up getting the ending that they choose because you know it's never going to amount to anything and you don't have to worry about connecting the sequels. Within the passing campaign, what if the Left 4 Dead 1 crew turned evil? This is exactly what we're going to be talking about in today's video of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those that have never seen a prior episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If, basically this series takes inspiration from the What If series that is for Marvel, that is produced by Disney, where basically we take multiple different elements of the Left 4 Dead lore and story, and we just put a twist on them and just simply ask the question, what if? What if X, Y, and Z were different, and if so, how would that affect the game as a whole? The way that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and the Left 4 Dead 2 crew interact is actually very friendly for what it could have been. If you really think about it, Valve could have taken an approach where they decided to make them kind of neutral and just not really care about each other, but they decided to go the more fan service route, and they made it so that way Zoe and Ellis have a thing, Rochelle and Francis have a thing, Lewis and Coach and Nick are all still doing good even though there's no relationships for them, but they get along like good friends. Overall, there's just good vibes all around. Here's the thing though, is that if you look at the story, they could have very easily changed one thing and made it so that way the events of the Sacrifice campaign made the Left 4 Dead 1 crew bitter, and they could have turned to the dark side. This would be easy, especially for the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, because if you think about it, they've all had so many different traumas. Especially somebody like, for example, either Zoe or Francis in particular, because those two have had, in my opinion, the worst. Because even though Bill ended up having some really horrible things that he went through, unfortunately he is passed, so he wouldn't be alive in this situation. And I know that Lewis is somebody that does have his own traumas, but for the most part he is very much positive. So I think that out of all the Left 4 Dead 1 crew survivors, I feel like that this would be mostly the decision on Zoe and Francis specifically, and Lewis would just end up siding with them because of the fact that he has the familiarity with them and that they're his friends. Francis has ended up being a criminal for a majority of his life, and he's had bad experiences with people all the time, and this overall has just made him kind of like a funny sort of like entertaining dickhead if you think about it. He's kind of like Nick, where he's got that sinister but yet still kind of like more like a teasing smart aleck type of humor, and he's made it into a persona where people like him, but he could have easily been an asshole. And then Zoe, even though she is a very sweet person, has gone through a lot of crap in the Left 4 Dead 1 crew storyline. Think about it. She had her parents die in such a horribly brutal way. She had to end up experiencing the events of being around the just shitty military people that basically abused them verbally and almost physically. And then lastly, her spiritual father figure, Bill, got killed trying to save them all. How would this not make somebody bitter? So if the Left 4 Dead 1 crew was going to end up being evil in this situation throughout the passing campaign, how would we make them be exactly quote-unquote evil? Here's the thing, we don't necessarily need to completely ruin their character arc and just make them shitty people and just say that everything that they did before was for naught. But really what you can think about is that they are still the same people, but they are just very, very distrusting towards anybody new at this point. They obviously trust each other because they've been with each other for so long now that they're the only people that they trust is themselves. They only end up trusting these three individuals themselves, and anybody outside this group is considered a threat. I think this would be a more reasonable approach because we don't want to just say that everything that happened in the first game was for naught and that all of them now are horrible people, because then this wouldn't really necessarily make them likable villains. We want to end up having some sort of empathy because you want to have a likable set of villains, because we are trying to make them villains, but we're not trying to completely just 180 their character arc. So how would the passing campaign go? The passing campaign would pretty much play as normal, but every single time that the survivors would interact with each other, things could get very suspicious and heated. I especially think that this would be the case with somebody like, for example, Francis and Nick in particular, because those two would end up going at it really bad. Now, in this situation, we're trying to say that Francis, because he's a part of the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, would be the evil one, air quote, so he would probably be the instigator, or in this case, the one in the wrong in this type of situation. And the way that you could get the passing campaign to play as normal with a slight twist is that the verbal confrontation between Francis and Nick can escalate to the point where threats are starting to end up being in play. And what happens is that they threaten the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and they threaten the Left 4 Dead 2 crew of violence in case the other one doesn't stop, which ends up leading to them having to separate, but the Left 4 Dead 2 crew would still play throughout the passing campaign as normal because eventually they have to lower the bridge to be able to continue all the way to Dark Carnival. So you can have something like, for example, where Francis can end up saying something like, if I see you again, I'm going to kill you, and then there's this kind of daunting foreshadowing, if you will. So then the passing campaign would play as normal up until the finale, when you inevitably would have to run into the Left 4 Dead 1 crew again. You could end up having it where within the lore, for example, that Ellis, because he's, the positive guy, the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, and then Lewis, because he's the positive guy, the Left 4 Dead 1 crew, they can be kind of like the peacekeepers of the situation. They don't want to see violence if they can avoid it, but however, though, if somebody ends up starting a fight, they're going to be the ones that are going to end it. And you can also have somebody like Zoe and Rochelle be the ones that are kind of like in the middle. I feel like that they would definitely be in the middle. They wouldn't be as peaceful as Lewis and Ellis, but they wouldn't be as violent as Francis and Nick. And then Francis and Nick, even though they are the aggressive ones and they are kind of like the hotheads in this situation, I can't help but feel that they would be the primary force leading each group. So what you could have in this what-if scenario is that not only are you going to be filling the generator to try to lower the bridge, but you're also going to end up having a mini battle taking place between the Left 4 Dead 1 and the Left 4 Dead 2 crew, and it's going to be all the way to the possible death. Now, if a Left 4 Dead 1 and a Left 4 Dead 2 crew battle did take place, who would win? Because I'm pretty sure that's the main question that you want to be asking throughout this video. Because who would be the most likely to win in a fight if these guys were to go against each other? Because we got to keep in mind some very important things. Is that number one, is that the Left 4 Dead 1 crew does not have Bill anymore, who would have been very experienced in combat, and it means that they are a man down. So that means that there's only 3 of them against 4 of the Left 4 Dead 2 crew members. So that means that they are at a disadvantage right there. However, though, the one thing that the Left 4 Dead 2 crew does not have is they do not have the supplies nor the experience within this given campaign. Zoe, Lewis, and Francis have all ended up studying this map like the back of their hand because this is now basically their main hangout. They go here for supplies, otherwise they're on the island. So they have been here, they've set up shop. That's why they have all that loot that they give you on the passing campaign, is because they can afford to share it. They have stockpiled like a plethora of pretty much everything you can think of. They were ready for another instance like this to happen already from the very beginning. Now, I know that there's going to be some of you guys in the comments that are going to be like, oh, I want the Left 4 Dead 1 crew to win, I want the Left 4 Dead 2 crew to win, and please, do definitely in the comment section down below. If this was like a battle, regardless of morals, where like, let's say it wasn't necessarily that one crew was evil or not, but it was just a battle just for funsies in terms of skill, who do you think would win? Would it be Left 4 Dead 1 or the Left 4 Dead 2 crew? I really am curious to see what your guys' answers would be, and I'll save mine for the very, very end. But I think that in this type of situation, the odds are kind of even if you really think about it. Sure, there's kind of like a thing here or there where somebody might be like, yeah, well, this disadvantage is better than this disadvantage, or this, gain is better than this gain, so I think this crew's going to win, and that's fine. But I think it's pretty even for the most part, so it's not a guaranteed win for either team at the very beginning of the fight. So how would this go in my mind? I think that definitely what would happen is that Francis and Nick would fight each other out of the group first. They would end up starting the fight, they would end up initiating an argument again, and they would be like, I told you if I saw you, I would kill you, stereotypical like flexing thing, and then they would end up getting into a heated argument, which could lead to possibly a fist fight or them shooting at each other. Now, I think that out of the remainder of the crews, I think that Zoe and Rochelle would go at it. And then lastly, we end up having a situation where Lewis is against Coach and Ellis. And here's the thing, is that a 2-on-1 might sound unfair, especially given the fact that Lewis is injured within this point in the story. But here's the thing that is very important, and you have to really understand and appreciate this. Lewis has a fucking machine gun. And it's not like an SMG. He's got a mounted turret that is on top of the bridge. He has high ground. He's already got a ton of medicine, everything. He is stacked to the brim. Lewis can easily manage a 2v1 in the very beginning of this fight. The only way that I can imagine Lewis specifically losing is if somebody managed to flank him, or there was more than two of them on him at a given time. But the thing is, though, is that Lewis is going to end up only fighting two people in this situation, so I think Lewis would end up taking the cake in this initial part of the battle. Now, going back to Rochelle and Zoe, how do I think that this would go? Well, at this point in the story, depending on if, everything goes according to plan, Lewis would have already won his engagement with at least Ellis or Coach. I don't necessarily think that they would have killed each other, but I definitely think that they would be incapacitated or at least down and out for now, which would lead the other survivors from the retrospective group having to revive them later on. So if we had Zoe and Rochelle fighting, I think Lewis would definitely try to end up backing up Zoe, which means that there would be now a 2v1 again, except that this would be in the favor of the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. So Rochelle would have to think about something to be able to outsmart them. What Rochelle could do, and I think this would be a very smart thing, she could grab something like a bile bomb and throw it at Lewis and or Zoe, so that way the zombies are now attacking them, which would end up evening the odds significantly so, because zombies are still involved in this situation. So this would be a very massive benefit. I think that depending on how many zombies end up getting somebody, this could actually be able to even the odds a little bit more again. Now, instead of it being in the Left 4 Dead 1 crew's favor, it equals out. I think that they would definitely go for Lewis, because even though Lewis would have a machine gun, we all know how that the mounted machine gun works in Left 4 Dead. It doesn't have the best turn radius. It eventually is going to overheat. So if you're completely relying on that, eventually you will get swarmed and surrounded regardless of the high ground, especially if a special infected gets you like a smoker or something like that. So I think Lewis would end up being down and out for the situation, and also possibly Zoe. So now we end up having a situation where the only person that is left for the Left 4 Dead 1 crew is Francis. So Francis now has to take on at least Rochelle and also Nick. Once again, another 2v1 situation. How would exactly Francis get out of this type of situation? Now, this part of the story that I'm making up here might sound kind of like an easy way out, but I think that it's completely reasonable to say that even if in this situation that Francis was evil, he would still end up having a very similar method of thinking to Rochelle. So I think that what he would do is adapt around the fly, and he would end up saying, hey, you know what, I like that idea of the boomer bile, I'm going to try that too. And basically he would just do the exact same thing that Rochelle just did, throw a boomer bile and get Rochelle incapacitated at the point. So that means that all that's left now is Nick versus Francis. And this fight's not going to be taking place with guns, because in this part of the story, we're going to do something fun, we're going to do something interesting. We're going to make it so that way there's no more zombies, but both Francis and Nick have used all their resources. They've used all their ammo, all their grenades, all their healing items, so they only have the remainder of the HP that they do, and they have to fight with their bare hands. We are going for a flat-out fisticuffs fight, baby. So let's just say at this point that Nick and Francis both have 50 HP. So they're still in the green, but they've lost quite a lot of it, and they can't heal it. So whatever health they lose, they will lose it. And it also means that they get hit a couple times, they will slow down and eventually go from green to yellow to red, and eventually be incapacitated. Now here's the thing though, is that they can't be reckless either. They still have to revive their teammates. So Nick and Francis both have to understand that as much as they would love to beat the shit out of each other, they have to keep their teammates alive. So what you could have happen is that they both exchange punches. They go bam, pop. Every single comic book sound that you can imagine and think of, they're doing. They're punching each other, they're kicking each other, they're biting each other, they're scratching at each other. They're basically like zombies themselves at this point. They just want to kill each other. And the thing is that as much as they want to kill each other, there's something inside them that's screaming to help their teammates because, uh-oh, what happens now? There's a goddamn tank. And see, here's the thing, is that this tank is coming, and it's coming fast. And both Francis and Nick go, oh shit. Francis and Nick have no guns, they've got no healables, they've got no grenades. The only thing that they have is each other. And as much as they want to murder each other, they have to work together to kill this tank. Not only that, but they have to work together and revive their teammates. So if you were in a situation like this, where somebody that you hate is the only person that you have left to survive with, and they are the only person left that can save you and the remainder of your teammates from this immediate threat, what would you do? This is what I think that would end up happening, and this would be very, very cool. This is going to sound so cheesy, but just indulge me here. I think you guys are going to like it. So what's going to end up happening is that we later find out that the mounted machine gun that Lewis was using still has just a bit of ammo left. Just enough to be able to hopefully kill one single tank. Nick and Francis both make a mutual truce just for a second, and they decide to make a plan. One of them's going to mount the gun, the other one is going to revive everybody. So what's going to happen is that Nick is going to revive everyone and play medic, Francis is going to get on the minigun and start playing gunner, and they are going to work together and kill the tank. So the tank is far away, but he's approaching quick. It seems like he's almost like running at the speed of a cheetah. Boom, pow. You know, the Earth's crust is breaking. Everything that you can imagine comic book style once again. Every stereotypical noise, every stereotypical pop-up, it is happening. So Francis gets on the machine gun. Nick is ready to run. They say 3, 2, 1, go. And everything starts playing like an action movie. Francis is laying down fire. Headshot, headshot, headshot. Nick is running his ass off as much as he can, despite the fact that he's in red HP and walking at the speed of a turtle fucking. He is running, and he is running, and he is running. Luckily for Nick, each time he reses somebody, that person also ends up having ammo in their gun. So he revives Ellis. Then he revives Coach. Then he even also revives Lewis and Zoe as well. Then he lastly also ends up getting Rochelle, and everybody's up now. It's a group effort to kill this tank. Everybody's shooting, everyone's laying down fire, everyone is fully committed to killing this tank. And right as the tank is in inch close distance from one of their faces, just ready to just completely murder them and put them into the ground, the tank dies. The survivors have won. Through this mutual experience of surviving death's door, the survivors of the Left 4 Dead 1 crew and the Left 4 Dead 2 crew end up making amends. Zoe, Lewis, and Francis realize that not every survivor that they're going to come across is going to be a shitty person like the military was. They're not going to end up being the resulting death of them. They are going to end up being the saviors that end up saving them. Now, of course, within this story, we're not just going to end up making it easy and just saying that they make up and then they end up hooking up and, you know, dating and being friends and all that stuff. They still don't exactly inherently like each other, but they know that they're not going to end up being their own cause of death. So because of having a newfound respect through surviving such a crazy event with each other, they decide to end up making peace and going separate ways. The Left 4 Dead 1 crew promises not to kill the Left 4 Dead 2 crew while they try to end up lowering the bridge. The Left 4 Dead 2 crew ends up going back to Jimmy Gibbs' stock car, and there's a slight hesitation for a moment where they both end up saying goodbye. And then the Left 4 Dead 2 crew leaves in Jimmy Gibbs' stock car to never be seen again by the Left 4 Dead 1 crew. I thought it would be best within this story to make it where neither team exactly won nor lost, because that really wasn't the point of this video. The point of this video was to see what would exactly happen if somebody, despite how nice and kind and good-hearted they might be, goes through something and they now have a new choice that they can make that will alter the direction of their lives, which is going to be, how am I going to handle this trauma? Am I going to use it as fuel and end up making it so that way I can end up being a better person than I was yesterday? Or am I going to use this as fuel to justify horrible new actions and become the bad guy? Heroes and villains go through the exact same thing within their origin story. Trauma. When a villain goes through trauma, they say, this thing hurt me, and now I'm going to hurt it back. A hero says, this thing hurt me, and I'm not going to let it hurt anybody else. Or I'm not going to let this hurt me again. And that's the difference between the two characters. And here's the thing. Everyone thinks that they're the hero. Nobody realizes or thinks that they are the villain. So I think that this experience can be used as a way to end up showing the Left 4 Dead 1 crew that despite the trauma they went through, and despite the fact that they have kind of been bad people for the last few months or weeks or however that you want to say that it goes in this alternate universe, they can end up being good people again. What if Bill lived? After all these years of Left 4 Dead, everyone just presumed that Bill was always going to die. It was guaranteed in their minds, and that there was nothing we could do about it. Bill was destined to die. But what if he didn't? That's what we're going to be talking about in today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. For those that are new to the series and don't know what this series is about, basically it takes inspiration from the Marvel What If series that's produced by Disney, where we take storyline elements from Left 4 Dead and we put a twist on them and just simply ask the question, what if? What if X, Y, and Z were different? And if so, how would that affect the universe within the Left 4 Dead story? If you guys end up enjoying today's video and enjoy this what if idea, please make sure you drop a like, comment down below what you would like me to talk about next for this series. And yeah, guys, let's get on with today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. So the first thing that we're going to have to look at is Bill's canonical death and the way he exactly dies. I'm not only going to take inspiration from the gameplay, but I'm also going to take inspiration from the Left 4 Dead comics, which if you guys have never read these before, I recommend that you do, because this will also give some context to what I'm talking about. So when you end up playing the passing campaign and also looking at the Left 4 Dead comics, Bill ends up dying in this spot, which is going to end up being the room that's to the left of the generator that Bill tries to turn on, so that way the bridge can go back up. The way he ends up in this room is because a tank basically backfists him, so that way he corpse launches and ends up basically being at critical health. He's most likely internally bleeding because of all the blood that he's lost. It is at this point that we see the final moments of Bill, where he's about to smoke a cigar before his supposed demise. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, how the hell is Bill gonna get out of this one? He is severely injured. If it was gameplay logic wise, he would basically be incapacitated at this point, and he's absolutely all alone with 3 tanks surrounding him. So here's the thing that I'm going to address that's technically going to end up being a loophole and a weird exception, but this is going to be the only way that I can fathom that this would even be remotely possible given the circumstances that I'm trying to lay out for this story. Even though Bill ends up living in this what if idea, he still has to die. Now before you click off this video and think that this is utter bullshit, please let me explain. This will make sense as soon as I clarify this. We are going to end up doing gameplay logic here and talk about the defibrillator, because there's nothing stopping Bill from being resuscitated. We have had it in Left 4 Dead several times before where our fellow survivors have suffered brutal injuries, ones that they should never walk away from. And yet, when you end up taking a defib, you just go zappity zap zap, and all of a sudden they're completely fine, like as if nothing ever happened. The only thing that may end up happening is that they might be a little bit lower on HP, but technically when you defibrillate them, their HP goes back into the green anyways, so basically Bill would end up being at good health again. So how would this be able to happen though, when there's 3 tanks surrounding Bill, and also the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors think he's dead? Especially given the fact that in the comics, the Left 4 Dead 1 crew never ends up leaving for the island right away. They actually wait out the zombies, so as long as the zombies are there, they won't leave to go to the islands. They're technically hovering around the area, trying to end up just waiting the zombies out, which means they haven't taken off quite yet. So far, in rapid succession, we have all these events. The bridge doesn't work, Bill jumps off to start the generator again, he succeeds, a tank severely injures him, the Left 4 Dead 1 survivors think he's dead, and now I'm proposing a defib idea. But who the heck is going to defibrillate Bill after he's been killed because the Left 4 Dead 1 crew doesn't think he's alive anymore? They don't even have a defib possibly in the circumstance. So who would end up doing it, and who would be the person that would be most likely to risk their life to try to resuscitate Bill? I'm going to address another character that is from the Left 4 Dead universe, specifically from the comics, and you've only ever seen him once. And this is going to end up being Earl. Earl is a resident of the hospital that Bill was at right before the apocalypse broke out, and he was studying to become a doctor according to the comics, which means that Earl might have some medical knowledge that could be able to assist us in this situation. So by an utter miracle, a sheer act of God, within all the commotion that is taking place, Earl happens to stumble upon the same area where the Left 4 Dead 1 crew is and notices that Bill just recently passed away. And he just so happens to have a defib and brings Bill back to life. But the thing is, though, is within the situation, Bill is still critically injured. He is not able to survive on his own, and he's just barely alive. But because of the fact that Bill is alive, and also Earl's now making a whole bunch of commotion trying to bring Bill back, the zombies are focused on them, causing a distraction. The zombies are now focused on them two, and no longer on Zoe, Francis, and Lewis. But Zoe, Francis, and Lewis notice the commotion, and they're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Even though it's doubtful, there is a little glimpse of hope within their hearts that they think that Bill, the tough-as-nails son of a bitch that he is somehow still alive, because all they can do is hear gunfire off in the distance. So they end up locking and loading, taking the minigun that's on top of the bridge, they get all their remaining ammo, grenades and everything, and they lay lead into every single zombie. It is with the combined effort of every single survivor, they managed to end up killing every single zombie, including the tanks. But it isn't until every single zombie is dead that Bill ends up running into the Left 4 Dead 1 crew again by slowly merging around the corner, just like how you would in a cheesy scene in a movie. Everyone's super excited to see Bill, but they're also equally confused on who Earl is, but Bill has just enough energy left in him that he can clarify who he is so that way they just don't shoot him. However, though, Bill at this point is basically will be the equivalent of black and white HP, so unless Bill gets some medical attention, he is once again going to die. So Earl, with the remainder of his supplies that he has left, he has enough just to get Bill by. So he ends up giving him some pain pills because he didn't have a med kit because he had a defibrillator instead, and he gets it so that way Bill is just stable enough that he can keep going, so that way he can be able to get to the boat and get off of this bridge. Now, I know by the time that the passing campaign happens, the generator has been fixed by then, so that means that the bridge can go up and down with ease, but technically for the sake of this story, and also to make it a little bit more fun, we're just going to say that it's a fluke, and we're going to say that if they try to end up using the bridge again, it's going to end up having the exact same circumstance take place a second time. So what ends up happening? Well, because Earl is here and he wants to make sure that Bill lives to see another day, he is willing to put his life on the line and end up making so that way the Left 4 Dead survivors can end up going to the island. He is going to end up taking his remaining bio bombs, Molotovs, pipe bombs, etc., throw grenades downstream, and basically end up distracting all the zombies by himself and kind of luring them away like Walking Dead style, where you train a horde and you try to like just get them into a different location. He is going to do that while he also starts the generator, so that way everyone can get on the bridge and then to the boat, and then that way they can also finally get to the island. Luckily though for us, the second time most of the zombies are dead, so even though some zombies may be attracted by a little bit of noise, it's not enough to end up making an impact, and so therefore the survivors are able to successfully escape, and they can see Earl running off in the distance, luring the zombies away for them, never to be seen again, because by the time that they end up going to the island, Earl is long gone. So even though I just gave you a script that sounds like it's from a Michael Bay movie, minus the explosions, this is basically my idea of what I would like to imagine would end up taking place in order for Bill to live and still have an epic story that is being told. And that is going to be my proposed idea of how Bill would end up living in Left 4 Dead 2 What If. But yeah guys, I hope you truly ended up enjoying today's episode of Left 4 Dead 2 What If. If you guys would like to financially support the channel, I would tremendously appreciate if you guys could go check out my Patreon. It is always linked down below in all my YouTube video descriptions. Please also use my supporter creator code BlackNinja797 in all caps in the Fortnite and Epic Games item shops, because Epic is my very first sponsor and they're sponsoring today's video, so shout out to Epic Games. But yeah guys, I hope you end up enjoying seeing another YouTube video from the most unique YouTubers you're ever going to see. Thank you for watching guys, I love all of you, and peace out.
Hey meme lords, Jesus here, and you better have enjoyed that video there by the eternal god Daddy Ninja. You should probably subscribe too, or the mighty Moab will come for your balls. If you enjoyed the video, you might like it too, and give me the memes. Flash, bang, boom!